shaking the industry. Plenty G's winning our team, we some killing bees. Killing these niggas while they still we replenish. We load the artillery, hold the hostility. Boosting these trophies, we win. We in it all line on the grind, opposition and misery. Leaking they dwell, call us the winners cause we never fail. This is the team that's making a wave on the streams. Growing and hanging below. Ultimate endgame must lead 1,000,000 degrees. And this is where gamers go pro.
to the Friday edition of the Ultimate Endgamers League. It is season number 9, and they say Friday nights for fighting, and that's just what we'll do, because one of these days, these UEL boots are gonna walk all over you. I've got one question, and one question only. Are you ready? Because it's time to break forth the rhythm and the rhyme. It's time to put the kids to bed and wake up the neighbors. And it is time to get down like a clown like Charlie Brown and turn your frown upside down. It's time for the UEL to shine. So what do you say we get down to that UEL beatdown?
Hey, log in and games, we lit the squadron.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
There's so many games out this period that a lot of people never really experience, and they get stuck in their kind of view. But
another person that is as defined as a person that pushes past just beating the game and instead completes the game. As you guys know,
did you miss it? All right. So they went ahead and did a timeout.
I got lockdown on my team, man. What do you want me to do, bro? I need help. Mike needed Scotty. Carolina Reapers go back to back on the strength of Shekel. Traded, journeyman, expect.
ourselves as like pros.
I'd probably say 10K.
Yo, boys, no rush. Ultimate Endgamers League, so tough. Go capture that trophy. You can't win enough. It's the UEL, 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 UEL. This is the Ultimate Endgamers League. VA Grand Rapids and out overseas. You don't got a clue, come and get up to speed.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down from the bandits. Oh, and there again, and that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely. Yes, this could be a runaway, like you're saying.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare Pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volare. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
And welcome back to the UEL. My name is Strix. I'm joined here with Dictator Chicken. It's good to have you here. I want to jump into the bots team and yourself. I think you've been looking amazing this season. I know you moved teams coming into the season. What do you think is the bot and your secret to success so far in season 9?
Practicing for the first time ever. It's crazy. I mean, granted, I'm used to practicing and playing with the team. It's just kind of a different environment, but we get along pretty well. Have decent synergy. It's just kind of cleaning it up a little bit, getting the comps together.
That's really good to know. Yeah, I think that speaks a lot to it. You know, practice makes perfect. And I know you come from, you won quite a few championships already. Looking at the season and on the wheel, and even today, are there any games that you really want to play, get into? Any new tech you maybe want to show off? Anything at all?
Lumina Rush. That's like one of the games. It feels like it's one of the first times I've actually been dominant in a certain game. Just came out with a new set of levels, so it'll be nice to see some of that.
Maybe we see some of those new levels, and again, it's always fun to watch you. I've told this on cast where like I literally watched it, I was like, oh, that completely changed how I view the game. Now, overall, looking at forward a little bit just at this game, I'm gonna ask you. Y'all got a lot of big brains over there on the bots. How do you? What's the score line for this game? What can the people at home kind of expect?
I think we'll probably get through a lot of games today. The score was pretty even when we played them last time with our first game, but I think we've cleaned it up a little bit. So I'm going to say we'll at least break 17, maybe lower 20s.
Ooh, the lower 20s, a 20 bomb on the day. I love to hear it because I think very respectful. I know y'all are giving them their respect. At the same time, y'all have been looking amazing this season. Y'all look like a favorite to win out there. I think overall in the championship, especially the Southern Conference. I'm gonna let you go ahead and get back to your team, finish getting set up. Thank you again for the interview, and it was a ton of fun. It's always fun talking with you. It's always
5-man go dummy.
Hey.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down from the bandits.
Oh, and there.
And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you said.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare Pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volare. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Week 9 matchup. We have the bots versus the Cyclones here at the Ultimate In-Gamers League, where gamers go pro. I am Mobster Matt, and I'm sitting here with my man Strix.
Hey, it's
today's matchup is going to be really interesting, man. I know a little bit about the bots. I have casted over a couple of their games so far. Seemed like a great team. Personally, La Bamba on their team is someone who really stands out, and then obviously Billy sort of anchoring the team in that Tier 1 position. He's been doing a great job. I want to ask you, though, the Cyclones, I don't know much about them. Pizza obviously seems like a cool cat. What can you tell me about the Cyclones?
Cyclones are a really interesting team because even sitting at 0-6, I think they've had some of the closest games the entire season.
Okay.
One of the closer games, and it should be more than one of the closer halves they actually had, was against our reigning champions, the Reapers. So they have this ability to sometimes turn it on. I think it's those small details that maybe we saw last night. And a lot of the shifting around of different management, different players.
Right.
They're still trying to solidify, I think, their core.
Understood.
Where you said that you've watched a lot of these bots games. This is the bots core through and through.
Okay.
When you look at these 5 players, I think we've all become accustomed to seeing them.
Yeah.
The signature pick.
Yeah. And I see a huge discrepancy in, obviously, the records of these two teams. But I want to say that some of the teams that have losing records, it's a little bit misleading because their actual schedule can be really difficult, and they've had some really close games against some of the top teams in the divisions, right?
Yes.
So do the Cyclones sort of fall into that category? Because I've heard whisperings, if you will, of them having a relatively difficult schedule and some of their games actually being really, really close.
I think they do fall into that category. It feels like the team has had a ton of different players to show up and managed to, even in their first game, when I was talking with Dictator, he was even saying, like, they kept it pretty close against this in that first game, but we might have just grown a little bit more. But we're going to be jumping over to RPS now to take a look. All right, here we go. We're going to go ahead and get this RPS, and it looks like Dictator. I love the play there, going for a hand out, almost like a handshake instead of the normal.
Yep.
Closing on the paper, catching him off guard, and I think finding a win here. So with the success there for the bots in RPS, they're going to go ahead and get control of the first game that's going to spin here on our wheel. So let's see what we have in store for ourselves.
Mortal Kombat 1. Are they going to take this?
I think they want to play this.
Yep.
The bots want to play this.
We're hearing word from the floor that they are, in fact, playing this. Now, in terms of the fighting players on the bots, who would you say is the best fighter player?
I'm partial to Mordecai. I have watched Mordecai a ton.
Yes.
Ever since I came in the league, I've had an opportunity to play with him. He's extremely good. But the notable thing about this lineup is they're all pretty good at fighters.
Has Mordecai changed his tier position?
Yes. So previously, the bots were one of the first teams to come out and publicly say that they were doing their tiers based on weekly practices, results. This is before we shifted back to 5.
Okay.
And so Mordecai started off in the kind of middle part of his team and it moved all the way up to that 3 spot.
Yeah, that's
and
where
now
I thought
we
he
see
was.
him have dropped back down a couple of spots. Maybe just practice this week wasn't the best for him.
Right.
But that's the thing about, and I think I forget who I was speaking with, but I specifically talked with somebody. We all came to the conclusion that the bots were top 5, and in this case, these 5 players, you can kind of mix and match. The only person that doesn't really ever move is Billy, but that's because he's having an MVP
Well, he's
level
quite
season.
literally the GOAT.
Yes.
So
even in his name, he is Billy
the GOAT.
And he has been performing as such this season, so he's kind of held. But everyone else, I can see them moving up or down just depending on the game.
No, that makes sense. That makes sense. I'm interested to learn about that. Who is this in the tier 1 on these Cyclones?
Bo Seif. Bo Seif was the tier 1 that was questioned the most.
Oh, really?
A lot of people came into the season feeling like he wasn't necessarily deserving of that spot.
Wow.
He'd previously played on Team QWERTY, had been on the Trolls his entire career. There were a lot of people that spoke about how good he was, but a lot of people had a lot of question marks, and I think he's one of those players that quickly defined himself as he always comes in, he's performing, he is looking good, he's winning the games it's expected for him to win.
So he has something to prove.
Yes. And he's also taken on the responsibility of being a tier 1.
Right,
There were
that's
entire
true.
genres before that I know he didn't touch as often, but I
Okay.
know he's reached out. He's been getting help. He's been trying to improve at every single one of these
Interesting.
genres just so that he can be that much stronger, that he
Right.
can be that much better.
You know, and what I've noticed across the league is the tier 1s sort of tend to be not necessarily the anchor in terms of being on the end. They sort of anchor the teams, though. For instance, just sort of emerging as a leader amongst the rest of the players. Billy's done a great job of that on the bots, so it should be interesting to see if Bosif is able to do that for the Cyclones, and we start to notice a little bit of that tier 1 leadership throughout the evening. You know, not just him, though. I don't think he's the only person on that team that has something to prove. You know, Pizza is a young competitor. You know, one of our younger competitors in here, and I think he has a lot to prove being in here with people that are, should I say, veterans at, you know, not just gaming in general, but veterans in the UEL.
It's surprising because, yeah, he's never been shy. I think it's one of those things of in his games, notably Valorant, if that comes up.
Okay.
I mean, going back to his last season where he was on the Bucks, he had to play a game of Valorant 3v5.
Wow.
He got multiple aces in that game.
Oh, wow. Okay.
He is
All
a
right.
player that when he's in his comfort zone, he has some of those high highs, and I think it goes back to his young age.
Right.
Sometimes you just mechanically are that talented.
Absolutely.
And he's had the privilege of growing up around older players, players that maybe can help focus that energy and help him develop. And then you see that youngness even in fighting games like we see in MK1.
Yeah.
Hopefully where you can give him a game plan and be like, hey, I need you to press this when he jumps.
Yeah.
Throw this projectile. Do this.
He's a sponge.
And he will do that. And he's not going to overthink it. He's not going to be like, oh, is he going to block here? He's just like, well, he said if he jumps,
He loves to learn.
And
he loves to learn.
Should be amazing. We almost are at the end of our setup timer, which means we'll be getting the game hopefully shortly.
Yeah, it should be interesting. I'm really interested to see not just because I interviewed him, but it's always fascinating to me to watch some of the younger competitors really get into it. Maybe perhaps they grew up with two older brothers that are much older than them, beating them at GoldenEye on the N64. Perhaps having something to prove.
Maybe a little personal anecdote there. Maybe just a little bit. Now, as someone that has an older brother, there's definitely those games where I'm like, why do you love fighting games? I'm like, I could tell you about.
It turns us into dogs, though,
Yes.
so it's okay.
Yes.
It's okay. Any of the younger audience out there watching, if your siblings are picking on you in those video games, don't worry. You'll get your revenge. Get the Halo Combat Evolved pistol out, and you'll be okay.
Oh my God, not the Combat
on LAN
Evolved.
parties. No, I love it. So, what is the tier 3 player, though, on the Cyclones? Because it looks like he may be going in here for MK1.
Yes, Ambushman. He's a rookie, actually, this season. A friend, actually, I believe, of one of the veterans in this league, Havoc to your face over there on the LAX guys.
Okay.
Suggests the Ambushman to go ahead, come on in and play in the league. And he's come out and he's kind of shown himself, to me at least, to be a player that is going to be around this league.
Okay, well-rounded fighter then, maybe.
He's shown up solid in the fighting games, but more notably, the strategy games, the shooters. He always seems to already know his job, do his job, fit into almost any piece. But he also has the confidence to win. Notably, I always want to highlight him of talking about, hey, we can beat Billy at StarCraft.
Right.
We can do that.
Somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to do it. Looks like our next game is going to be Midnight Ghost Hunt. Hopefully we get to watch that. That is a extremely fun game. Basically the most intense game of prop hunt you've ever seen for any of the Call of Duty fans out there. Nonetheless, we're getting ready to jump in here with Raiko versus Liu Kang. This should be interesting. Now, Liu Kang has a lot in his sort of repertoire on here, if you will. Tons of zoning tools, as well as just some of the best combos in the game, obviously. Obviously playing it safe. They're sort of feeling each other out. Almost full distance, and now they're going to get into it.
And I can tell you right now, on the player one side, that's going to be Mordecai with this Raiko throwing out these stars. And on the other side is Pizza Man on the Liu Kang, doing his best to just survive the onslaught. And now that Mordecai's gotten his start opportunity, and it looks like he has some coaching there, one of his players, tier 1 Bosif, in his ear, letting him know, like, hey, try this. And these flawless blocks, it's funny because he didn't block the first few and then just immediately started flawless blocking. But the grab ended
the grab's
up
too
catching
much.
him. It's one more opportunity. And
Well, something that Pizza can start doing a little bit more with Liu Kang is he's arguably the best character in the game at staggered combos. So instead of committing to a full string, his actual attacks and the frame rates for each individual attack within a string are very, very fast in terms of frame data. So you can throw out 1 to 2 kicks, cancel your combo, and then go into an additional mix-up. Liu Kang is really, really talented at that. So that's just arguably one of his biggest tools he has in order to sort of get the health advantage throughout this, and we'll see if he starts doing it here soon.
And it's amazing. I think, unfortunately, for Pizza in this immediate situation, Reiko might be a hard matchup. He's a throw-based character. He likes to get those grabs going. And so if you are playing a little bit safer and a little bit more cautious and blocking a lot, you end up running into a situation where you are going to end up taking a ton of damage and being thrown a lot. Now, I want to highlight, because we didn't touch on it before the game started, one of the players from the side of the Cyclones is running a little bit late. It's a player that had to fly in, Sofo Sama. We saw him debut in one of their more recent games. He is going to be their go-to fighter normally.
Wow.
Yes. They have a couple of players, him and Silver are their kind of pinnacle level fighters that have been known to get close to, if not sweep entire teams by themselves.
Oh, wow.
And so now I think this is a situation where your player, unfortunately, being a little bit late, is putting them in a difficult position against a bots team that has the depth in the roster to kind of pick who they want to send in here. You notice they sent in La Bamba and Mordecai, which I think is a safe combination of players. But here we go, Sub-Zero. What does Sub-Zero do in comparison to maybe that Liu Kang that we saw?
Well, Sub-Zero has a lot of setups as well, just utilizing different ice abilities, his ability to sort of jump backwards and create that ice cyclone in front of him, as well as lows. So that low slide right there can catch opponents off guard if they're too frequently playing footsies. He also just has very, very good, obviously you can see here with the ice juggle he just pulled off right there. Amongst some of the top tier, I would say, in terms of combo damage throughout the entire game. But he, as you just saw, he can go full screen in a matter of seconds with that ice slide, as well as just other zoning tools that he can use at his disposal. But setups are huge. I think one of the most effective things when Sub-Zero players are playing against aggressive players is predicting wake-ups by jumping backwards and throwing that ice clone forward. So if you're able to predict someone's wake-up, you can actually freeze them and go into full combo, and that should be interesting to see if that happens throughout this at all.
So he might need to do it here. He is on low health. That slide catching Mordecai once again, like you mentioned, but these grabs have been finding so much value, each one doing about 10% or so on the hit. Means you have to deal with that guess each time. And we're going to see the last Cyclone life here. We need to see them get started if they're going to find a win.
Well, he has 3 meters to burn right now. I'm surprised towards the end of that first round, that first life right there, when bots were sitting at about 30% health, he didn't start just simply burning some of his meter in order to even get chip damage out, but then also to sort of make them second guess whether or not they want to close the distance. The fact that he is really just getting these grabs off almost on demand. He's getting them up very frequently is worrisome, to say the least.
It's a little bit scary. I feel like once you get grabbed a couple of times by any grappler player, and this is something that Mordecai's really good at, having played him, is once he gets started and he finds his game plan, he sticks to it, and he kind of can force you into these guessing situations that if you aren't prepared to just deal with his character, he can kind of overwhelm you and still just go back to the different spacing. He ends up jumping back. That first one's going on over to the side of the bots. The projectiles ended up being a lot, and the grabs as well. Mordecai closing that out with a sweep to start off this game.
Well, you know, Ambush's pick on Sub-Zero right there was, you know, I'm not familiar with him necessarily as a player, but if he isn't super experienced at Mortal Kombat, I would actually say that Sub-Zero as a character is a little disadvantageous to what your standard sort of, let's say, blueprint of learning a fighter will be. Reason being are most of his directionals in terms of just his combo schemes, not even utilizing his abilities, just his combo schemes incorporate a lot of back directionals, which for players like myself, I actually don't like at all, because I want to feel like as if I'm pushing my directional towards my opponent, because you want to be moving towards your opponent to make sure they're within that hit range while you're playing footsies. So you're backing up, you're moving forward, you're trying to manage that footsies range to get them within that hit box, right? Or within that hurt box, if you will. While you're doing that, if you constantly have to think about having to press a back directional, it can be difficult or complicated for a lot of players. If you're not really familiar with Sub-Zero and his combo sets, just the fact that he utilizes a lot of back directionals can be too much for some people.
Yeah, It's interesting. It's interesting. You're the first person to bring that up. I think a lot of players in the league just look at the ice, they look at the slide, they look at, he has
big
that
damage.
slide low, they have overhead, you have things you have to account for, and maybe ignore the fact of just input sometimes can be a big enough hurdle that players with something that feels more natural can end up succeeding, and they're going to have to find their natural hide and seek ability here in this midnight ghost hunt. You mentioned it was like prop hunt. One side's going to be the hunters or the ghost in this game. It's going to be on the Cyclones to determine if they want to select one of those options or pick the map. And then from there, it's going to be 4 minutes for each side to find the other team.
Well, I would assume that the Cyclones are actually going to pick the hunters. I've definitely commentated over quite a few of these matches now, and it seems like the hunters sort of have the advantage most of the time, especially if there's certain players on your team that aren't as experienced. The good thing, though, for the bots that they have going for them is they have some savages on their team, right? Now, that's obviously a good thing to do. But I think they're so experienced at Midnight Ghost Hunt that they know cheeky hiding spots. They know the best objects to utilize. They know the simple mechanics, the lunging mechanics of the game, if you will, in order to sort of get out of dodge and escape some of the damage output from the hunters. I think they I don't think they're going to be in much trouble here. I think they're a pretty well-rounded team, although this is sort of like some people would consider it like a party game mode, right? With Prop Hunt, they're super competitive. They've got the mechanics, the features of this game dialed in, I think.
If I were to talk about the bots, hilariously enough, being the bots, they are primarily a strategy team. That is their top category. Billy is one of the best strategy players in the league, both inside and outside of the game. One thing that I know you've now cast their games, how their games play out, Billy has a very strong understanding of how to play UEL, not just the individual game. But then when you step in the game, he's going to find out how things work, find out what works, what doesn't, and utilize that to the best of his ability. So now you're going to see in the top left and right of your screen, next to each team's
There we go,
name,
Rainbow Six Siege. This early? Say it ain't so.
Say it ain't so. Hopefully, my fingers are crossed for both Siege as well
absolutely.
as Halo to roll for you today.
Hey,
I know we've been looking for it. We got to get it at least one time. But the teams are in the top left and top right-hand corner next to their respective names. So it does look like you were right on the call that the winners, the hunters, are going to be the Cyclones. I don't want to call them winners just yet. We have seen a lot of wins, funnily enough, from the side of hunters as of late. I think people are just figuring out how to properly play that offensive style and then defensively defend themselves from the onslaught of the Ghost. We're watching Dictator Chicken now as he moves around to different spots and different places. Looks like he's possibly setting up a few different abilities here, and this one becomes a little bit interesting. So just in general, he's using what's called the Poltergeist ability. What it essentially does is it will make an object float. You can use it multiple times on an object to, I believe, increase the damage and the potency of that Poltergeist. But from here, if a hunter says enters this room and is too busy looking around,
like the strategy,
this object will fly at them, dealing damage. So it almost allows you to chip away at the health the hunters even has.
And you guys at home are watching. You're watching Dictator Chicken right now. So as Strix is talking about how he's utilizing some of these strategies, clearly he's well adept to playing this game. He's super experienced. Already starting to think about how he can outsmart these hunters. Start thinking about Dictator Chicken as a player to look for throughout the night, and how well he plays throughout a lot of these games. Now, another strategy I've noticed throughout the last couple of games I've, casted over Midnight Ghost Hunt is during the prep phase, people basically placing objects within sort of like lunge distance of one another sort of throughout the map in a sense of knowing if they have to run at any point, they know directly where a good object is to jump into if they need to sort of, get out of dodge, if you will. I don't know if Dictator Chicken necessarily did that at the start. Wow. Interesting. Oh, wow. Interestingly enough, Dictator Chicken did not have to move. The hit markers, I feel like, did not occur right there, potentially.
So this gun is really interesting. It will frost and slow down something if you shoot enough shots into it. So if you're just checking and not really thinking about it, you even saw Ambushman there shoot it and then be like, wait, I didn't see any.
He was looking away.
And the moment he looked back, Dictator was gone and running to another spot immediately. Now, I do want to highlight that Bosif already went down. He ran into the room there, and when he ran in, he ended up getting hit and taking some extra damage here.
Oh, wow.
I like using these objects to buy myself a little bit of space, but that is Ceviche going down. That's now 2 of, it looks like 1 at the very least, of the bots players, 1of the ghosts going down. And now we get to watch Ambush as he sneaks around looking for another opportunity.
Yeah. And what the bots are probably looking to do at this point is, they want to stay as well hidden as much as possible. But in the case that they are sort of found, if you will, being able to sort of jump into another room and then potentially land in an object that your opponents have already checked is going to be key to just staying hidden throughout this entire match. You want something the Cyclones have gone up to. They've shaken this object. They've already shot this object, right? So they're not likely going to check it again, at least for a little bit, right? If you can see that object and be sneaky enough to dive right into it, that puts you in a really great position to potentially count it down to midnight. Now, we haven't talked about this yet, guys, but if that clock hits midnight, the hunters can potentially become the hunted. The ghosts then become savages, and they have abilities that can damage the hunters, take them out, and completely change the tide.
Yes, it becomes a really spooky time, and the hunters are in a position where they just have to survive. We already see, again, Bosif got picked up by his team. Luckily, they managed to revive him in time, but he did end up and is at about half health. So hopefully going to get an opportunity to be able to play here. And I love this, some awareness of maybe some places where items could hide that players aren't immediately aware of and looking for. Now dropping a health kit as well to go ahead and get everybody healed up as we approach this midnight hour. Now, there's going to be a little bit more time on the cooldown here of this game. So in the next 15 seconds, what's going to happen is that clock will strike midnight. The ghosts will glow a much brighter, much more vibrant shade of red, and now it is their time to go on the attack. The big thing and the most important thing here that is going to happen is the hunters have to survive. So I see them setting up a lot of healing opportunities and even some traps, trying to create these zones of impassable spaces. So they can they don't have to worry about covering this entire room, but covering maybe one corner or one spot.
Well, and they are sitting in a wide open room. And although I do like this strategy, what this leaves them open to is massive objects being thrown in. The fact that they're in a wide open room, if you're in a big object, you clearly have space to throw yourself at them. I don't want to see them in these small objects.
But
this is interesting.
Really smart here is because they have a bunch of frostbite, they slow down the bots players, limiting their ability to attack to even fight back. Billy seems to be out already, but they've managed to take down Baba as well. So it is a 3v3 situation effectively. So as La Bamba here looks for another object to maybe take another fight and look for another chance to take a win, he's going to come out here with the barrel. He ends up missing the player, gets a little bit of damage.
A little bit of damage, he takes him out.
Ceviche and La Bamba each take out one, so there should be one more player standing on the side. No, 2 of them are still up, so this healing strategy seems to be having some effect. They're managing to stay up a little bit longer. They're able to tank a little bit more of this damage, but getting trapped in the corner will only lead to your death. Bosif now goes down, and Pizza Man finds a kill of his own. It's 1-on-1. Which player is going to find the end? Is it going to be Ceviche, or is it going to be... And Ceviche finds the hit for a victory.
No way that just happened.
There was so much good utility usage. I want to go back and watch that game at some point because there's so many little things and so many abilities that have had very little use across the league so far. The miasma to slow and blind some of the hunters, even finding ways to trap the hunters. You want to put yourself in the corner? Cool. What happens when 3 of us all jump on top of you in that one fight? A good game, and the bots take their second.
I think we sort of jinxed the match at the start. We were talking about how, the advantage, if you will, that the hunters have. Clearly not the case. It turned to midnight and they came out swinging. I think the thing that, sort of swung the tides, if you will, was the fact that they were in that wide open room. I liked the fact that they were trying to heal through a lot of that damage and what have you. It's just the fact that when you're in that wide open room, it leaves you vulnerable to massive objects because those massive objects can just fly willy-nilly without getting caught on doorways or missing, having to fly over a desk or something. There's not things that are, I guess, sort of blocking their way of flinging themselves at their opponents.
It would be fighting in any, I'm going to take this to the shooting genre. We are at the UEL play a ton of different genres.
Yep.
5, in fact, shooters, racers, sports, strategy, and fighting games. And so a lot of the games that we play in the 33 sometimes can mix and match ideas, and different players can find strength. So in a shooter, right, you don't want to be in an open field against someone with longer range or more damaging weaponry against you, because you need that cover to deal with it.
Right.
We've seen some teams play that room, and normally what they do is we're going to trap a lot more of the areas and give ourselves the entire room to play.
Yeah.
So, you fly over us like we saw at the beginning. All of us look up and shoot you, but you can't have your teamemates come and help you at that point.
Yeah, it was very sporadic. It was super chaotic. I think within the chaos, I think that's where they sort of fell apart. You know, and they're trying to dodge all the objects being thrown their way. They're also trying to heal at the same time. I think within a much smaller enclosure, it would have benefited them a lot, because they could have probably done the same strategy with healing, maybe potentially within a smaller enclosure.
I'm saying all that, but I also think that, and we've both been here. We've both been younger players. Younger players, in my opinion, have a tendency to trust their aim too much.
Too much,
right? They'll put themselves in a bad situation. But hey, as long as I hit my shot, it doesn't matter, right? In that situation, there, I think what I don't want the Cyclones to do is to go back and look at that game and be like, well, we only lost by 1 player, so it was really close. If we just hit a few more of our shots, we would have been fine. It's like, reevaluate the strategy. You shouldn't get yourself into a situation where your aim has to save you. And the perfect game to define that is Rainbow Six Siege. So what makes Siege so interesting?
Siege is interesting because I say this all the time. It is a genre in its own, within that FPS sort of genre. I think a lot of people classify it as a tactical shooter. It's not necessarily an arena shooter that you could sort of put it as a parallel next to Apex Legends or a Call of Duty or a Halo Infinite, something along those lines. I like to call this a strategy shooter because good strategy beats out good gunplay every day of the week, and that's exactly what this team is going to need. They need stretch. Cyclones need the strategy right now in order to beat the bots, because I'm telling you, the bots have shots. Okay, they're familiar enough with shooters. I know there's certain teams that maybe they're not as well, equipped to go against with regards to that genre within the UEL's 33 games that we have on this wheel. Nonetheless, they have some solid shooters on their team, but it doesn't matter if you don't have strategy. You just talked about they have Billy the Goat on their team and some other players that are good strategists. If you're a good strategist in Rainbow Six Siege, that can make all of the difference. So Cyclones are, I think, a little bit in trouble right here, but I've heard they have some shooters on their team.
At the end of the day, I think this is their most desired shooter of any on the wheel. They are a team that has loved Siege. They have a ton of players that enjoy the game, like the game. But my guess is going to be, since Sofo isn't here yet, they may be playing down.
There we go.
Player.
Yep, you just talked about that.
And so I have to then go ahead and take a look at a player like Bosi, mainly because we saw him warming up. I called you over. I was like, oh, hey, you gotta take a look at this. And so it'll be really interesting to see what maps are getting picked. It'll be interesting to see what they choose to play. But most importantly, this is where you're going to look to your tier 1 like Bosi, for a player that loves Siege, to come out and perform and really show, like, hey, this is why I consider this my game. Because, again, the bots, like you said, they're good. They're sitting at the top of the Southern Conference right now. They are 6-1. They are happy to continue to play through the season. Billy already made the declaration earlier in the season, hey, Reapers, see you in the final. He already has called his shot, and I don't think they have anything to slow him.
Well, I will say, though, that I think the Cyclones might be in trouble specifically because of what you talked about with, and what is his name again?
Sofo-san.
Okay, Sofo. So the fact that Sofo isn't here right now, they're going to be playing a man down, so it will be a 4v5. The reason that's important within a game like Rainbow Six Siege is a lot of your strategy comes down to the composition of the operators your team chooses. And let me give you an example of that. If you are utilizing a Mira strat for a given objective. Now, if you're at home, if you're not familiar with Rainbow Six Siege, there's a character called Mira that basically puts up a window on reinforced walls. Okay, so at any point, the player can drop the window down, destroy like a little gas tank, if you will, that lowers the glass on that window and you can shoot through it. Popular strategy is to have a reinforced wall next to an unreinforced wall. You put the Miro window in and you strafe between the reinforced wall and the unreinforced wall and basically send bullets through the unreinforced wall. Okay, so you're utilizing the window as a sight line to where your enemies are, and then you strafe over and get your shots off while staying protected. Doing that, though, requires team composition of operators. You need operators like Bandit, for instance, to put an electrical charge on that reinforced window so that it can't be breached. There's operators like Habana that have reinforced destruction, if you will. She shoots pellets at reinforced walls and it destroys them. So if you're not basically doing a hard breach denial operator, your Mira window can get taken down in seconds. Okay, so what if the Mira window does get taken down? They destroy a bandit charge and they still take down the Mira. You also need characters like Azami that has a throwable knife that puts up a cement wall enclosing or encapsulating any type of material that's been breached, blown out, bullet holes that have been flying through a wall of some sort. Azami can throw a blade at that wall and cover up open holes that have occurred in the wall. So those are 3 operators that are really beneficial for one strategy. The fact that they are a player down, it starts to limit your team composition. It limits the amount of strategies that you can bring into the match.
And you talked at the top of all of that about this being a strategy shooter. And to those at home that don't know, he highlighted 3 characters with a roster of
I think there's
40 to 50.
I think there's in the 60s now. I think it's like
different
pushing 70 at this point.
Different abilities.
Yeah.
And so even being able to remove one of those options you have to worry about can limit what you have to deal with on both offense and defense for these teams. Now, we will be playing 3 rounds of Rainbow Six Siege. Each team will get a chance at offense and defense. Whichever side wins 2 games will take this point of Rainbow Six Siege. So that means, well, what happens if the team that was defending first wins, then they lose on attack? Well, they get the second chance at defense. So you kind of have to know both sides of the game to find some success here.
Yeah, absolutely.
The real question that I want to see is, now that the Cyclones have now also burned a timeout like the bots did earlier in the game on Mortal Kombat, bots on Mortal Kombat, a second timeout ends up being used this early on by the Cyclones. Unfortunately, we saw this story a little bit last night.
Yes, bandits. Oh my goodness.
Resources are difficult. Now, I want to highlight to you, there's a difference between last night and tonight.
Okay.
Whereas last night, we talked a lot about unforced errors.
Yes, that's true. Yep.
Billy is one of the best at forcing errors out of his opponent.
Yeah.
Give you a prime example. Your job is to, as the person setting up, is to also get people in the lobby, right?
Yeah.
You know you have to get the enemy team into the lobby.
Yes.
Billy's not going to walk over to you and be like, hey, send me an invite, do all this. Billy will, you know what your job is as a player and as a coach. You know the rules. Make sure that you are implementing those rules and carrying your obligations out to the fullest. Another one, Siege is a perfect example as well. The way our rules work is it's DLC for DLC. So the first 2 years of operators are completely open. Everything from, I'll say, Ash on attack, I believe it's all the way Ash, all the way up to Dokkaebi. You can use anybody in there, guaranteed, no problems. Past that point, it is based on how many characters a team has.
Okay.
Past that point. So as long as, you might have, you mentioned the Azami. You might have an Azami.
Yep.
So on offense, I get to then play Ace.
Yeah.
For example.
Okay.
But why this is interesting is there's a lot of teams, and I can be one of those people, where it is simpler for me to be like, we both practice these games, open rosters, we don't have to check everything. Billy is not going to do that. Billy's going to be like, oh, no, you're allowed to use 3 on offense. You're allowed to use 2 on defense. You're allowed to do this, and he will find
analytical
to min-max it. Because his idea is, do you know this game better than me? And secondly, can you use your information better than me?
Yeah.
And I think that's maybe what unfortunately, the Cyclones are going to run into. They've already lost 2 timeouts in the first 30 minutes. Wow, deja vu. I literally feel like I said that yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, and for those of you curious as to what he's talking about with regards to those resources, right below the team names here below us, you'll see a category called timeouts and a category called forfeits. Now, at any point during the day, if a game comes up that a team isn't necessarily very experienced at or they don't feel confident in, they can choose not to waste time playing that game because they're pretty sure they're going to lose it, and they can just forfeit that game. What that does is it gives them more time to then catch up in the win column as we move on throughout the night. The other resource, though, is the timeouts. The reason why timeouts are so crucial is there is going to be tech problems or just aimless problems that happen, whether it be you or your teammates, things like button check issues, things like your controller dying, maybe your controller wasn't charged in time, signing into the wrong profile as the setup is occurring, all sorts of issues. If you don't have a timeout to fix that problem, you're forced to forfeit the game. And that can lead to just a snowballing effect occurring where your opponent is getting more wins than they probably deserve, and it may lose you the match.
The worst thing is when that happens on a game you were confident in, but we have a technical issue. I believe we might actually, looks like we cleared it up. We might be hopping into game here in just a second.
Okay.
But as I was saying, the worst thing is when it's a game you love and you know that.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? Like, if you're sitting down to play Halo, and then you hear forfeit, and your team is looking just like your team, you're wondering, wait, why is my team at Skullgirl's second encore?
There we go.
These fighting games are starting to roll. So we're on Dictator Chicken. You can see the name right there below the camera. That's all lit up, all crystal clear. That is Dictator Chicken. You saw him in the interview.
Oh, wow.
And he is selecting
He going
his
Twitch?
character. That's going to be interesting.
Okay, so Twitch's primary weapon is going to be the FAMAS, which kicks like a mule. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not he can control the recoil on that. If you're ever looking for Mr. Potato, this might be a Toy Story going on right now. Nonetheless, I've heard he's relatively skilled at Rainbow Six Siege, so we'll see if he can manage that FAMAS. Nonetheless, this is on Oregon. There's two ways to sort of push this objective for the bots right now. They can basically push here in Big Tower and open up sort of the attic, if you will, or they can push through Master Bedroom if the objective, it does look like the objective is upstairs in bunks and what have you. So those are really the two options that they have to push this objective.
So I'm really interested there. You mentioned pushing Big Tower.
Yeah.
In my opinion, I would have rather Dictator left his drone over there,
right,
just so he doesn't have to physically clear it a second time when he
that's a good point.
Instead of rotating all the way around. Now they technically would need to clear the tower once again if they want to push into this zone.
Yeah.
Because they don't know if somebody might be holding here. Now, if they don't have, they're checking these sight lines for what are called spawn peaks, where you're able to break open a window early on, and if the defenders aren't really aware of what's happening, you take some quick shots and end up going down.
Yeah. You know, I would have liked to have seen them actually push through a different door than this one because they were so vulnerable. Had the other team been a little bit more experienced, somebody could have been peeking one of 2 to 3 spawn peaks right there. Nonetheless, they do get into this tower. They've cleared it out. They do have to be careful of a roamer being in top tower because nobody has checked that yet. That may be something that the Cyclones can sort of download and utilize later on in a different round. It does look like, though, they are having trouble getting this wall open. They have done the right thing by trying to open up the right side of this wall, because on the other side of where you see that charge being electrocuted is a big mattress that blocks the sight line, if you will, from the opposing end of attic. So they're doing the right thing, but they are struggling to sort of get in here and get that wall opened up.
So this is something that I have to call out. What I am really sad about is they did not Yokobi did not bring EMP impact grenades.
Oh, wow.
Because she could have stopped all of that anti-breaching technology that you were mentioning even before possibly existing. By just tossing a quick EMP and letting her team get in. They now know that there's a player here in tower. Let's see if they're able to win this conflict.
Yep.
And it does look like Mordecai goes down, but not before his teammate is able to trade him back. So there's only 3 defenders left here while 4 of these attackers are looking around. Now we're on LaBamba.
Yeah. LaBamba has a smoke grenade, actually, so he could have utilized his smoke grenade in attic. And, nonetheless, he gets the slug round kill straight to the chest. Solid peak, solid sideline right here from LaBamba. I do like his decision to play this window because it keeps the objective active, and it looks like Pizza gets dropped with that FAMAS we had just talked about. We'll see he's checking behind the bunk here. Not an enemy, and they've effectively have breached the objective. Probably going to go for a plant here in a second. We'll see what happens. He may be getting a call out that he's in the back of kids. He's peeking it.
He does have his call here, so as Habana, he could just go ahead and call another player. Never mind, just shoots through the wall.
Shoots straight through the wall. He's down, and that's going to be the round. It looks like Chicken actually had already done. No, he landed a headshot. Okay, there it is. So he does control the recoil a little bit, lands a headshot, effectively picking up, I think, a double kill throughout that round.
So that attack seemed well prepared. I like the transition as well. They got to big tower. They looked at it. Oh, we can't go through this wall. Let's go out the window. Let's try to make another rotation. Still find that same space. So a good job there. And again,
this is interesting. I don't see a lot of players utilizing the slug round shotgun, but La Bamba seems to be super confident. Super confident they're using it.
So yeah, the Boss G. This is a really interesting weapon. It exists on both offense and defense. He actually was using this exact weapon last round on the Dokkaebi. It is a menace. A lot of players have been complaining about it because it can headshot you at about 30 meters if you know how to utilize the gun. So you could just be, he could be standing, up here and look downstairs across a couple of rooms and just end his opponent.
He could be potentially roaming with this thing and going for spawn peaks. He's getting 2 quick reinforcements up. Should be interesting, though, to see if he does decide to roam, playing Vigil the way that he is. He's able to block out intel. I don't necessarily... Yeah, there it is. I was looking for him to maybe get out some of these drones, because at really high-level gameplay, Rainbow Six Siege can sometimes be all about intel, right? A popular phrase you'll hear often is drone economy. So when somebody calls out drone economy, they're essentially saying make sure your cameras do not get destroyed so that throughout the round we can download as much data as possible to make pushing the objective that much easier. Now we're taking a look at Ambush, who is utilizing that camera in order to potentially make a push up main stairs. I don't know, though. They are running a Montaigne.
Yes, they're running a Montaigne and a Blackbeard of all characters.
Yeah.
Not something I would have expected to see.
Should I say 3 shield operators? A Montaigne looks like they have a Blitz, and then what's it? Blackbeard. Yep. Not a true shield, but a shield nonetheless.
And there on that door, we see an Rooney laser fence. So they're going to have to burn some of that utility, even maybe a drone, like you were mentioning, to break this laser shield down. Otherwise, running through, they'll take a ton of damage.
Right. I think what the Blackbeard may be doing, we may be able to see his gameplay at some point, but really effective Blackbeard strategy is actually to hang upside down from one of the objective windows and then peek from the top of the window frame with your Blackbeard shield. Don't know if they're going to do that, though. I don't necessarily have a sightline on where he is.
Now, being down a player, I think it's incredibly smart that they were able to... it was incredibly smart that they were able to pick this Montaigne. This Montaigne gives them the body. They end up burning that drone to bring down that Rooney. They're going to need to step in, though, fairly certain, if at all possible. Now we're back on Mordecai. He's checking these drones. He knows what he's watching, and I think they might know where the Cyclones are pushing from.
Well, the problem that they're going to have... Oh, wow. Somebody gets knifed. It looks like Boba got a...
Boba got a kill.
Yep.
And the ace there shot off the wall as it tries to go down. Some good positioning from Mordecai. Just holding this angle shows that he really knows what his job is in this moment.
Yeah, look at that. Just beautiful angles. Not even getting threatened from white stairs. And that's the problem that they're having right now.
As you say that, you might have just dinged him a little bit. It is October, so we had to jump scare you a little bit there. Back at
that is interesting.
All right, so let's see. And this is the part of Siege that I think the tension really starts to build. With 50 seconds left, they're going to want to get on point and get this bomb planted down. So you're going to have to start making some details. Nice job using the C4. Does he find a kill? He doesn't.
Oh, wow.
He does get downed. And another kill by Baba Yagins. That's 2 kills he's now found on this Montaigne. And another ambush picks up another
There's no
kill here.
way.
They managed to go ahead and get this. They have control of the site. They just need to get the bomb down to be able to play. That's another kill from Ambush Man. The bomb is down. One of the bots is left.
This is good.
Technically, know where they are.
Technically, this is a 2v1 because they have a player not here. Remember, their 5th player has not returned, and that is on the Blackbeard that we were looking for earlier. So this is doable. 2v1s are very doable. I believe he has used his C4. It doesn't matter. Ambush secures the kill with Lion.
That was a 3 or a 4K from him out of this round. He really found his comfort and found the opportunity. We also saw him early in the round. He was droning. He was clearing his angles. He was willing to burn his drone to get his team on the site. And from there, their guns were able to close out the round. And 2 kills from Baba. Oh, the Monte just knocking them down.
Absolutely.
Saying, stop playing.
Stop playing. They are gonna. It looks like they are gonna go back to dorms.
I was gonna ask, if you lost a round once, do you in Siege? Are you willing to say it was a strategy issue, or do you want to sometimes pivot to a completely different?
I think dorms is good. I'm hoping that he actually goes Valkyrie right here. Pretty straightforward strategy with Valkyrie is to apply her cameras at both of these stairs coming up, both main stairs and white stairs, which gives you a ton of data in order to potentially pre-fire the doorways at which those stairs are located. Nonetheless, he does not go Valkyrie, and he's going to go Frostmat. I'm assuming he's going to Frostmat right here where he's standing. No, he's going to put it below the window. I want to see him also put one right after this step. Beautiful. This Frostmat is devious in the sense of as they drop off of this ledge, if they don't look down and they decide to look towards the objective to anticipate incoming gunfire, because clearly the objective is right on the other side of that wall, if they're not looking down and shooting that Frostmat, they're going to get caught. But if they do, you know, it leaves them vulnerable.
And this is the thing about Siege at the end of the day. That drone economy you mentioned before isn't just for getting information during the round, but before the round. Knowing that there is a Frost train changes how you approach some of those drop downs, some of those window areas. So we get to see now from their perspective this time how they try to hold up this defense.
Yeah, correct. And they could also use the Ella, potentially putting an Ella mine near those Frost maps, potentially on the ceiling. There's lighted structure devices that are essentially those LED lights that you see in the ceiling of that attic right there that you can put an Ella device or an Ella mine on, making it that much more difficult to see the Frost mats or to effectively take them out as you're pushing down the attic. I don't know if they've necessarily done that, though. They do have bandit charges on attic wall and on the main wall here of the objective, but, you know, we'll see if they bring some type of anti-wall denial. Like a Thatcher, for instance. It does seem as if they have attic wall open.
Yeah, they did a good job there. I think the Ace was actually able to open it up this time. They realized exactly what you call, hey, let's bring a Thatcher. We need a way to get through this wall. They did this last time. You can't just repeat the same strategy over and over again. But now he's been seen, it looks like, and that was the shock drone once again we saw from the previous round. And now he's making a ton of noise, trying to pre-fire this corner.
Yeah.
Isn't able to find a kill.
Oh, gets smoked, though, by Mordecai, who's pushing down the hallway with a bit of confidence. Now, this is the angle we talked about. He has to be careful of these frost mats. Just sees that frost mat in time. Whether or not they see the second one, though, we're going to probably find out here in a second. What?
Did he? Somebody had to have cleared it.
Somebody had to have taken that out already.
His shock drone might have seen it when it came, when it came up.
Understood. Mordecai, though, getting a wallbang here, ends up getting a headshot on the downed opponent, and now he's going to sort of pixel peek into foosball, caps him right behind the sofa. Wow.
Find his fourth. Can he wipe out the entire team here?
Mordecai.
A lot of good movement, a lot of good placing. They have to find this last player, though. I love using the shock drone to do it, choosing to open up this whole wall.
Oh, wow. They have the intel. They know he's in the back of kids, and now they're going to start to pinch. Somebody gets dropped.
Never mind, it wasn't gone. I don't think it was gone. I think that they stepped on the trap a little bit late. There is one player left on defense, and they have to know that this last player.
Wow, and he's playing the corner right next to the objective bomb itself.
This is Bosif. This is the tier 1. It's what you expect out of him to maybe pull a miracle in a situation where all the players are now looking for him, trying to find his opportunity. This is a 1v1 situation. He just needs to find his opportunity.
Oh, and there's the potato we talked about. A whole salad right there. He's trying to pull down that recoil as much as possible. The good thing, though, about the FAMAS is it does an insane amount of damage. So even if one of those bullets hits, it's going to kill. The bots take it.
Dictator Chicken here, holding on and holding this angle. We'll go ahead and we'll call out here. I wanted Bosif to play a little bit more reserved.
Yeah.
Because they're on offense. They have to get that plant down. There were about 10 seconds or so left in the round.
Yeah.
He, at some point, has to start putting that down before the timer ends.
Yeah.
And if it is the end of the round, he is no longer allowed to stop setting up that bomb. And you can just play this game of chicken and constantly say, like, hey, go ahead. Plant the bomb. Plant the bomb. I'm going to let you plant the bomb.
That's very true.
And the moment he starts typing away on his keyboard, going to drop down. But still, great play from Dictator Chicken. And on the side of the bots in general, they played that really well. I like the adaptation coming into that second attacking round. They were like, okay, we couldn't get through this wall. We had to take a few more risks going through the window. Instead, this time, we're going to bring some EMP, something to deal with this wall.
You know, one of the things that might have gone a little bit unnoticed right there during that last round was the fact that Labamba is still playing that same window. I believe he was probably still using that Boss G like he was prior to it. But just pushing that same window, I think, was sort of a distraction throughout the entirety of the round. Maybe, I don't know if he necessarily got any kills, but they constantly had to check at their 6 o'clock, making sure that they didn't allow him to jump in. So he was a tool, sort of throughout the round that they utilized.
It was really good. And again, it came down to that last kill. I think a great showing and showing that the bots have put time into shooters, kind of like you mentioned. They're no pushover.
Right.
They're looking to go possibly and make a run for the championship this season. So they've been leveling up across the season. But now they have to show up in Skullgirls. And I'm assuming here we're going to probably see Ceviche. Dictator Chicken can probably go in as well. That's a very potent duo in this game. Both of them should be able to come in and show off a little bit. Skullgirls is a little bit different. It's a game about resets. It's going to be Dictator Chicken on your right, and on the left side it's going to be either Baba Yaga or
Lethal League Blaze coming up after this.
A sports game.
Sports game, very fast-paced, very quick win for either one of these teams. Cyclone need to catch a vibe here. This is going to be a 2v2?
Yes, it looks like it's going to be Mordecai sitting down actually first, going up against Baba Yaga as well as Bosif. And them choosing to maybe hold on to Ceviche for that round. So we'll see which side each player is on here in a second. I'm going to let you know right now, I know combos when I see them, and I know that pressure that is Mordecai going to town.
Wow. Yeah. We've seen this character before, and it seems as if this character has very good jump ins, very good combo strings, but that steel chair from the top rope is very effective in this game.
Yes, it is. So he has a really interesting mechanic. He has the chair in and out of his hands, and then he has what's considered called the hype mechanic. So he will get better over the course of this round as he's able to find these hits and continue to get more and more pressure. But the chair extends his range to such a range that you might not expect and be ready to deal with. Now, right there, he took a break from his combo. The opponent could have bursted, ended up opening himself up, and is trying to do his best to fight his way up, but is taking a ton of damage, gets knocked down, picks back up the chair, and now it continues his pressure in the corner. This is Skullgirls. Skullgirls is not this crazy game of incredibly, infinitely long combos. Instead, what you're going to be seeing is pressure. You're going to be seeing resets. You're going to be seeing those guesses, and when players get it wrong, they have to hold a whole another set of hits.
Yeah, and you can definitely see the way he's managing that pressure within the corner by leading with a lot of low strikes, and when his opponent decides to start blocking low, he's going in for the grab. Just initiated with a low strike, maintains the juggle, then goes for the grab. Upon wake up right here, he's going to go for more low strikes, and then if it gets blocked, immediately go into the grab. So the reaction time has to be there. Baba Yaga has to react in time after that low strike occurs and the block happens.
I'm going to be honest with you as well. There's some lack of familiarity here from the side of Cyclones. There's a small green bar, so a small bar underneath the health bar that you'll see start to get filled as it takes hits. When that's full, you're able to burst out of combo.
Interesting.
And I realized that Mordecai was running a lot of pressure. That bar was full, and at no point was Baba going ahead and bursting out. And so this is a situation where maybe a lack of familiarity is putting him in a situation where even when he doesn't have to, he's holding a ton more of this damage. Now, if you get counter hit, that bar does go down, and you have to hold all of the pressure coming the other way around. Doing a good job here of trying to fight back. I'm liking to see Baba push a few more buttons, take a few more chances, but now he's going to have to eat an entire combo. So, again, when this bar fills up, it shouldn't kill, but he's not going to have a whole lot of options after the fact. Just waiting to jab out there. And
couple of tactical squats there to finish the round as well. That was great. That was great pressure. I mean, you talk about the combo strings in that game. It wasn't so much about the combos he was landing because it seemed as if he was doing the same combo repeatedly. But it initiates with a low strike, throws the chair out in order to start a juggle in a sense. And then he seemed to be getting about a 16 to 17 hit combo. But the important thing was the combo itself and that string was carrying his opponent across the stage. So he was able to maintain corner pressure almost the entire time. That's where the mix-up, where the blender effect occurred, and he was going for low strikes, canceling the low strikes to go in for grabs and so forth. So he knows his fighters. Mordecai did exceptional right there.
Once again, one of my favorite players to watch. He does a great job. This bot team, it's really quiet, but like they're so fun to watch.
Right.
As you get deeper and deeper into UBL, because they play the entirety of UBL. They play the games. They're a good team. They're very laid back. They have very good energy to them, but at the same time, you can always tell they're serious and having fun. Now I'm noticing that Sofo-sama is lit up there now on the
He's
end.
in the building.
You can see him below me. So
Sofo's
he's
in the building.
In the building. And so we might get to see these fighters start to have
Hopefully.
a little bit more of a challenge. On the other side of it, one of the fighting game players' favorite sports game in Lethal League Blaze. Some of our reactions, some of our reads, as they're called, where you're looking at your opponent, analyzing them, and making a call of what they're going to do next, plays a huge part.
Yeah, Lethal League Blaze, if you're new to it at home, think of it sort of like a platform fighter similar to Smash Brothers or Multiverses, with the exception of the damage that you're outputting is based off of a volleyball, if you will, that drops into the stage, and then you have to hit that volleyball repeatedly, sending it in the opposing direction in order to damage your opponent. If that ball strikes your opponent, they're going to lose health. Now, similar to Smash Brothers and Multiverses, you're going to have stocks. You're going to have basically lives that you'll see underneath the actual player's name at the top of the screen. Your goal is going to be to consistently, and I mean consistently, predict the trajectory of that volleyball, and then either you or your teammate gets into position to send it back at your opponent. The more times this ball gets striked, the faster the ball is going to go. This match is going to be over before you even blink, so tape your eyelids open. It's about to go down right now. The ball is in play. Let's see how it goes.
And so I can tell you, Dust and Switch are going to be the bot. So that means that this orange team are the Cyclones. Excuse me, orange team is the bots.
Correct.
A little bit better. All these characters have such cool names, but sometimes they do not match who I would guess they are. So Latch and Dice will be the side of the Cyclones. And we have Ambushman and Sofo going in here. And again, we see, so there is a little bit of a tell here.
Yeah.
Whenever they do these big hits, they're called smashes. You'll see the bars on the boombox start to fill up.
Okay.
When that fills up, the ball has to be released. It's coming out. So if you aren't trying to figure out what's happening, you don't want to guess at the timing. It is possible there. Now, no one is at full life. We aren't seeing any one side run away with this game, so it's going to come down to who is able to take this fight and win. And a nice move there by Billy to try to catch his opponent, mistimes it, and let's see if Dictator Chicken's able to find it. Now, the issue with these smashes is it gives your opponent a chance to prepare for the hit, and that preparation ended up setting up the bots for a win there. I wish they would have released that a little bit earlier, force them to guess, take a few different angles. You mentioned in the blink of an eye that game could end, and StarCraft will be up next. Now, we might go ahead and see StarCraft here. Now,
I don't think we're going to see StarCraft
Ambush wants to play StarCraft. I can promise you he wants to play StarCraft. Now, the big question is his team prepared
for StarCraft
to be able to assist him?
Yeah.
Again,
well, if he wants to play it, they definitely should, because, I mean, first of all, you need the experience. If you have somebody that is comfortable on there, and what other better experience than going against Billy, right? Sometimes it's best to be thrown to the wolves, no pun intended, in terms of UEL. But, yeah, nonetheless, it should be interesting.
I'm never going to talk people out of making a decision.
Yeah.
What I will tell you is that for Billy, and I will throw myself into this ring, if you want to play StarCraft, ask us, and I promise you, we will find a point in time to play it with you. This is not an issue.
Right.
I'm not going to speak for Billy. I'll speak for myself. I am confident that in a 1v1 situation, there are maybe 3 to 4 people in the league that I have to worry about.
Okay.
And I've put so much time into the game, and I know Billy even more so than this has put so much time into the game. The gap is really hard to break. In UEL, that could be very different if you want to play it, if you want to put time into it. That's one thing. I don't think StarCraft is the game that you choose to play against Billy. If I'm because but if Ambush feels like he has a strategy, if you feel like you've maybe worked something out, go ahead, take that risk. This is a moment to see how good you are able to do. But other people in the league, please, even as someone that wants to cast and talk more about StarCraft, just. We can if we at some point during this game we will watch Billy.
He's going to be cooking. He's going to be cooking right off the rip. And one of the biggest reasons for that, guys, is we play StarCraft a little bit different than what you're probably used to seeing. So this is unlimited resources. So there's a multitude of different strategies that come along with that. You can obviously start building barracks and different structures in order to start essentially printing out. What would you call them? Just attacking units, right?
Yes.
You can basically just start printing out attacking units, sending those mercenaries across the field to attack your opponent, start damaging their structures and what have you. However, you can also start building structures in terms of a defense. You can start utilizing a turtle strategy, if you will, where you basically are building a strong defense around your home base. And then that way, if your opponent does attack you, you can weaken their sort of offensive line, if you will, and then counterattack them. There's all sorts of things that come into play when you have unlimited resources. Billy is super effective at.
And this is why, and I will build up the myth of Billy the Legend until the day, Billy the Goat, the legend of Billy the Goat in StarCraft. It's not that I think that Billy's unbeatable. I think most people in the league don't realize that the strategy that you described, Billy is doing both of those at the same time. He is attacking and playing defense. Objective Rival is going to be the next game. This looks like they chose to hold Sofo out here, and we're going to see a ton of Protoss players. So this is going to be the advanced futuristic race for anybody that's into sci-fi. Billy is instead going to be playing, Ambushman, not Billy. Ambushman is going to be playing the Zerg. This is Billy's normal race. He swapped up for the rules of the league. And now we're watching Dictator Chicken. He's going to start off. What these advanced aliens can do is they can teleport enemies in. They can make them appear anywhere on the map. But to do that, they need power, and that is what these are. These are pylons. They're these crystals that will power any and every single thing that a team would like to do. So what Dictator Chicken is doing is making sure he has his power up, and now he is starting to place buildings. He's going to place them close together. He's trying to ensure that he doesn't block anything from getting in or out of these different bases. Unfortunately, he has done that. But, they can still kind of hopefully run around here to the back. But he's making a bunch of gateways. Right. This is this advanced futuristics race, similar thing to the barracks. Okay. You print out your most basic unit, a Zealot. It's an alien with 2 energy swords. Just imagine from Halo, the Arbiter running around with 2 energy swords on his hands at all times. That is essentially what is probably coming out here in this moment. And now Bosif is similarly playing. Now Protoss normally is a unit, as you mentioned it, that the reason why it's the strongest from where we normally play is because since we have unlimited resources, they normally take a long time to get online. They take a lot of time to build up their forces and to get stronger. To do that in the meantime and to do that and to get better, it usually takes them a lot of time to get to that point. With unlimited resources, it's a matter of how fast can you work, how fast can you play, and how much stuff can you build. We now see that they're electing to go for a little bit of a different strategy, and I think the idea here is to buy their carry player here, who is Ambushman. They're trying to buy him time. So you can see he set up a whole bunch of hatcheries here.
Building those defensive structures potentially like we talked about in order to sort of complement your best player. It's interesting that this is a 4v4, correct?
Yes.
Right, so there's a little bit of both of those things that we talked about, printing units essentially to go on the attack to get that early game aggression, but then also at the same time, you can sort of lean on some of your other players to start, printing out some of those defensive structures, defense towers, things along those lines to protect your base. That's interesting.
Yeah, and so now we already see some of the attacks coming in. Doing a good job. These cannons will help. This will buy a little bit more time for Ambushman because it seems like the understanding is that we need to just attack them, not give them enough time to play the game. And this is, as someone that literally experienced this from the bots not too long ago, this is what Billy's approach is. Billy's approach is for his teammates to buy him time. He's taught them how to play StarCraft and to play it well. But the way that he's taught them and what he's told them he needs done is he's already teched up, by the way. He is no longer on gateways. Everyone else is using these gateways and on these units. He is now completely teched up into his next set of units and is going to prepare to grow his army even bigger. He instead has his teammates run out, charge across the battlefield, and deal damage. He gets his first wave of enemies. You can still see that he is bringing more and more units out here. He's still willing to fight. He's still willing to take these opportunities, but he's building his real army behind it. Now, what these buildings you see a bunch of are called Stargates, and they are descriptive. These are the flying units of this race. So you're going to see a ton of ships. I believe Billy's going to be rushing towards carriers, getting a few Void Rays to start off with. So something, again, he's never leaving himself completely defenseless. He has something that he can go ahead, send out, and begin to fight with. But here,
amassing a massive army, it looks like, and is sort of the calm before the storm, if you will. Even though there is a lot of things going on right now, it's about to be the march to Helm's Deep from Billy.
Yes.
He's building up those units relatively fast, and as soon as he starts moving across the board, I would recommend everybody at home just paying attention to the cameras that you see, that black and white camera that you see in the bottom right-hand corner. If it's not Billy, you'll start to see a lot of head shaking, a lot of frustration as this sort of unfolds. Nonetheless, you are seeing a little bit of action start to unfold on the screen.
Yes, now Ambushman is already starting to get his attacks. Now, this is the important thing of how Billy has set up his teammates. His teammates can't hit anything in the air. Ambushman is playing the one different race. He's not playing these futuristic warriors. He's instead playing the Zerg. They are the Flood equivalent, if you're a Halo fan. They are this hive mind race that is just going to flood the board with tons and tons of enemies, do a ton of damage. You can see all of these Mutalisks come down. We're going to see a huge clash, but importantly, there is not going to be any damage here coming out from the other side. And this is Billy's approach. Billy's approach is in a 1v1 in a perfect world, you might be able to win, and that's where I need Ambushman to
Wow, look at that absolute melt that we are seeing on your screen, basically just amassing such an offensive force that he becomes unstoppable in a sense.
Now, importantly, Ambush is not committing to the fight against Billy. Billy now moving into carriers, moving and transitioning, upgrading even further, getting even stronger.
This is where the frustration sets in because he just burned through a lot of your resources, a lot of those units, and that's when you're going to start to see some of that head shaking occurring as he moves across the field, starts to close the distance on that base. And, you know, one thing I do want to say while we're watching StarCraft, there's so many units, so many ads on the screen right now. This wouldn't be possible without those SurfThing computers that we talk about all the time being used on the floor in the arena all the time. We have unlimited resources, so the fact that these PCs are still running throughout this fight is nuts.
I want to highlight, it goes even beyond. A normal StarCraft game is capped at a supply cap in that top right-hand corner of 200. We get upwards of 1,000 per player. We are beyond pushing this game to the extreme. And that extreme means that we have an opportunity to now try our best to just see how much they can take. And guess what? We've played games following this. We played like Overwatch while StarCraft was running in the background. So don't worry, your SurfThing PCs will carry you home. Any game, anything you throw at them. And now Ambushman has to find his way to when he has a ton of hatcheries, which is going to allow him to build a ton of units and replenish this army.
This may sort of be one of those counterattacks that we talked about at the top of the hour.
The big thing is, can he 1v4? That's going to be the real question here that he's going to have to find success for. He has to find a way to not only get through this grounded army that he's dealing with, but to deal with the army of Billy the Goat. I can tell you right now, Billy's army is not currently attacking. Billy is waiting in the wings, I feel like, to deal the final blow. He's making sure everyone else is off of the map before he moves in. This is a ton of Mutalisks. This is going to do an amazing job against these ground units. They're going to melt. They're going to disappear as quickly as they run in. But now, if Billy has been playing with his teammates, he's probably telling them, like, hey, we need to start teching up. And this should be the moment where he realizes, oh, this is the player I need to kill. This is the player I need to fight. This is somebody that I need to do damage to.
He's got to be careful with his click management. There's a lot of ads that aren't necessarily attacking that frontal group, that are sort of trickling off behind. You know, just the amount of map knowledge that has to be managed throughout this is nuts.
And this is what I meant when I said he was waiting just a tad. Now, controlling your units is a matter of understanding the state of the game. And the game caught up, by the way. I want to give them full credit there. The game slowed down for a second, like, hold on. Okay, that's a lot. Anyway, he can handle it. He pulls back, having lost a lot of his troops, but he now has to be ready to fight this force. This is the ultimate test when you play Billy the Goat. It's not, can you keep up with him for 1 minute or 2 minutes? It is the entirety of the game.
The endurance.
Billy is not stopping. He is not for one moment taking a break. One of his teammates in Ambushman's and one of the Cyclones are managing to take a fight here, managing to help. And now Billy has decided to descend upon this enemy, descend and remove them from the map. It is at this moment that you understand why in the lore of the game, there's a thing called the Golden Armada. And you see it coming, funnily enough, from Billy in this moment. These ships descending and tons of damage. And Ambush being smart to try to attack Billy, maybe why he's looking a different direction.
That's true.
But all
now
that
he's
does
pulling his troops
is
up there.
you made a call to a fantasy novel there a little bit ago. The Eye of Sauron is now on Ambush Man. No more builds will be coming out, and Ambush Man is going to end up taking a ton of damage. Now, this is something that's really interesting because there's a lot of players out there at home. They're like, there's no more building, so what is Billy doing? A lot of characters have abilities. You're not building anything to use these abilities. You're just using the abilities and the energy that currently exist on the unit. And this is, again, this requires knowledge. I have a lot of respect for Ambushman for being willing to take this matchup. It's just, I can speak forever of, as someone, Billy has played this game semi-professionally. He's played it for a very long time. And to quote Billy the GOAT, when it came to referencing him, people playing, he said, take 4 years, play StarCraft 8 hours a day, and then come talk to me.
Clearly has a level of game knowledge when it comes to this title. You can see how confident he is in the top right-hand corner of your screen, just sort of smiling as he closes the distance here with these aerial drones, if you will, just absolutely shredding. He's closing in, and that's gonna do it.
And name me something more classic than the bots winning StarCraft.
And Billy smiling.
I did understand. He was having fun because, again, I think Billy wants the challenge more than anything else. Good showing by Ambushman, good showing by the Cyclones as a whole. I think surviving a lot longer than people may have expected them to. They've definitely put in some work and definitely gotten the experience and the time, and were prepared to play the game.
Well, and, props to the rest of his team for sort of setting him up for victory, right?
Yes.
So he did a little bit of the pulling towards there at the end, but we can't forget his teammates really complimented him.
Very good call. I think it was Bosif that we were watching, I think, a little bit earlier as well. Bosif or Baba. Maybe Pizza's been quietly working on it. You talked to him. He said he was grinding. He's working on some stuff. So this Cyclone team, if you're able to hold up against Billy that well, I think you can make an argument to challenge any team in the league in StarCraft, to be honest with you. Again, last anecdote. The best team in the league is the bots with Billy. The second best team is the bots without Billy. That's what's been said by many people in the league. I haven't gotten the chance to play the bots without Billy.
That.
I would love to do that. That would be a lot of fun. But I do know that he's taught his entire team. But now they have to transition, and you have to move gears. This is an easy one. Oh, wow, we lost to the Billy and the bots. Oh, no. All right, ejected rivals. This is where you become the vehicle just as much as driving a car.
Eject the rivals. Before we get into this game, though, I wanted to point out the Cyclones only have one timeout left, and it's not even halftime.
Beyond that, it is. We
have 3 hours. We haven't even played a full hour, and the Cyclones only have one timeout. Now, I do think that they used some of those timeouts just to get Sofo into the building, if I had to guess.
That would be smart, to buy a little bit of time to maybe go here. It looks like, unfortunately, for those that are wondering, 3 of those timeouts were called for Rainbow Six Siege.
Wow.
Which, if they had won, I'm never going to call that the best option, but it's an okay option.
The fact that you didn't win, though, it kind of seems like it hurts just a little bit more. It just hurts a little bit more.
I will make my first prediction, and it's a prediction that I hope is wrong. If they lose another timeout, we might see our biggest gap in score ever in the UK.
Wow, really?
It's so impressive to not have any timeouts at the 3 hour mark. You can't make mistakes, and we saw what happened in the second half, let alone for an entire 3 hours.
That's true, and a level of fatigue starts to set in too. The more losses that you pick up, it's hard to sort of keep a winner's mentality, if you will, and just just gunning away at every single game, just trying to stay as positive as possible. Man, when you start chalking up a lot of L's, that is very difficult to do.
And here we go. We're watching Mordecai on the grand finale. This is the final race for players that are familiar with the game. This is normally works in the game short format, which you're able to see. And Mordecai was a slightly too soon there on his landing, wasn't able to respawn in his car. So that is the mechanic that prevents you from just jumping out of your car repeatedly.
Okay.
Is every so often, you have to give it time to basically recharge back up. And now he doesn't have any fuel as he drops down. Luckily, he's going to be dropping straight down. So this shouldn't be a problem, and he'll get a little bit here at the bottom. But he's already onto the second section of our map in the lead. So picking up a couple of fuel points here.
Slight mishap there, it looks like.
You can't skip any of these circles. So if you're on the right track, is the circle will be blue more than anything. Mordecai now as well, doing his best to continue to move through, but he's up here competing with his teammate. And I have to take a look back and wonder where the Cyclones are at. This is what I will call the second of 3 major sections of the map. You cross this river, and then you're going to wind your way through a set of caves, and that will get you to our last little flying section. Both experiencing, depending on how you hit the angle when you spawn your car in, your car can bug out a little bit. So now they're going to weave a little bit before they go into one last flying section that will determine who wins this map. I have to already have strong feelings that the bots are taking this one pretty good.
Well, Mordecai seems pretty experienced on the map. You can tell just because there's a few times where he seems frustrated, but frustrated not in the sense of that he's just not getting his maneuvers off. Frustrated that he sort of had the confidence to advance within the course and then obviously didn't land correctly, didn't get back into his vehicle in time, and so much more. So I think they're feeling good. I think they're feeling really good at this moment, especially knowing that they're up 6-0. They're sort of coasting along here, and hopefully this is a game that we get to see a little bit from both teams.
Yes, and we have to see which one of the bots manages to take it. They're neck and neck right now. Both of them are playing together. Labamba and Mordecai flying side by side. This is that third section of the map where as long as you hit it right, and Mordecai unfortunately missing one of those fuel canisters means he's not going to be able to hit this. It's going to force him to respawn, which will give him at least a little bit of fuel and opportunity.
Well, and Bosef right now is in third place trying to catch up. Whether or not he can do that is, anyone's guess. But it does seem as if Mordecai and Labamba are very, very comfortable here on Injected Rivals.
I have to believe that the game is going to end here in a second. We're just over the 2-minute mark.
There it is.
2-3 minute mark. Right around 2:45. 3 minutes is the fastest time we've seen in the UEL. 2:53. They're coming out. Coming out of Labamba, going ahead and should take the game with no problem. That's going to go ahead and.
Now this just comes down to the fastest time between the four. Understand.
Situation, just the fastest time, and so now we're going to be looking ahead to DBD. And setup, we will find out who has which setup. It's going to be on the Cyclones, so the Cyclones can choose to play killer here or play survival.
That's true, and that's what we talked about, yesterday a little bit. Dead by Daylight is probably amongst like the top 3 games that I think setup is super important for. Most of the time that I've been broadcasting, it seems like it's very difficult to play the killer, but we saw yesterday killers actually win, which was fascinating. I loved watching that. You're going to see all different types of picks in terms of what killer is being chosen, everything from Trapper to the Nurse. Yesterday we saw
Vecna. The Lich.
Yes.
Yep.
Dungeons and Dragons, but also Stranger Things.
Yes. I always forget the Stranger Things part. Haven't watched it yet. Got to get it to it.
Watch Stranger Things?
There's a whole conversation here.
Listen.
I've had the amount of things that I
don't listen to him.
At some point on broadcast, there are going to be shows that are brought up that people are going to be like, you haven't watched that?
You said that out loud.
Yes, legitimately. By the way, I'm also not going to even say I've had Netflix the entire time. It's not that I didn't have Netflix, just I have not watched the show
yet. That is funny.
So when everybody was like, oh yeah, Vecna from this, I'm like, D&D?
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
What?
That makes sense.
He was in. Oh, okay. But you have a ton of different killers here. Some horror movie favorites, all the way down to classic different killers to unique killers to this game.
Now, have we seen some of the newer characters being played, like Xenomorph and like Ghostface?
So, funnily enough, Xenomorph, Billy does play Xenomorph.
Wow. Okay.
He has done it. Did it last season as well. We have not seen anybody play the newest killer, which is Dracula.
Oh, wow.
I would love to see him appear here in the league. It'll be a little bit of fun.
Nicolas Cage?
Nicolas Cage can be played as well. He has some fun perks. Nicolas Cage is a survivor, though.
I know.
Some of the theatrics, he has some of the best perks. He has literally a perk where he's like, oh my God, I'm dying. Gotcha. And then gets to run away.
That's awesome.
It's super fun. So I want to see what both teams end up building. I have to believe that just maybe, I'm trying to decide what I would want here. Would I want to go into playing?
Well, it's interesting. So you get to choose, obviously, whether or not you want to be killer or you want to be survivor. But then if you don't choose those things, you get to choose the map. And map choice is going to be crucial depending on the play style of you and your teammates. There's certain maps that are a little bit more lit than other ones are in terms of like the daytime, nighttime cycles or just the lighting of the map in general. Then there's also maps that are much more close corridors, less open fields. And if it's a dark map in particular, it may be a little bit easier to sort of avoid the killer. Find little secret hiding spots, manipulate those pallets, jumping over and through windows and what have you. That could be difficult. But, I think I would obviously go for a less lit map map. Make it as difficult for the killer as possible because, I mean, especially if all of these survivors are really spread out, if they're communicating, getting each other off the hooks and what have you, it is so difficult to cover all parts of this map. Dead by Daylight is very difficult as a killer, I think.
So yeah, I personally think that killer for the UEL for the most part for a lot of teams is the easier option.
Okay.
You only got to practice with yourself. You hop online.
Yeah, that's true.
For this, what we've seen is a lot of teams working on their synergy, which means that, as you hinted at, the survivors have been pretty advantageous this season because if you have that coordinated team, it's not hard to pop 2 or 3 generators. Now, another timeout was used, and it is
we just got word that Cyclones used their last timeout. The reason that's important for anyone watching at home, we had mentioned sort of some of the tech issues earlier on in the night. If you do something like you're not ready by the time setup has ended, your controller's not ready. We had a situation, I think it was Billy last week, who couldn't find his controller. They had to take a timeout because he couldn't find his controller. Imagine being forced to forfeit the game because you can't find your controller. There's all sorts of issues like that can occur. If you don't have a timeout, you are forced to forfeit the game, right? So they're in a situation where they actually need the bots to run out of timeout so that they could potentially get some free forfeited wins. We might see a snowballing effect occur here with the bots, like Strix had mentioned earlier, where we get into the victory column of 20-plus wins for the bots if they keep the same momentum.
It's something that's really scary. I want to see, because we know they can be clean. We know that there is solid skill, solid ability from both of these teams. They've put up some great numbers this season. They've shown well. But I think, again, turmoil and how well you deal with it is the difference. I think that is the biggest difference between these top teams. Unforced errors, sometimes kind of figuring out what their identity is.
Right.
The Cyclones team is a new team put together.
Yeah.
Whereas Billy and Labamba are brothers. They've known each other longer.
Yeah, there's a synergy there.
But then beyond that, I know Mordecai and Ceviche have been friends for a long time. I know Mordecai's been on the bots since he got drafted. So, there's a lot of synergy and built-in synergy with this team. And
100%.
Of the people on here, Dictator really is the newest member of this team, but he's a veteran of the league. He knows how it functions. So put him with a bunch of other veterans, and they all
they've been around the block.
What has to be done.
Mm-hmm.
And Billy is already looking for those moments.
Yeah.
If you don't know the general rules, how the league works,
right,
and you don't know how each game is supposed to be set up, Billy will kill you for it.
Well, and it's not just that. I mean, you talked about everybody on their team being super experienced, but Billy is definitely the leader of that team with sort of that, not just game knowledge, but sort of that league knowledge. And we discussed yesterday the one of the biggest problem with the Bandits is the lack of a leader sort of emerging amongst them. And, we sort of referenced that today throughout the stream, just talking about I want to see the Cyclones have a leader that sort of stands out, that makes it to where these minor issues stop occurring. The fact that you're going into halftime with 0 timeouts is really, really difficult. So maybe use this as a learning experience. Maybe someone will take initiative and sort of step out from the pack and say, hey, guys, we can do this. We're better than this. Potentially we see that starting right here with Dead by Daylight.
Yes, and we're going to be watching Baba Yaga
on Trapper.
On the Trapper. So this killer is pretty interesting. He is the original killer from this game. He sets down these bear traps, and if you run into them, you end up taking a ton of damage. We saw, I believe, Painful Boar use this to great effect the other week. So we saw a lot of very good play out of this Trapper, and even though he's one of the first killers that ever came out in the game, he's no less potent than the other ones.
I will note, too, that this map is actually relatively well lit in terms of just the lighting, but the thing that's difficult about this one is just the fog effect. The fog effect at distance sort of becomes blurred within the grass itself, so as long as you're saying, relatively low, potentially rotating to your teammates that are on and off hooks and what have you, you can definitely break that line of sight with the killer themselves relatively easy on this map. So Baba Yaga has his work cut out for him here.
And you'll see there Baba walked into the building because he saw those red scratch marks. That's telling him that one of the survivors have been there. And Baba's now just kind of starting his patrol, looking around, looking for a few different generators, kind of checking and making sure what he wants to be.
And solid trap placement so far from what we've seen. Coming up on his first victim, gets a slash off, potentially going for a second one too. trying to rotate back around the generator. I didn't like the decision there to just stay on the generator itself. Potentially that survivor thought that he may chase the first.
Yes, and it looks like he didn't realize that generator is already regressing. Drops down a trap, so if they try to sneak back around here, he has an opportunity to catch him. Ends up stepping in his own trap.
Oh, you could see him grimace at that. Yeah, he sort of grimaced a little bit after stepping into his trap. Now, that's one of the things that's going to play against him on this map. If these survivors are spread out like I talked about and just working effectively as a team, it's going to make it that much more difficult. He doesn't have necessarily a teleport or a dash or something along those lines in order to close the gap and close the distance in an effective manner with quick mobility. Coming up on a victim could potentially, but he whiffs it. He whiffs the slash. He does have a pallet. I liked the fact that he was sort of played a little bit passive there. Didn't want to get hit by the pallet itself, but he steps into another one of his traps. This comes down to environmental knowledge. This is game sense. He's got to maintain his game sense if he plans on taking this.
And so I want to highlight really quickly, because we just saw it, he still managed to catch one of them as they rotated back around by the trap. So it ends up working in his favor, keeping them in this area and continuing to play from there. He's looking to pick up this player and walk around. This is Ceviche. He's going to go ahead and take the first hook for his team. But they bought enough time for the first generator to get finished. So 5 of those generators, you saw it light up on your screen, need to be done. And then the doors need to be opened. And 2 of the bots players need to get out of this game to find a victory. On the other side, Baba's looking to kill all of the players to guarantee himself a win. Finally, this pallet gets thrown, and now he's looking to chase this player.
Oh wow! I don't like the unwillingness to sort of commit right there. He sort of stepped away from the pallet, then went back to the pallet to destroy it. Those survivors are gone. Great communication though between them. If he doesn't sort of maintain his game sense, we're going to see that number in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, guys. He's coming back at the same generator. Probably going to at least. Oh wow! Okay, so he gets one hit off.
And Mordecai ends up taking another hit and has now been pushed away from Ceviche. Good move on Baba Yagan's part just to catch him off guard.
Right.
He caught him like crouching down, almost getting away.
Wow, the prediction play there to be able to slice him prior to even him jumping over that window, that ledge right there. He was ready, completely ready for him. Really, really like that. So maybe he's starting to step it up in terms of that game sense that we discussed. Now, I like this play. This is cheeky. Let's make sure he remembers exactly where that trap is.
Yes, and now if I'm Mordecai, I'm telling my team, like, hey, he put a trap,
right in
front of
communication
me
is key, absolutely.
You need to be talking to both sides, looking around, trying to see where there's an opponent, where there's a player. He saw some scratch marks.
He saw some scratch marks and then completely just abandoned them. I don't know if he noticed it or if he thought it was part of the sort of the environmental design. Nonetheless, whiffed an opportunity to go after a survivor right there.
And now, importantly, he's checking back over here on the map. Ceviche's been taken off the hook, fully healed. He's going to be able to take 2 more hits. But now they have to find an opportunity. And that trap he left right by Mordecai looks like it has gone off. And he's found Ceviche once again. This is really bad. This would be Ceviche's second of 3 hooks he's allowed for the entirety of this game. I honestly want to see the players go ahead and almost abandon this generator for the time being.
Yeah.
Seeing as Baba Yagans has kind of stuck around for a long time, Ceviche, one big thing that is happening here is that the killer does move faster than the survivor. So Ceviche ultimately ends up getting caught. This will be his second hook, which means if he is caught again for the rest of the game, his game will be finished. This is the best step for Baba Yagans to take, and is actually going to take him all the way
I like that decision.
The basement, make it harder for his teammates to come and get him and make it a bigger time commitment. Really smart decision here, and now his teammates have 1 minute before he dies permanently, so come all the way over to this corner to come and grab
Not only that, not only is it a long committed sort of rescue attempt, if you will, but it's the fact that he already has been hooked twice. Is he worth going to save knowing that he's only 1 hook away from getting eliminated? Resetting this trap here, love to see it. I am really surprised. Usually by this time in previous matches that you guys have seen on UEL, typically there's more than 1 generator that's been finished at this point. Baba Yaga struggling at the start, but maybe potentially looking really good right here. Ends up getting the hit.
And this time finds Dictator Chicken. And ends up getting that hit, like you said, and that's going to put him in a position now to damage another player. Remember, Mordecai's been on the hook once. If he can start finding another hook state, I would say he's in a pretty good position, still being at 4 generators. And Dictator Chicken there ends up actually getting pulled off the window, tried to complete that action too close there to Baba Yagans, is able to yoink him off, and is now going to go ahead and get placed on the hook as well. So it does look like they maybe made the call that you did, which is to let Ceviche die. Nobody went to get him, and at
Yep.
the last possible moment, they grab him. But what this means
Yeah.
is he knows at least 2 people are here, and
Correct.
Ceviche only has 1
Oh,
hit.
and he lands the trap.
Make that no hits. Now, he did use a perk there to try to survive, but unfortunately ends up having to burn his initial invincibility.
Yeah.
This is going to be Ceviche ending. Now, whoever came to save him, and it has to be either Mordecai or Billy, has to hopefully have made it out of this area
Yeah.
and is off to continue to work on gens. They managed to get another one done. This is important, right?
Mm-hmm.
With 2 more generators done, there's a lot that you're able to do. Now, Bob is setting a trap here around Shaq. This is good.
Yeah.
That's normally one of the strongest loops where you're
Mhm.
able to hold players in one spot for a long
Right.
time. But it looks like this trap by this generator is finding
Yeah.
a lot of purchase, and he's found the rest of the bots running away, scurrying away like the lights just came.
Well, and I would like to note that they have completed a second generator, so there's only 3 more. But it's Baba Yaga's doing his thing. He's
Yes.
doing his thing. Did he just abandon the hook?
I think he walked away from that one, but that's because Billy got caught by this trap
Right,
a
I
long
love it.
time ago, and now Billy, who has for the longest time been untouched, has been found and is now in a position where his team isn't in a great spot.
Yeah.
But we see the last survivor. I'm almost certain I saw somebody running by here as Mordecai. If he
Yep.
finds and downs Mordecai, this will be the
Oh,
end of
wow.
the game. And
Wow.
that might just
That's
be it.
definitely
Now,
gonna
there
do
could
it.
have perks, depending on what people have. There could be perks here that will allow them to survive. Baba's going to have to come, pick up, and hook every single survivor to make sure that he does win this game. But depending on the perks that they do have, I think he's kind of waiting and watching, making sure that no one has some of these trickier perks that let you stand back up even when you're hurt and when you're down.
Right. I
To
love the
try to make
patience.
this game state. Him hooking Billy is really important because Billy hadn't been seen for most of the game, and if
Yeah.
he'd gotten a lot of progress, he could have the points to contest
Mhm.
this game. I appreciate Bob. Like, he's locked in. He's not letting there be any risk. Billy moves to second stage, which now means Billy has 60 seconds before he is going to die. You see that bar going down, so it seems like Billy's missing some of these skill checks. So maybe hoping for a fortunate hatch spawn, and now starting to walk back over and look for this other player. Billy will go ahead and die. He picks up this other player. Now, importantly, this hook won't be usable because it was just used. He's going to have to find another hook, and if he doesn't make it there in time, this person can wiggle off of the shoulder
Okay.
and get to run. So he's walking a distance, but I think he's found a hook in time. Yep,
Yeah.
right here. Going to go ahead and hook a player right there.
Now, does he still have the game knowledge of where this other opponent is downed?
Yes, he does. You can see them there through the
There
wall.
we go.
Gonna walk back over here.
Mhm. Oh, but he steps in his
Okay,
trap
so that's-
again, and he's laughing in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen because that marks, I think, the 3rd or 4th time he's stepped into his own trap. Now, what is he doing here?
He's just waiting. The player could technically stand back up, could have a perk that could in a ton of ways affect him, but is instead choosing to let the player lay here, ultimately die, ultimately. You will run out and basically bleed out with enough time passed, and Mordecai doing the little wiggle like, please, please kill me, please, end the game.
So is he saving time as a result of not putting him on the hook?
He could be. He could be. But instead,
Because
Mordecai's being safe. Or Mordecai and Baba are both kind of being safe here.
Okay.
Basically, Mordecai got picked up there. Now, he does have perks here that could possibly spell Baba's doom. Honestly, Baba could also step in one of his own traps.
Right.
And would drop him.
Mhm.
I don't think that's going to happen. I think he knows that there's another place, another player. This is a pretty long distance hook, so if Mordecai hits all the great skill checks, and he's going to run out of time here as he turns and hooks him, that's going to be the first Cyclones win of the day with a 4K coming out
Wow.
of Baba Yagins, and Valorant's going to be getting set up here.
Yeah.
Good job, Baba Yagins.
Yeah, he
I had a lot of
performed really
questions
well.
there. I was worried initially.
Mhm.
The Trapper pick I like because, again, strong fundamentals can really lead you well. It allows you to
Yep.
hold down one area of the map. Criticism to the bots. They just abandoned those gens and worked on something else.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I thought they were working well together as a team, getting each other off the hooks. And, Baba Yaga was struggling at the start of that match, I think, stepping into his own traps, not making predicted strikes, whiffing a couple of times on the survivors. But I think as he sort of got comfortable, especially as he got a few of the survivors on the hooks, I think he got a bit of confidence knowing how much time is left, how many generators are left, and then he just started to vibe.
It was a great opportunity, and I think that he really does benefit well and did a good job to claw that game back. I was a little bit worried when that first gen popped.
The first gen popped like relatively fast, and then the second one sort of happened in the midst of some action. So I'm thinking, okay, but it was really the fact that he brought that survivor down into the basement. As soon as he did that, I was thinking, wow. I mean, do you just got to give up on your teammate knowing that they've already been hooked twice? The moment that they actually rescued him, Baba Yaga was right next to that cabin. So as soon as that rescue happened, I'm thinking to myself, okay, you basically have both just pigeonholed yourself into this basement, and he played it really effectively and ended up getting both of them.
And that's that first win. This is what they need in this moment. They need to start building some momentum off of this. Moving into another shooter, we saw them put up some numbers on the side of Rainbow Six Siege. So hopefully this other shooter ends up coming out and showing out here. And the star of the show here is going to be Pizza Man.
You were telling me, not just during the broadcast, telling me I've heard prior to the broadcast even starting today that Pizza was very talented in Valorant. So it's going to be fascinating to watch. I've heard he's gotten a few aces.
Yeah, he's gotten aces in like 2 3v5 situations.
Okay.
Where like playing the entire game by himself, he's aced multiple rounds.
Now, is this coming down to like game sense? Is it accuracy? Is it just money economy in terms of his purchases during the game?
It's a little bit of everything. He has a strong knowledge of the game. We've seen those aces when he's playing the likes of Reyna, playing a duelist, that fragger role. But we've also seen it on initiators.
Right.
And these other characters that bring a lot more utility to this team, he's still able to, just with the gun in his hand.
Right.
And with those little bits of knowledge he's able to glean, find these kills. Now, I think I want to see him go off. I want to see him play. I
think this should be a good moment for him.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's gonna also come down to a lot of his teammates here.
Yeah.
I know Sofo's he's a fighting game player through and through. And is fairly new to some of these newer PC games, especially some of the genres like Valorant, some of those PC exclusives. So how well his team has prepared him for this moment is going to be huge. Because this bots team as a whole knows how to play, and have put some time into. So some of the characters I can tell you from the bot side, we're probably going to see a Yoru.
Okay.
We're probably going to see a. And please immediately prove me wrong. I love when I get proven wrong because it means these players have been grinding.
And it looks like we're getting Maelstrom next here too.
Omen a good bit as well. Looks like a lot of base characters actually coming out here from the side of the Cyclones, with Ambushman being the one player not playing a base character at least.
Gotcha. And for those of you watching at home, if you're unfamiliar with Valorant, this is, I would say, like a hero-based sort of tactical shooter. There is an economy of cash and or currency that sort of is spent throughout the game. You start off with very basic weaponry, and as the rounds advance, you get a little bit more cash. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. If the better you perform, the more cash you receive, or is it just a baseline?
Yes. So getting kills, defusing bombs. There's little ways to get more and more cash. If you're just dying every single round, you'll end up finding yourself sometimes struggling for a gun.
Got you.
And even your abilities, you have to make those decisions.
Yes.
So imagine in Siege, when you pick your character, you had to buy how many
of your abilities you can use.
Yeah, and even the number of them. So you don't get. I'll go to Hibana because you mentioned her. You don't get all 16 pellets. Maybe you have to buy them 4 8 at a time. And so how you perform round to round directly can correlate to how much you have. So
there's also things like armor, right?
Yes.
The ability to purchase armor prior to a round starting. So it's not just about weapons. It's not just about abilities. You also have to manage your armor. The other thing that sort of sets this game apart is sort of the mobility aspect of it. This isn't like a classic arena shooter where you're seeing these players run all around the map, jump over objects and what have you. Very often, or let's just say more often than not, when a shootout occurs, these players are going to be pretty much just planting their feet, standing still in a sense. Sometimes they're strafing and what have you, especially if it's close quarters. But at a distance, if you're holding still, the blossom effect on your reticle is going to tighten, and it's going to allow you to be just a little bit more accurate. So predict some of that to come out here, especially as these pixel frame peaks start occurring. Looks like Bosif trying to get a couple of shots just through this smoke right here. Being wary of some abilities flying through it, he himself doesn't want to get shot, but he's left in the middle of that hallway. Probably should have peeked that a little bit more and waited for the smoke to die out, but prior to actually doing so.
And it looks like the entirety of the bot's team is there. Ends up being made vulnerable, is going to take a ton of damage, and Ambushman looking to rotate off to maybe stop the flank, doing a good job. A lot of gunfights have gone down, and the Cyclones have only lost one. There are only 2 bots remaining now. and it looks like the Cyclones are trying to decide what to do next.
So yeah, you mentioned Pizza. I'm curious to see like his level of game sense as he sort of starts peeking around, pushing this other objective. Looks like he's coming up on the C objective.
So he tosses out this eye. If anybody's seen by it, it will go ahead and give him the information that they're down, and is instead they found the opportunity to go ahead and get set up. So they have the information that nobody was here. They rotated off of that last site and have now gotten the bomb plant down.
And he's covering the flank. I like this.
Pizza lurking. This shows you that he's played this game enough to realize exactly what he has to worry about. And one of the cool things I like about that is they use environmental information to tell you where head height should be.
Yes.
So if you can see here, he's visually holding his cursor exactly where it needs to be because he knows that's Dictator Chicken going down on the fade. Ambushman picking up another kill. He picked up that clutch kill on the fade, and even Pizza there for a second might want to have taken a few shots, but Ambush getting a third kill. Great play from him today, actually. This is the second game where he's picked up multiple kills during a round to really help his team secure that victory. Now, and compared to Rainbow Six Siege, we do play Swift Play, which is first to 5 rounds.
Okay.
As opposed to just that 3-round split back and forth. So you have a little bit more time to adapt, to maybe adjust, pick a few different weapons, and that's where that economy will start to play a factor. Because even though money is different, what you're able to access will directly correlate. So are you able to pick up a few kills, able to do something during the round?
Yeah, Pizza seemed very confident in terms of the weaponry he selected right there at the start of the round. Just instantaneously in a number of 3 clicks, picked up the armor, picked up his abilities, picked up the weapon, and now he's ready to roll as we start to push this objective. Looks like they're going for A at the moment. Let's see if... I like this. He's sort of playing within that smoke. He's going to sort of peek out, and then if there is anybody there looking at him, he's going to pull back into the smoke and then hug the wall in order to sort of mitigate or shrink his hitbox, if you will, to prevent getting shot. Taking his time. He's got to be careful, though. Looks like there's some flames in front of him right now.
Yes, the Phoenix on the side of the bots trying to slow down this push, give his team time to rotate, time to make a play and to help out defend this defense. There's a lot of utility being used here, but for not much reward. They're going to have to swing. They're going to have to take an opportunity. They know at least one player is on site. They're going to have to find it.
Oh, wow.
Swinging and finding the kill.
Just pushing with the gratata. Gets a very, very easy kill as he's pretty much just hugging this wall, hugging this part of the objective. Each objective having only a certain set amount of entrances in order to get to it. Billy holding this one down very easy with this SMG.
And now Bosif has gone down as well. That's 2 of them. Wow. Last time we saw a very good job by the side of the Cyclones, picking up a lot of kills for not a lot of risk there. Now they seem to maybe be doing the same strategy again, and I like this communication by the bots. Not everybody leaving.
Yeah.
But at least some going to check and realize, well, we gave up a lot of map control. We should make sure that we have the entire site and the entire place.
Right. It's just great communication between the team. And, you know, you guys heard Strix mention earlier the fact that Billy seems to be keeping his reticle at head level every time he peeks some of these corners. I really like what I'm seeing from them, not just blocking lines of sight to the objective as they start to push in here. It looks like everyone is sort of collapsed around this objective. They know that he's the... Wow. Great shot by Mordecai in order to...
Baba picks up 2, but ends up going down himself. This is going to be used, and this will be the bot's first win.
Yeah. That was solid. That was solid just game sense and just communication between the team. Everybody collapsing over there on that objective. Mordecai sort of leading it off with that first kill, and then everything just sort of happened and followed as a result. Very quick. Very quick on the selections, bringing out another assault rifle here.
Yeah, so he's the semi-auto rifle.
I got you.
Yeah, it's a little bit.
Yep,
this is the thing. Valorant's guns, they will take a gun that you're so used to seeing and be like, I know what that weapon is.
Got you.
Oh, no, okay, he swapped weapons. You're right. This is
okay,
the Vandal. This is the tried and true classic gun that you're going to see from Valorant players. At good range, he'll be able to take out. He was using a different gun. So he's watching this long angle here, just in case anybody is going to end up playing out there. And just taking a shot just in case somebody peeks. He's playing a character known as ISO, a duelist, who wants to take a fight and has a lot of abilities to enable him in that fact. But here we go back on Bosif on the Phoenix. Also playing a duelist, has blinds, has this wall, has the ability to take space to provide threat and to help his team get on the site. So this ultimate means that he is like a Phoenix. He will be reborn if he dies. But he manages to get a kill before he dies. I want to see him really utilize this life. He's going to die. Get some information for your team.
Oh, wow.
One more person on site. Pizza finds another kill. This is like that first round that went their way. They have 2 kills down and now looking to still make another play. I like the communication, the team. They look like they have a plan. They look like they're prepared. And it looks like they have the bomb planted.
Oh, yeah, great mobility there by Bosif. I really liked when he was pushing that objective, just the way he sort of planted his feet, maintained that level of accuracy, picked up the kill, and then also knowing that if there is an opponent there, it's very unlikely that his second opponent is right around the corner. He took advantage of that, closed the distance a little bit, got that teleport off, and now he's back with his teammates protecting this objective. What you're seeing right here is basically they have the intel, they know where they're coming from, and they're just going to try to protect angles as much as possible. He's sort of playing the backside of OBJ right now. Throws this ability around the corner, turns the corner, picks up a headshot. Now he's got his weapon back out, planted on top, but he gets caught by Labamba, picking up a double kill.
And Pizza from the long range, still holding that flank angle, clutches out the round for his team and ensures that they take another winner. That was really important there. The flash that Bosi threw when he swung from that back part of sight ended up allowing him to get that win and to help his team maintain control of the entire fight.
Yep, and that's something you guys are going to see really, really often within Valorant is the abilities. You have abilities that you can throw through walls, whether it be a damage ability, whether it be a flashbang, whether it be an ability that essentially immobilizes you and kind of makes you stuck to the floor in a sense. All sorts of things that you can do through the actual level design itself. There's also things that, like you did just mentioned, you can throw abilities around corners. There's intel abilities that basically give you a sight line or basically highlight your opponents through the walls. All sorts of interesting things. So just keep your eye out on what you're seeing on the screen. And then just start to think about how these players are utilizing those to their advantage, but then also helping their team as well.
And once again, Pizza checking these sites. He's using that for intel. You mentioned it. Now, I want to draw some comparisons to Rainbow Six. You mentioned Rainbow Six being like that strategic shooter. Right? In this game, I think the big difference is where you can pre-plan a lot of stuff. In Rainbow, I think while you can plan for a lot of stuff, how you use your abilities is a little bit more dynamic in this game. How they're choosing to spend the few resources they have ends up mattering a ton. They get this wall up to proc backside, and now we're watching Ceviche as he looks for his opportunity to get in. Now, they're using all of these Molotov abilities, all these AoEs to stop anybody from going in, and Mordecai making the call to take a 1v1 and use his ultimate to maybe help his team get on the site, find different people hiding in different places. Pizza Man has already gone down. We see the arrow come out. Somebody's trying to find information. Ceviche picks up Bosif. Labamba picks up Baba Yagins. The ultimate goes off, and they are detained. They're not going to be able to fire back, but they just fire and create a firing squad all the way down.
Picking up a double.
Stopping both Sofo and Ambush from doing anything. They managed to catch Ceviche, and both of his teammates were like, cool.
Wow, flawless round.
And as they run in, that means none of them died. They found all the kills, taking a little bit of damage, but otherwise winning those gunfights. This game is even.
It is. It's even. I thought what they did really well right there is actually pre-firing corners and sight lines that they know their opponents had to be playing if they just planted. Right. So if you know your opponent has planted, there's only a certain amount of positions that you can hold that are advantageous to the team. Going in for that defusal, you know the corners that they're going to be playing, and they took advantage of that, basically pre-firing away and landing every single kill for a flawless round.
Yes, and now we have to see if they're able to translate that flawlessness on defense to a flawless offense. We saw already how the Cyclones want to play offensively. They saw the defense coming out. So let's see if both sides, which one has a better understanding of their counterparts' strategies and maybe the flaws in it going from here. Looks like
they're going for a full push, potentially over to A. I want to see some of them, I'd like to see someone sort of play the middle of the map, if you will, for either going for a flank or to potentially just gain a little bit of intel. It doesn't matter. Mordecai goes down. Ceviche lands a headshot. 2 players already down. This is a 4v4. Just taking advantage of a little bit of a pixel peek here. Bosif gets the kill on Labamba. Knows he's in the corner, turns the corner, and gets a single shot kill. That was wild.
1v2
wow.
2v2 trying to heal up. Ceviche almost killing his teammate, funnily enough. And now it's going to come down to Ambushman. It's a 1v2 situation. How is he going to choose to approach this site? How is he going to choose to try to win this game? Does he know the health of his opponents? Does he know how he wants to play this?
Yeah.
We have to see here.
2v1 checking his corners, taking it slow, starting to pixel peek. The moment he sees a little bit of action, he's trying to get that single shot off with his revolver, potentially going to pre-fire, throws his ability over the wall. Wow, he's playing the corners really well. What the defenders... What Billy was doing right there was basically a counter to the counter. He knew that he would be trying to check every single corner as he pushed into the objective, but he also only has an allocated amount of time in order to do so. So they basically pulled back, let him waste time checking each and every corner. Once he had already done so, they pushed back into the objective and get the easy kill.
It was beautiful play there. Him just choosing to back up almost completely.
Almost completely, yeah.
And then just say, oh, yeah, you think you're safe? And he's like, okay, I think I checked that. And at the last second, you kind of jump scare them. And now I was going to see, they look like they've maybe found their rhythm. It took them a couple of rounds, but they are prepared and ready to play a little bit more of the game. Let's see if he's able to swing and make an opportunity. Both sides starting to use that utility, trying to find out where the other wants to push, where the other wants to play. This is the difference. That first round was incredibly fast. But now that the pace has slowed down, both sides may be asking a few more questions of the other, of saying exactly where people might want to be. Now, shooting that means that there's going to be some information on the side of the Cyclones, and it looks like Pizza, man, wanted to go ahead and take that fight, and unfortunately, he found two players looking at him as he swung that corner. Billy using Wingman to go ahead and get the push down, and is going to molly Heaven. So that area up there, by mollying it, no one's going to be able to take a fight. But now that he waits it out, he goes ahead and picks up Wingman, and he ends up getting hit. Does he know where it came from? Does he knows where he needs to be worried and what he's looking for? There are 3 of these players left on the Cyclones. They're going to have to find their way in the site. He should be calling that cross. Now, that was the clone. There's one more opportunity here for Bosif to run it back one more time.
That's true. It's not looking good, though, because they basically have angles covered from a 12, 3, and 9 o'clock. So it's going to be almost impossible, but...
Ambush trying to take a few shots here.
He's just...
With the speed up of the timer, this round's over.
Absolutely. Just knowing they have the round one, they push it right there at the end just to have some fun.
Now we have to see here what's going on next. So now we're on Ambushman. Ambushman has managed to anchor for his team every single round so far this game. Kind of being in that moment where they need somebody surviving and living and doing a good job, but still being able to provide them some utility. So I want to see him step up here. Him and Pizza Man, Bosif, all of them as those top players need to come out and perform. To be able to find these kills.
And it's match point. You know, now's the time to do it. It's match point. They're sort of spread out a little bit. But, you know, as long as they're communicating with each other and sort of collapsing on top of the objective that's getting pushed, I would assume that they're actually going to be pushing. Okay, so never mind.
A one-for-one trade. Mordecai's already gone down. But on the flip side, 2 players now have dropped both
this isn't looking
Ambushman, and the plant's going
plant's
down.
already
They have
occurring.
control of the site.
Here comes some more of those AoE abilities that you had just mentioned, just basically blocking off any of the pathways to the objective. They already have the data downloaded. They know where their opponents are coming from, and they're just going to pixel peek. They're going to take it slow, utilize the time it takes in order to defuse this spike, and basically force their opponents to play the time. That's what you're watching.
Manages to swing and take out Pizza Man. That's an important player being off the board. Sofo going down, and Bobby Adams being the last to fall. The bots find their 8th win of the day. And the next game coming up will have to be hopefully Maelstrom, and they can hopefully find a win here.
And Maelstrom's a really, really interesting game. Strategy category?
Yes.
Yeah, Maelstrom's in the strategy category. This is a sort of naval fighter, if you will, mixed with a battle royale. The Storm is actually fascinating in this game. So you're going to see some ships that are sort of surfing around the level, if you will. And gradually, as time continues, there's what's called Blackwater. That gradually is closing in, and it's actually really cool because if you are caught within the Blackwater, there's all sorts of sea monsters and what have you that are jumping up through the water, gradually destroying your ship. But nonetheless, that circle gets closer and closer and closer, and the last team surviving will obviously win.
And it's going to be interesting to see what they're able to present and what they're able to do. A lot of teams have come up with many different strategies. And Sofo is going to have to go in here for the Cyclones. Again, I know he's worked with his teammates. All the players have been working to make sure he's on par and ready to go in some of these games. But again, as a strategy game, I always have to look towards the bots, and I have to give them this immediate favoring. Dictator Chicken has shown himself to play this game exceptionally well. Same with Labamba, Billy. Ceviche stepping back in after a few seasons. I want to say Ceviche, funnily enough, like he had taken a small little break from the league, but has come back now, and this season has really started to come.
He seems like a solid player.
And remind people why, for a very long time, he was feared not just in fighting games, but in mini games on the wheel. And then Mordecai's Mordecai. I feel like anybody that counts Mordecai out, maybe you might want to go back and watch some more tape.
Yeah, no, he's a great player. He showed it off a little bit with a number of kills right there within Valorant, who I want to actually see stand out right here. If Sofo is actually jumping into this, haven't really got to see as much of him today for obvious reasons as we would like to, but maybe even if, the team is struggling, maybe we got to start to pick up on this fact that he is becoming a more well-rounded player. He's starting to practice off stream on some of these a little bit more difficult games outside the wheelhouse of a lot of our players when it comes to strategy. I think that is a lot of people's weakest category. Not everybody. Obviously, you're very good at it. Billy's very good at strategy games, but I want to see more from him today just because we haven't gotten a chance to.
Yeah, I think that we will get the opportunity to go ahead and see both these teams come out and show off a pretty strong strategy. I want to see some people start to do something different, see a few more variety ships. I feel like we always see a dwarf ship.
Yeah.
We always see one of the human ships, the like sniper ships, the really big. Fury's Hold is the name of the ship.
Yes.
But it'll be a very big ship with sails, and it looks the most human of all the human ships, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
That's the one thing. The thematics of this game is also done extremely well.
Well, and you bring up the fact that there's factions within the game, right? So you have dwarven ships, you have orc ships, you have human ships, and then I believe the newest one is the Ghost.
The Ghost. We've seen a few players actually dive into these and be very creative and start to do a little bit of damage with those ships. So I want to see how many people have experimented with those Ghost ships specifically.
And each of the ships have different abilities. There's also different size to the ships, correct? So there's basically large, medium, and small ships. Small ships being a little bit more faster, a little bit more agile. Bigger ships being a little bit slower, having a little bit more health, correct?
Yes, and even factions play into that a little bit.
Yes.
The dwarf ships don't have sails, so you have the ability to shoot out people's sails, slow them down a little bit. Well, the dwarves use engine, but to compensate for that, all of their ships are a little bit bigger. They're clunkier. They don't have as much maneuverability as some of those other ships. So how well teams dive into this really does matter, and that's what the UEL is about. We are an esports league centered around not one, but 33 games, and those 33
5 different categories, 5 different genres of games, if you will. Let's go through them. We got fighting games, we got shooter games, we got sports games, we got racing games, and we got strategy games.
And we've seen a bunch of them already tonight. We've seen strategy. We've seen those fighters. Even a racer or two has already appeared. So I want to see these players come out and continue to excel, because even if you're good in one genre, the reason the bots are 6-1 is they've kind of proven there isn't a weak genre beyond sports. I still want to see them in some more of these sports games today.
Okay, so they're not in sports. I do think that they're relatively confident in NCAA. Outside NCAA, though, I think they struggle a little bit.
Yeah, they have never been a sports team. I think they occasionally pick up sports players. They have gotten progressively better at sports games, but they are by no means a sports team.
Yeah.
Looking at Bosif right now, like I would expect, honestly, Bosif to win most, maybe NCAA.
Okay.
Will be close, but beyond NCAA, to be able to win almost every single one of those sports games pretty freely, as long as he's available.
Okay, so all right, I know that you guys at home are seeing it's 8-1 right now, but we just mentioned an entire genre that the Cyclones could potentially rack up quite a few wins within, and the fact that they now have Sofo back in, they could potentially pick up some wins within the fighting category as well, because we still have Street Fighter 6, we still have Tekken on the wheel.
I think Sofo can honestly sweep most of those games, and he's guaranteed to go into those 5v5 games.
Yeah.
He can sweep, and this being his second appearance in UEL, I think he'll be a little bit more comfortable than his first, and he killed it for his first time. Coming out and playing. So I'm really excited to see him.
So the discrepancy between wins right now, between the Bots 8 and the Cyclones 1, could actually close relatively fast. I think there was maybe a little bit of too much confidence from the Bots side of things earlier on tonight, but then as soon as Sofo arrived, he basically opens up the fighting game category completely just by himself.
Which that is legitimately the one of first thing. When I saw the fighting games roll to start the game off, I was like,
that's unfortunate.
That's got to be a little bit of a heartbreak. Those are two games that I know you had to feel a little bit confident in possibly being able to attack, especially if Sofo was around.
And you never know what's going to... I wish we could tell you guys that we get to choose a game that's played, but unfortunately, we never get to see Halo Infinite. But we have... I know with Strix, particularly casting here with Strix, we have seen before... I think the first time we casted together, there was 4 sports games that occurred within the first, 30 minutes of the night. And it was wild.
It was so crazy because it was also like, oh, yeah, this is something else will spin.
Yeah, someone else will spin eventually.
And by the second half, and there you go. Once again, please feel free to join us in. And while you're checking us out, talking with us, make sure you follow us over on LOL Esports across LOL Esports. I'm thinking wrong. UEL Esports. What's
Yes.
my brain? My brain. My brain is someplace completely.
Yeah, if you guys want more information on the UEL, head over to uelesports.com. Obviously, hit us with a follow here on Twitch and wherever we may be streaming. We're also over on Twitter as well, and the handle for Twitter is UEL Esports. Guys, we're doing this thing Thursday through Sunday every week. We're on week 9 right now, and we're having a blast, man. It's been a lot of fun for me jumping in here. I've been in here now for 3 weeks, just learning about all of the players, all of the teams. I would definitely encourage any of you guys at home, start thinking about what players you're becoming a fan of, growing that fandom over time, because you'll notice players playing in a specific manner that acts as a parallel to yourself, right? You see players playing games like Rainbow Six Siege, some of the racing games, the way that they're taking corners or being aggressive, trying to nudge their opponent off the track. If you're playing like that, you're naturally going to enjoy watching those players. I already have a few of them in the league, and I would invite you guys to do that as well.
I'm gonna go ahead and ask you who are they? I know you mentioned LaBamba already.
Yeah, LaBamba's a dog.
But what are the names have caught your eye? What other players?
Honestly, Flying Kittens. Flying Kittens is one of our youngest players, but I like how aggressive he is. He's like your typical like young Fortnite player, but he also is thinking not just with aggression, but he makes big brain plays. We noticed him in a game of the finals, a shooter that I'm sure a lot of you guys are familiar with. And as he was pushing a team, he picked up 1 kill, he picked up a 2nd kill, and then shot a grapple hook in order to dodge a heavy that was charging him, and then turned around to pick up the triple kill on the heavy. And I'm thinking, the fact that he's picking up that level of intel mid-action the way he did was just fascinating. And then we walk out onto the arena floor, and you have relatively young individuals surrounded by people that are twice his age that he's dogging on. It's just impressive. I like him, man. I like how he's very emotional too, like a lot of our younger players. So if they're, starting to, I guess, see some sense of fatigue later on in the night, they're getting a little bit, a little bit frustrated, if you will. I like seeing that from them. So Kittens is somebody, man, if you're watching right now, I'm a fan, dude. I'm a fan.
Big fan.
Yeah.
He's a lot of fun to watch. A lot of these players are always, it's a good time. I think that we have a lot of really interesting personalities in the league. And so it's really fun when you get the chance to, you see them start to show off, and then again, they're kind of explosive here tonight. So I'm interested to see at the end of the day. You got to keep rooting for your team. Your team needs your energy at the end of the day. Whether you're a Cyclones fan, a Bots fan, today, you got to make sure that your team can hear you, can feel you rooting for them up until that very last second. Now, 17 minutes left in the half. I have to believe that they're hoping that they're going to go ahead and find their win here.
Yeah, they need to. They definitely need to start closing the distance in order to. So I want, there may be time for about like 2 more games. This game obviously, maybe 1 to 2 more games after this. We'll see. It's gonna be tight. And we got Street Fighter 6, and we just talked about that. We are gonna see Street Fighter 6 prior to the half. That's gonna be good. Love it, love it. This is huge. This is huge potential for the Cyclones. This is going to be a difficult matchup here on Maelstrom, given the fact that the bots are very, very good at strategy games. But if Cyclones are able to pull this off, that'll make it 8-2. Street Fighter 6 might go their way. That's going to make it 8-3 going into halftime. That sort of throws a monkey wrench into everything.
Yeah, so you no longer can be comfortable. And I think a lot of these teams have figured out how to not rest on their laurels too.
Right. Yeah, so here we go. We're jumping in here. Looks like we're watching LaBamba at the moment. I like it. His sales match his headset.
Yes, that's doing a great job here.
I got a little bit of swag going on. Now, if you're not familiar with this game, let's try to describe to the audience what we're seeing here. So, when you're choosing this particular ship, if you will, there's also things like crew members you get to choose that are act essentially as perks that give you different advantages throughout the game. But you also get to choose your captain of your ship. The captain, I don't know necessarily if they give you perks. I believe there are some perks associated with the captains, but they have a special ability, a trick, if you will.
That's their most notable thing.
There we go.
I like to think of it almost as a signature ability and ultimate.
Yes.
For the shooter players, this is the thing that you're going to most notably remember them for. They can move faster, they can drop mines, they can
bump enemies.
Away.
Yeah,
Yes.
they can push enemies away. Yep. Now, if you're wondering, well, why would that be super effective if you can push enemies away? Well, at some point during this game, you're going to see the title of this game is called Maelstrom because these Maelstrom Cyclone what would you call it? Sewers to hell, essentially, that open up in the water. These pits of doom will occur at some point throughout the game, and it essentially acts as this what would you call it?
It's a mechanic where you will instantly die if you end up running.
Right.
Now
if you get sucked into it.
Yes.
Yes.
Now there's another mechanic that we don't always see because we don't always get this map.
Right.
There's in fact a monster. Not just out in the storm, but on the map itself.
Okay.
Lurking and looking for kills. As we just saw a quick flash of it there on our screens. If you get a little bit too close, you know, he might decide to play like a child in a bathtub with your ship. We all know how kids' toys end up after a few fun sessions, but you see the bots quickly moving away using
here we go. Here's the first maelstrom right here. You can see that sort of puddle, that spinning sort of storm puddle, if you will, right there in the water to the right. Now we're taking a look at Ceviche, sort of clearing out these ads, if you will. Something else to note is when he just cleared that ad, you'll notice that little boost, that little buff right there in the water. When the players pick those up, and harder to pick up than you may think, because just controlling some of the ships can be difficult sometimes. But when they pick up those buffs, whether it be a yellow one, a blue one, green one, or what have you, it gives you bonuses like damage bonus, armor bonus, health bonus, speed bonus, things along those lines. So that's what's so important as you get kills on your opponent throughout the game. So say a member of the bots takes out the Cyclones. You want to pick up the buffs that player dropped as much as possible to essentially make it that much more difficult for you to be eliminated.
Yes, and both teams now are picking up these bounties, starting to collect some of these points as well. And I have to agree. Normally in Battle Royales, people think about just upgrading the loot they immediately find at any one moment.
Right.
But more than anything, as you mentioned, you have to be able to pick up all these buffs. The different colors do slightly different things, and now we're watching Sofo on this warship as well get some damage out. So both sides have found some of these other players instead of directly going into conflict with one another.
Yeah, absolutely. Another thing to mention is these gray boxes you see on the sides of the ship.
That's armor.
Yeah, think of those basically just like armor. So as they start to engage, whether it be port side, broadside, or what have you, when damage is incoming on these ships, gradually that armor will decay and they'll basically be eliminated. So those boxes will disappear. Then comes sort of the game sense of how these players are pivoting their ship to make sure the side of their ship that's facing their opponent has armor on it. Because if not, you take an increased amount of damage because you no longer have armor on that side, essentially. So a little bit of the game mechanics there. Take note of that. Take note of the buffs that drop, where the storm is, where the dark water is. And now we're starting to see the players sort of close in on each other. This is good. Looks like we have Chicken. Looks like we have Labamba that they're pulling up on Sofo. They're making a call out, I believe. I think we're hearing that. They're making the call out that they're running away. Maybe they're playing later. Maybe they want to play the late game a little bit more. Continue collecting buffs and what have you.
If the bots have been paying attention to the Cyclones, they might have an idea of what some of the ships do and some of these ships do. Now, Dictator Chicken is on your soul, and this is what you want to see from this ship. As you see his teammate do, you want to get broadside and then fire these huge volleys into your opponent. So maybe trying to force them into a choke and then dealing a ton of damage to their armor and ultimately their ship, if they're foolish enough to kind of continue to push.
Yeah, and that's where a lot of the map knowledge comes into play. So as the Blackwater closes, you can see the map in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. So as that circle begins to close, you can take advantage of the remaining area that's left and attempt to trap your opponent into what I would like to call a Thermopylae strat, which is the Battle of 300 that I'm sure a lot of you guys are familiar with Spartans and Persians. So if you're able to funnel your opponent into a very small, narrow corridor, it makes it easier for you to land a lot of ranged attacks on them and or AoE attacks as well. Looks like we may have our first sort of fight occurring here within a little bit. Nonetheless, sort of surfing around this maelstrom right here.
I think they're trying to find a weakness possibly in the offense or defense of the bots. They're just trying to continue to rotate around. Now, that's a very narrow choke. Hopefully nobody's taking too much damage.
Ooh, they're going against the slipstream here, which is going to slow their ships down, as you can see there. That's also a mechanic within this game that's super important to utilize and manage. That slipstream, if going into it, can speed up your ship. Here we go.
Using the blinding mechanic on one of these ghost ships so that you're not able to see what exactly is happening. And why this is important is if his teammates can get in range and drop some of these mines, that's going to be big big damage that Dictator Chicken is
this
going to
is
take, and they pop
huge.
off there. He's pushed a little bit further in and instantly dies.
Chicken is gone.
An amazing combination play there.
Correct me if
from
I'm
the
wrong.
side of
Is this a public lobby?
Yes.
Yeah, so these are public lobbies for you guys watching. So sometimes there's going to be players that are eliminating some of the players within the UEL that aren't necessarily on the bots or the Cyclones. That's something important to take note of.
Ceviche scared me there for a second. He was reversing pretty heavily towards the Maelstrom.
We don't want to see another lockdown moment.
Oh, if you end up getting caught in the Maelstrom going the wrong direction, it is very easy.
Yeah. That Maelstrom storm, that storm puddle that you see right there, if you get knocked into the center of it, you are eliminated and your guts will spew out everywhere for opponents to collect your bonuses and your buffs, what have you. That's where that sort of captain's trick, if you will, that sort of bumps your opponents away. That's where that can come in handy. It can knock you into those storm puddles.
Yeah, now we see Ceviche. He's rotating on the Bosif, trying to take a fight, help his teammate out. Bosif, I believe, dropping some mines there. And that storm you're talking about, the black water,
Here
has
comes the
started
black
to
water.
creep in. There's not much more maneuverability, not a lot of room. And this is where we're going to see some of the strength and the success of these players.
Yep.
You're talking about a situation where you don't have a lot of room to move. You don't have a lot of room to maneuver.
No, not at all.
You're not going to be able to fight as hard. And so these mines become far more valuable because you're just going to take damage on damage on damage. And now Ambushman moving back in. He's going to once again look for another blind, I believe, here. Making it so hard for Ceviche to even get away because he doesn't know where he's getting hit from. He doesn't know where he's taking damage from, and he's trying to run away, and only to find himself caught between two of these Cyclones members.
Wow.
I don't know if he's going to be able to get away 10 seconds before
he's
the
getting
blinds
smoked.
back up.
He's getting smoked, 100%. And there's all of those buffs that they get to collect as they attempt to sail away from the black water. And you can see in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen where the storm, the black water itself, is actually closing into. That's where you can start to utilize a little bit of strategy with regards to the very last bit of part of the land that's left. Regardless, I think they're all going to sail out to the open water, pick up a couple kills.
Bosif kills Labamba.
And that's going to be it.
And I can tell you all three of the players, so they guaranteed that first place spot.
Yep.
This means they're going to get 15 additional points for that placement on top of the points they end up earning. So they earn points via damage. To give you an idea, Ambushman almost put in 10,000 damage by himself.
Wow.
Before you even start to look at his teammates. That is such a ridiculous amount. But we have to see. We'll let the Game Master go ahead and total that up, and they will give us a winner there at the end of
You know, something interesting to note right there was Bosif obviously had 6,000 damage output. He was one of the three last remaining survivors, but he also tanked 6,000 damage. So not only did he survive, I mean, he took a ton of damage while also putting it out, was able to manipulate sort of the map and stay alive in order to make it to that final circle. That was pretty impressive on his part.
It seems like early in the season, the Cyclones have been relying and really utilizing the mines heavily, and it looks like they found that balance of utilizing the tankiness, bringing the mines, and then Ambushman acting almost as a disorientation tactic to say, hey, what are we doing? What are we doing? And then all of a sudden you open your eyes, and now imagine you're in a room full of claymores. What are you going to do?
Well, you know, and what's interesting too is the bots actually ran away from a fight earlier on in that game, wanting to play the final circle. It just so happens that the final circle was right outside of 3 corridors pushing the open water, which gave the advantage to the Cyclones laying down those mines. So maybe the bots should have pushed earlier on in the round. Who knows?
That's really interesting, and it really, to me, maybe go back to the drawing board. I wouldn't think I would normally say that in a strategy game. But maybe just taking a different approach. But we'll have to see who goes ahead and win it, because maybe there's something we're not realizing. Maybe some of those early game bounties. Maybe they managed to get the kills to compensate, but 10,000 damage.
Yeah, 10,000 damage is important, but you talked about getting those bounties and killing. So there are ads, there are NPCs that are on the map, and you do get points for taking out those NPCs. So maybe earlier on, maybe that's what the bots were doing. They were focusing on taking out those NPCs, getting those boosts, getting those buffs, if you will. Maybe that made the difference.
Have to hope. We have to hope. If you're at home, I know you're hoping for that Cyclones win. Maybe for a bots win, if you're like Mob here and a fan of Labamba and the bots. They've been playing really well.
They have. But I'm not going to lie. It's Maelstrom. Okay, there's actual Cyclones on the map. I kind of want the Cyclones to take that. We haven't even mentioned we haven't even said the pun. The fact that we haven't given out that pun at any point was pretty impressive on both of our parts.
You know, and I try. I love the teams in this league because some of them, you can always make things are heating up when the Blaze are playing.
Oh yeah.
Cyclones.
Yes, Cyclones win. Yes.
We have a victory. Their second game of the day coming on board.
Great
and now
job, great job.
before the half, we're going to have a 2-minute setup for Street Fighter 6. Now, importantly, they have to get into game. Remember, the Cyclones do not have any more timeouts, so they have to make sure they get this handled.
You know, one thing that I do want to mention, we haven't talked about this enough. So Sofo is back. I'm predicting that he's going to perform really well in this Street Fighter 6 matchup. But they lost Rainbow Six Siege. They lost Rainbow Six Siege, and Sofo wasn't here. He was the idle player that was as Blackbeard, right? That game potentially could have gone completely different had they had a fifth player. So maybe they're a little bit more competent in regards to shooters than we think. I think a lot of us are thinking about Rainbow Six Siege. A lot of us are thinking about how they lost Valorant. Okay, Valorant was fair play. Maybe Rainbow Six Siege, maybe we see Finals, maybe we see Halo Infinite, maybe we see them be a little bit more comfortable now that they have that fifth player in-house in the arena on the floor.
It really does end up mattering. So I think we're going to go ahead and swap on over. So the Marissa could be a lot of different players on the bots. I guess it's La Bamba. Blaze Blue Friction being the next game and Sofo being available, we might get us some really good Blaze Blue, which I am all up.
What was the next game?
Blaze
Blue. Okay. Wow. Okay. This is exactly what the Cyclones want.
They want these fighting.
Wow. This just got interesting. If you're sitting at home watching UEL, hold on to your butts. It's going to get interesting if they're able to take these next two games. Okay. Nice. Is this potentially just... Yeah. Okay.
I think it might have... I want to say we heard a forfeit on Cyclones. We'll get you the reason.
Their lineup wasn't set. Yep. Cyclones were forced to forfeit Street Fighter 6 because their lineup wasn't set. That is worst case scenario. That's why the timeouts are so important. We've emphasized that over the last 2 days, probably more so than we be wanting to admit. Also happened yesterday with the Bandits, had this exact same problem. That's where leadership comes into play. That's where somebody needs to take initiative on that team and make sure that everybody is as organized as possible kind of moving into the game.
Even, and I'm going to point to the bots here, even Billy, someone that has been in the league since Season 1, has talked about the benefit of having someone not playing or not having to be him to assist him in the out-of-game.
Yeah, you had mentioned that yesterday, having one person actually set the lineup and then another person actually doing the setup for the game, controller, and profiles and everything else.
It requires so because
it's a lot for one person to do. So
ignoring, I need to be able to you're trying to get in the mode to play whatever game is coming up next.
Right.
It's like, oh yeah, did you make sure these rules are right? Did you make sure this is set up? Did you do this? Did you do this? Did you do this? What about? Oh, but I'm having a problem.
Well, let's just think about process of elimination here. Okay, so Sofo wasn't even here to begin the game. Also sitting in that tier 5 position. I'm going to go ahead and assume that he's not the person that's going to be doing that right now. Then you have Pizza, who's in our tier 2 slot, but he's the youngest on the team, right? He's the least experienced on that team. So it becomes between Bosif, Ambush, and Baba Yaga that needs to step up as the leader. It has to be one of those 3 players.
I believe, speaking to him before the game, I believe Baba is the GM now over there.
Okay.
On it, so I think he's taking on some of those responsibilities.
Okay.
And again, it's a difficult thing because I think that it's not Baba. It's not. There's a lot of players in this league that believe it is not that difficult to do.
Yeah.
And I want them to one game have to do all of that and play.
Yeah.
Because you will quickly realize that if you not having that extra person or just one extra person.
Right.
My hope is that Baba's already been like, hey, Bosif, you're a bit more experienced in the league.
Okay.
How about you help with setups?
Okay, so he's doing setup. Okay, so we talked about there's 3 players right there. You got Bosif, you got Ambush, you got Baba Yaga. One person do setup. The other person actually do the lineup, right? So it's just 2. 2 out of those 3 have to at least start taking initiative to make sure that things are all set up.
Well, players have to be willing to sometimes do that. I can tell you from a personal perspective, and we're getting Mordecai versus Sofo Sama.
Oh, okay.
The wheel has smiled upon me as
Sofo versus Mordecai. This is going to be good. I like it. I like it.
I don't have to guess at all who's where, who's on what side. On the left side of your screen, the ninja known as Bane Shishigami will be Sofo Sama. And on the right side with his cloak rising above him, the menace known as Mordecai, a.k.a. Azriel. Take this
Azriel,
thing.
all right.
I am excited that we might just get some very good Blaze Blue today. You might get to see why anime fighters, why this one in particular, can get a little bit crazy. So let's see what both these players want to do. So a lot of people coming out of Sofa as this ninja character, looking for his opportunity to get a touch, and Mordecai is the first one to find it, pushing him to the corner and starting to put him under pressure.
Oh, wow.
He immediately opens up and decides to say, hey, get off me. I want to play as well, and is going to now look to run in, get some opportunities. I love this use of the kunai. He's controlling space, forcing Mordecai to burst. Mordecai is not any slouch, though. He's going to keep jumping and looking for an opportunity, but he gets sniped out of the air. Now, with this seal, he can change and make you guess whether he's going to hit high or low or make some of these moves unblockable while he has it on. But he just uses the super. Sofo says, none of that's real. I don't got to hold any of it.
None of that's real.
Back to the wall.
It seems like Mordecai's playing a lot more aggressive, whereas Sofo is sort of gauging his distance, trying to play the footsies management as much as possible. Nonetheless, Mordecai closing the distance, gets a combo, but the combo is broken by Sofo. Now again, gauging that footsies. He lands a hit. Never mind, here we go. Now they're backing up. Gonna go potentially for a low strike, some type of mix-up. Grab potentially doesn't matter. Wow. Mordecai takes that first round.
What is unique about this game in the UEL right now is compared to the normal UEL fighting games, there's a full set. So what's going to be more important here is how both of these players start to change their approach. You notice Mordecai staying on the ground a little bit more, throwing out some more of these overhead, some of these lows, trying to catch him off guard. And now that he's starting to hit these combos, you'll see more and more damage starting to pile up. He might have found his first game in this opportunity. His burst needs to come back, and it doesn't return in time. That's first game going away.
Just drowning in pressure right there. Just constant pressure with mix-up, pushing him into the corner. Didn't let him breathe at all.
But now, luckily, Sofo has gotten his game in. He's gotten a chance to warm up. Let's see what he's able to bring to the table on this next fight. And let's see where he's able to go. Immediately countering and looking to throw out an ability. He's dropping some poison, realizing maybe he wants another opportunity. And seems like he's found his own combos and is starting to get some damage out. And this is why I love watching Blaze Blue. We get the opportunity to see that evolution, that download of your opponent.
Well, he just hit a stagger stream right there. He actually canceled his combo out and then reinitiated with a new combo in order to get that initial damage off. That was solid. Nonetheless, keeping him stuck here in the corner. Now, you mentioned that poison that comes out. I believe that's a dot, correct?
Yes.
Damage over time?
Yes, it is. But Mordecai has another damage over time. It's called his combos. When he touches Sofo, that health bar will start to disappear. But Sofo, finding the blue combo, just needs to find one more hit. Mordecai doesn't have any more room to play with. He's going to need to play perfect for the rest of the game. This overhead comes out, but he finds the hit. His right will steal the round, and it does. The overdrive on a pixel of life. Oh my God, Mordecai,
wow.
Please.
Mordecai stole that one. Broad daylight.
It was so small.
Robbery.
Doing a great job. And so far, I think he doesn't need a second guess. Just find one more touch that you had before.
Oh, wow.
And now Mordecai slowing down the pace, realizing he has a strong lead in this game. He's trying to find his opportunity. Going to go ahead and say, get off me. It's my turn to play the game. And like I said, the damage comes up once.
Oh, wow. Swapping positions in the corner twice over. Solid.
And this is what I mean, where these players are starting to change how they play based on their opponent. They've gotten enough information now to just jump time and time again. And the moves are out on full display. Is he able to finish it up? There's going to be one more guess. It doesn't win. Pops off. But here we go. This is the opportunity. I want to see it. He's powering up, and the game begins. But Mordecai finds a touch. This will close out the game.
Wow, Mordecai takes it over Sofo, and Sofo's still smiling, man. He's having fun.
I think Sofo having a lot of fun there. That's I think the first time. The first time we've had two people, I think, that really just enjoy Blaze Blue, get the chance to really throw hands. Another time was Jekyll and TK went at it as well. But when you get that, you get this special opportunity, especially now that it's a set of games. That you saw both of them start to adapt.
Yeah, they did. They did adapt. You know, Sofo actually had a sort of a dash-in, if you will, that he was using in order to sort of poke throughout that entire game. And at one point, Mordecai sort of downloaded that, if you will, and would sort of backstep, let him do the dash-in, and then initiate with a combo. I think that's what made the difference in that second game in particular. But nonetheless, it was really interesting to see them both play at a high level. Sometimes you'll jump into these games depending on the baseball lineup that we basically utilize here at the UEL. Sometimes you'll have a player in there that you kind of know is going to swamp the other. Nonetheless, they both put on a show.
I'm super happy again, and I want to give a shout out to again Sofo. Still a rookie, still his second game he has ever played in the building, and comes out and is able to challenge some of the top fighters here in the league, showing that in those fighting games he has to be respected.
Absolutely, and that's a good word for it, respected. Yeah.
Like that's the big thing as well about the bots in general. As much as they're having fun, you see Mordecai playing around a little bit. Once they acknowledge that, okay, you know your way, or at least around fighting games. They're going to treat this as a serious fight. So they want to go ahead and get into this 2K before half. They don't want to have to worry about it after half. So the bots are going to go ahead and burn one of their timeouts. The reason why this is important is after halftime, they're going to drop down to 2 timeouts, regardless of how many they have left. So utilizing this time. Now, importantly, you mentioned it. It's happened twice. Maybe Billy can't find his controller. So he might just need that little bit of an extra moment. Billy's pink controller it's a special controller. He wants to use it. He wants to have it. And, you know, Billy, I've told it before, 7'8", solid 800
Maybe
pounds of
we
muscle.
see him in the paint lining up against Shaq.
Maybe just just straight up Billy setting up and making sure everything is right. I think they're trying to get comfortable. 2K, I want to see them be able to perform. It's a game that they've been, I know, working on. I want to see how far they've gotten along in that.
Yeah, and 2K, we play 2K a little bit different here at the UEL. They're playing blacktop, so they're only utilizing 50% of the court, and it's going to be a 2v2. Typically speaking, you're having at least one big body in there, like Kareem and Shaquille O'Neal, for instance, and then you're going to have maybe Larry Bird. But then you also have shooters like Kobe,
Curry,
Steph.
Man.
Yep,
that Curry game from
I know that was
yesterday.
wild. That was wild. Watch the VOD. If you're watching right now on Twitch, go back into yesterday's VOD and please watch the match where 2K goes down. It came down to a last-second shot for the win. Absolutely
and it was a contested
nuts.
shot.
It was. It was.
Wasn't like, well, he just got a free. No,
it was a step back fadeaway. That was just.
It was so beautiful.
Yeah, it was good. It was good.
Excited here. So we'll see. It's gonna be Pizza Man and Bobby Young. I know Bobby knows his way around some 2K. So
yeah,
I expect him to kind of show out here. If he should be able to kind of take over this game as long as
Pizza's gonna be in.
So maybe this is another one of those games he's been practicing, he's been working on and getting better at.
Yeah, the fact that he moved from I heard it was tier 7 up to tier 2. I mean, in order to jump up from tier 7 to tier 2, that means that during these practice sessions he is showing out. He basically is. He mentioned becoming more well-rounded in a lot of categories, like just putting in that practice when I was interviewing him. Honestly, I'm going to be pretty impressed if he jumps into 2K because I'm going to assume that he's solid at shooter. Amongst the younger audience, shooters is probably the most popular category. Right after that is probably fighters. The fact that we're jumping into a sports games and he feels confident to be that player, I like that. He's taking initiative.
He's a young player. He's been in the league a few seasons, so I think he started to learn the in-gamer mentality.
Yeah.
Of hey, it's not about one game. It's this is the famous thing. If you ever talk to somebody and play him in the league, beat him. He beat me in the other 32, though.
Yep, that's true, and that's
so
what it's all about.
Kind of taking that approach and started to grow into an amazing player in his own right. So let's see, going here into this 2K, we're getting these lineups. I can promise you that we are going to see Kareem Abdul-Jabbar today.
Oh, yeah.
You might just see 2 of them, and then we'll have a couple of shooters.
Oh, this is going to be Billy and La Bamba on the side of
Brother
the bots,
synergy.
which is brother synergy. Both of these guys are brothers, playing often. You know, it's difficult to probably put together a practice session amongst all of your players, but it's a lot easier off the broadcast to do it when it's your brother.
Yeah.
You know, he's one text away and or in some cases in the other room and or on the top of your bunk bed and what have you, right? So these guys have grown up with each other.
Those are some big bunk. Have you seen Billy and La Bamba? Can you imagine the 2 of them like legitimate? Like, bro.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. Nonetheless, both of these guys have a synergy, and I'm sure a lot of you guys at home have somebody that you've been playing with on Xbox Live or a friend in the neighborhood that you grew up in, and there are things, mannerisms that you pick up on or just play styles that there's things that occur between you and that player that you don't even have to ask them. You know that person is going to be in position. He's going to be in that particular spot of the map at that specific time. That's that undiscussed sort of synergy that occurs that you don't even have to communicate in order to pull off. That probably is going to happen here a little bit with Billy and La Bamba.
Yeah. And so while we get our next game, bro, it's going to be Checkmate Showdown. So coming back from half more than likely with the Checkmate Showdown, we will be then looking now at the side of the bots. Everybody's getting their button set up. Both sides got to get get your shot, get your meters, normal versus high or lower risk. You aren't allowed to use that real player percentage.
Yeah.
Really interesting.
And for those of you watching, if you're curious as to which of the players are playing what specific character in the game, you can see in the top left and top right-hand corner of your screens, underneath the Cyclones, you got Pizza playing Kareem, Baba Yaga playing Curry, Bots, you got Billy playing Kobe, and La Bamba playing Kareem. So just something to pay attention to.
Bots in black, Cyclones in white.
There we go. Bots in black, Cyclones in white. Easy enough.
Yes. All right, so we'll see
Here we go.
Looks like possession is going to go ahead and start. This is really interesting. So they've decided to put Pizza on the big man of Kareem.
Yeah, I guess if Baba Yaga feels comfortable, you said that he was relatively experienced in 2K. That makes sense to me. Maybe playing Kareem is a little bit more straightforward with playing underneath the rim, getting those rebounds, getting those assisted points.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, it's prop. Oh, wow. Billy just draining that three-pointer right there. Solid effort. I liked the assist on that shot as well. His ability to get open on that right side of the paint and sort of just get that bucket right there. I think it's really going to come down to a difference between Baba Yaga and Billy. The two shooters are going to make all the difference here. But make no mistake about it, if the big bodies aren't getting those rebounds in order to get that assisted shot, oh, wow, it just takes it to the rim.
I want to give an immediate compliment to Billy. Billy, he's staying in front of Baba Yaga, and he's playing great defense.
Yeah.
And when he gets those open opportunities, he's making those quick split-second decisions
to
ensure that he's going ahead and picking up these points, allowing his team to go up by an early 3.
Yeah. Oh, wow, wide open. I wish he would have taken an additional second to sort of plant his feet because he had a lot of distance between him and the bots. Wow. La Bamba with a simple little score right there.
This is one of those things where maybe the synergies might be able to overcome even the bots, not being the most comfortable in sports games. That's an incredibly far shot. He doesn't end up finding.
That was risque, if you will.
Yes.
That was risky.
And now they've swapped targets, and it looks like Baba Yaga is now cold, so he's going to have to find some opportunities to get his player kind of back in the game and comfortable. Gets a little bit of space, doesn't end up going, and instead is now taking it.
Okay, get their first points on the board.
I like this idea. If your shots aren't currently working, start playing once again off of Pizza. I think they've kind of told Pizza, hey, just stay with your guy, man. Do your best. Nice block there.
Nice block. Maybe a shift in momentum that we potentially see here. Baba Yaga sort of playing at that three-point line. Maybe a pick gets set up. He needs to go for some type of assist here.
We have to see here. Is he able to? He's playing down here in the paint. And Billy's just keeping his hands up, staying in front of him.
Wow.
He's not doing anything crazy. Not trying. And I got a little bit of space. The shot doesn't land.
Yeah.
So it's going to go back to the possession of the bots. And now La Bamba looks like maybe he
wants
to show off some of his handling.
Okay, La Bamba. I think positioning is king right now. The bots seem to be playing basically a one-on-one on the court between the two of them, right?
Yes.
They're basically just shutting down both of the opponents by putting one body on one body this entire time. Cyclones are struggling. They're playing a little bit more sporadic, just kind of running around, attempting. Yeah, that was way too far of a shot right there. But what they're attempting to do is to set up picks, but the bots are sort of reading that and maintaining their positioning at all times. That's making the biggest difference right now.
Yes, and I see Baba trying to go for a good number of steals. He's trying for his opportunity to keep his team in the game because they got to get possession back.
Yeah.
And Billy is going to play the shot clock better than almost anybody in the game.
Yeah.
If you don't give him an open lane, he has 40 seconds. Everybody usually rushes to take an early shot.
Yep.
Take your time. Pass the ball.
Yep.
It's the key to most of these sports games, being willing to pass the ball and look for a better opportunity. There's a difference between when you have to put up a shot and you don't.
Right. I also would like to see Baba Yaga start to pass a little bit more. I think that's one of the things that's playing against him. It's really easy to maintain your positioning in those 1v1s. If your opponent isn't passing whatsoever, you need to create chaos, which is ironic, right, for the Cyclones. The Cyclones need to create a storm on the court right now in order to start picking up points, and they're just not doing that. There we go. All right.
It is crazy.
Yeah, start playing a little bit more aggressive. I think they're going to thrive in chaos. I think that's what we'll see here.
So I like at least some awareness, having told Pizza, just go ahead and drift on back down to the paint.
Right.
You don't need to be out of three-point line against Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Yes,
if
100%.
he's shooting threes, let that player prove to you that they've
wow.
somehow figured out Kareem's three-point shot.
Wow.
Which I don't think is a statement I would ever say in my life.
Yeah. As soon as he whiffed that block, he should have just pulled up and just drilled a 1 point right there. Just gotten that bucket. He probably could have done it again.
And if Pizza isn't going to step up with 10 seconds left,
yep,
Pizza finally
Wide
steps
open.
up, but
left him
unfortunately
open right underneath
down.
the
So that
rim.
was really interesting because of the picks. The Pizza needed to step up to help to get over the picks, but when
Right.
he did, they'd already committed to kind of giving up the pick play, and now looking just to create space. The shot doesn't end up falling off
Right.
either.
Right, and I think
foul here.
I think also another thing that the bots are doing is a little bit of a mind game. Now, for those of you watching at home, this is to 21. So they could sort of slow it down. I think what they're trying to do is slow it down to frustrate the Cyclones. You'll notice that really often right now, Billy on Kobe is just sort of ball hogging. He's playing a little bit selfishly, but it's not selfishly towards his teammate. It's selfishly towards the Cyclones, really. He's just taking his time. Couple of passes. He could drill this right here if he wanted to, but he pulls up. Look at the way he's just hogging the ball, just frustrating him. Maybe they go for the 2v1, which is going to leave LaBamba wide open under the rim. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, there we go. Oh,
doesn't end up going in, but they got
it doesn't matter. LaBamba with the rebound. You got to love it.
We have to see here. 10 seconds. I think they're looking for one more play. You mentioned the 21, but there's also a timer on the game. I'd love to see another point just do it. And Baba taking the final shot.
Wow.
Finally finds purchase, and it's unfortunately at the end of the game.
Yeah.
As time
And so
runs
that's
out.
exactly what was happening. The bots were just draining time. They were just running out the clock, frustrating the Cyclones. And I would have liked to see a couple more buckets like that, throughout the game. But unfortunately, Cyclones go down another point. Now the bots are sitting at 11-2. We're going into halftime right now. I think one of the key things to look out for is the magic number that you had mentioned yesterday, which I believe is 17, correct?
Yes, at 33 games. If you win 17, you're kind of playing for pride at that point.
Yes.
It's just the nature of the beast ahead of you. And so looking at this, the Cyclones are going to need to kind of stop bleeding a little bit and just make sure they take every game possible while limiting the bot top.
Yeah. Going into halftime, though, I'm also trying to think about what the Cyclones can do differently. I do think there's probably at least 2 of those wins that they could have gotten back if Sofo was here at the start. The fact that he is here puts a lot of the fighters, like I said, into play, but then also a few of those shooters. Get some things like Fortnite, maybe some of those games that Pizza is going to thrive in as well as the way he did in Valorant. And who knows? What would you say Bosef thrives in the most? What game is he excelling in?
I would say shooters and sports.
Okay.
His categories, Fortnite being one of the strong ones. And then
okay, so I want to see
NHL
Fortnite.
He's many people argue that he's the best
Okay.
NHL player in the league.
All right, so there's definitely a couple games on the wheel right now that give them not necessarily free wins, but wins that are likely to shift into their direction, and that'll start to tighten things. The problem that I think they're going to have moving into halftime though is the fact that they have no timeouts. They haven't been the most organized team. We talked about that. There may be a situation where you cannot afford any more forfeits at this point. Street Fighter 6 was enough. Enough is enough. Please be ready. Go grab a snack. Go grab an energy drink at halftime. Have a talk amongst your teammates. And let's make sure that we're ready when we come back. Yep.
Yeah, I think you covered everything. We'll see you on a bit.
Yep.
With the game that they're playing, what exactly is happening, but there's a complaint that players from the other team are pausing, and they assume that somehow messing up their flow of the game. So we're gonna investigate after this match. If there's gonna be an issue where the other team is not allowing ours to perform as best as we can, the admin has to have a sanction against the other team, or we'll have to replay the game. But I doubt that that's going to be the case. So I assume there's going to be a sanction in case we actually suffer from this. There were complaints, and we complained twice. So we'll see what the overrule is going to be by the end, and that's it. We'll see.
Because I seen him.
And he's like, it's not in the rules.
I seen him go invisible, like a pause, but it's not pause. It's when you turn to the side or go backwards. So when he spun out, then it pauses.
Because I said, look,
it's all fucked up.
It's not on expert rules.
I know.
Just go to it. If it's on expert rules, I'm wrong.
Yeah, it should be 9-1.
I said if it's on expert rules, hey, bro, that I'm wrong. But he's sitting there, and they already closed it all out. So I was like, it's too late. So that's a forfeit. That's a forfeit. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Where does it say it in the rules?
Thank you. Thank you.
Where does it say it in the rules?
Once you choose.
Well, we already checked with the game master beforehand, so it's a forfeit.
I mean, if it's not in the rules, shouldn't that be something announced to everybody?
It should be announced. Like,
Like
we
game
didn't get any
master
information
phone.
about it.
And we was told nothing about it.
It's not in the
Hey, bro.
rules. It's not in the rules.
Hey, just like the fuel's not in the rules, right?
The what?
The fuel and Forza. That was unlimited, right?
Y'all also had the Forza.
That was messed up too. But we'll take this one. Don't worry about it.
Look, Zach, look. In the rules it says, if a player does not finish DNF race, their race will not be finished in 60 seconds.
But we never finished the race.
But if you're resetting the whole thing before him, you're restarting the whole thing to get a faster time. That's what we're saying.
But we have 60 seconds to do that.
Yep. It acts like a DNF when you reset.
It was never. That was never a thing.
People have been resetting all season. That's how it is.
What is the call?
The DNF for the club.
That's insane.
Because it's restarting the time over. It's restarting the time from the beginning.
And that's not a GM
That's
decision.
actually ridiculous.
Well, it's integrated.
That's one.
Okay, that needs to be in the rules. That needs to be in the rules. That needs to
Wait,
be
if it's not in the rules, how are we supposed to know?
It's not in the rules. People have been doing it all season.
Yeah, literally all season.
I don't agree with you guys, but he's the GM on site.
But he don't need to be.
Hey, get him out of here.
That's messed up. That's how you know they salty, bro. They salty.
Hey, go ahead.
What?
Reapers win!
Not really. It's a handicap. It's okay.
So far, we're doing pretty good. In the beginning, it wasn't in our favor, but we bounced back and we were winning almost every single game. So it's looking good in our favor, but we're definitely got to tighten up a little bit more.
Everyone's nervous. I'm nervous. The other team is nervous. Our players are nervous, but me and Cutters, like as leaders on the team, it's our job to be the vocal ones, and we can't show that. We have to make them think we're the best. They have no chance at winning. They shouldn't even show that today. So when we win a game, we got to scream. When we lose a game, we got to tell them they're biased anyway. It doesn't matter. We have to talk trash the whole time and keep our confidence up the whole time. And then with our team, too, we have to try and raise their energy up and try and get them to get hyped and things like that. At the end of the day, like, we have to play through. So even though we lost timeouts, even though we lose in games we don't think we should lose, we just have to keep playing the game. If we get caught up and just give up because, oh, we lost a timeout or we lost Forza, that's how you lose. You lose when you let the game go. You cannot let things like that determine the game.
Right now it's going to be the final fight and it's going to be very, very intense.
Hey, let's go, bro. Hey, yeah.
We were. Okay. So, Align, right? We were this close to losing, this close. We came back all the way. These guys, they're cooking.
But then the next question is, it was 16-6. Now, once you guys being the 3-time Reapers going into this game, which we thought was going to be a close game, it wasn't. Why did you let the Click win 6 games? What's going on? Because at this point in time, the team you have is already a championship caliber team. Why are you dropping 6 games?
I'll answer your question with a question. Why are we winning all these fighting games with no fighting games? That's all I hear about. That's all I hear about.
You only hear about it because you only paid attention to everybody but me.
Hey, that's all I hear about.
Because I already explained it on why the Reapers are so good on this. But how's it been with you not having an actual dedicated fighter player, you having individual people at each of these fighting games being good? Because not having a traditional fighter is seen as a decline in some other teams' eyes. But you guys have you figured it out. You have Ricky, you have Cutters, you have yourself, you have Midnight, you have people across the board, and Rez, excuse me, who touch each one of these fighting games. So how does it feel like knowing you don't have to pay a dedicated fighter who's weaker across the board, while having a team who's stronger across the entire wheel with one fighting game and specialty?
It feels like 4 times. That's how it feels. It feels like 4 times. It feels like 4 times. 4 times. Exactly. It feels like 4 times. Oh my God, bro. That tier 1 matchup between Hollywood and Bo Seam. We already know who's winning that, bro. Bo Seam all day!
Hey, yo, and the last thing I'm gonna ask y'all, is what y'all got to say the third when he's coaching tomorrow?
Look, you're going against one of the GOATs. One of the greatest of all time in the UEL.
But he's got one of the GOATs. He's got Bo Seam. Come on, bro.
Blaze winning tomorrow, getting their first win. Can't wait to see it. Can't wait to see y'all tomorrow at 3 p.m. Shout out to SurfThing for these amazing PCs, baby.
Hey, thank you, gentlemen. We are going to go back over to our post-game, and we will get the commentators to get us out of here. You guys have a wonderful night. We'll be right back. Viewers, don't go anywhere. Oh, God, I love you, motherfucker.
Come on, Cordy. Come on, Cordy. They said that they were going to beat us today. And we just fucked them up, bro. Come on, bro. I can't get hype. Bro, get hype.
Yeah,
come on,
get hype, bro. Let's go.
Come on, Cordy.
Let's go.
Cordy!
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Hey, Ricky. Let's get hype, Ricky.
Yeah!
Hey, put your hands in the middle.
Yeah.
Welcome to Gracie University, and thank you for checking out our certified Gracie Jiu-Jitsu Training Center in Fredericksburg, Virginia.
Whether you're training here at headquarters or at any other certified training center around the world, there are 3 things you can expect when learning Jiu-Jitsu the Gracie way.
Number 1, structure. Gracie Jiu-Jitsu is for everyone, but only if taught correctly.
Way too many schools have this one-size-fits-all approach. The problem with this is you have people with all different needs being taught Jiu-Jitsu the same way.
So what we've done is spent a ridiculous amount of time creating specific programs for each and every demographic. And the benefit of this is that each person is going to get from Jiu-Jitsu what they need from Jiu-Jitsu. Gracie bully-proof, non-violent self-defense, confidence, and character development for kids ages 5 to 12.
Women empowered. 20 essential self-defense techniques for ladies of all ages.
Gracie Combatives, 36 techniques, no knowledge to street ready in the least amount of time possible.
The Master Cycle, from blue belt to black belt and beyond.
And in a structured fashion, you guys, to minimize frustration, maximize retention is what it's all about.
Now, every single student will get an attendance card. With this card, we will track their progress.
Critical.
They know what they've learned. They know what they need to learn to move to the next phase.
Students love this.
Number 2, safety.
Number 1 priority. Even though it's number 2, it's the number 1 priority. Why? If you come to class and you get injured and you can't go to work tomorrow, we're not doing our job.
Often what happens is somebody who has very little experience is in a class with people who have a lot of experience. You end up becoming somewhat of a grappling dummy.
So what have we done? Taken the opposite approach. So the way it works is in our beginner programs, the basics. You're gonna learn fundamentals. You're gonna know how to protect your body, protect your partner, and protect your face, and defend yourself. Ultimately, beginner programs, entry level, are for the basic techniques, no competitive sparring, because you're not ready to do that without injuring yourself or someone else.
And we will get you ready. And once you're ready, then you will transition to the Master Cycle, and the cooperative, work together, help each other environment will also follow you for the rest of your journey.
So even in the Master Cycle, when it's sparring amongst, training partners who are trying to defeat one another, the collaboration energy is very strong. You're working with each other, not against each other.
Of course.
Number 3, street readiness. Now, Jiu-Jitsu exists as both a self-defense system in the highest regard and a recreational sport. And unfortunately, most schools dedicate all their training time to the sportive aspect of the art.
What does that mean? That means that somebody could be training for 2, 3, 4 years.
More, 10.
Forever, and never talk about what might happen in a real fight.
And this is very unfortunate, you guys, because jiu-jitsu is an amazing self-defense system. So what we've realized is the first thing you learn is the hardest to forget. So all of our entry-level programs are 100% committed to the techniques you're gonna need out in the parking lot tonight, tomorrow morning. Whatever goes down, you're gonna be ready, but that's because the emphasis is 100% self-defense.
And once you own this self-defense mindset and this way of survival, then you can take that mindset with you and apply it to the master cycle.
Where you might be rolling more sportively,
jiu-jitsu versus jiu-jitsu.
but it's still a self-defense mindset being applied in a sportive practice of jiu-jitsu.
Or to any other area of your life.
Too deep, you guys. Now, there are 2 other benefits that only exist at certified training centers. Number 1, online access to your curriculum of study for free with your membership. And number 2, free satellite training privileges at any CTC around the world.
Why would you want online training? It's so you can watch a lesson. When you go home, you forgot a detail, you can't fall asleep at night, you can go on, you can watch the lesson and then sleep easy. Or you want to come to class the next day, but you don't know the lesson, you haven't learned it yet.
Or you want to prepare, right?
You show up already speaking the language because you watched the lesson.
And we found that students who watch their online lessons during the week, in addition to coming to class, grow at twice the rate of progress than students who just come to class.
It's all about time and energy.
There you go. So online access and satellite training privileges, which means you can schedule the rest of your life's vacations
or business trips
around certified training centers, because nothing worse than going on a vacation and not being able to keep up on your jiu-jitsu. Nothing worse than that.
And when you do a class, wherever you're vacationing, when you do a class there, what do? You do class number 7, you remember, you take note, and you bring that back and you put it on your card, your attendance card at your school.
Home. So any classes done remotely count on your attendance card back home, because the curriculum is identical for all the beginner programs at CTCs around the world. The bottom line is this. You guys need to go to a CTC, tell them we sent you. They're gonna do 10-day free trial. What's the benefit of that?
Well, if it's not everything that you've ever wanted when it comes to jiu-jitsu, then you say, you know what, it's not for me.
But if it is everything you've ever dreamt of and more,
enjoy.
We'll see you on the mat.
Calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Fury right now hunting down that kill from the bandits.
Oh, and there.
Ken, and that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway.
Welcome back from halftime, everybody. Strix and I were just enjoying our slide drinks. Cheers, brother.
It is so good.
Let me get some.
So
Hold on.
happy. They taste so good. I know this is your first time. How is it? How is it?
Honestly, it's actually really good. And the fact that it's not carbonated water, I am a huge fan of it. It's got good ingredients, man. Good vitamins, little B12, little B6. I'm all about it. It's going to keep us hydrated and energetic as we're casting all of these matches. Now, if you're just now joining us, obviously right below me here are the bots. They have 11 wins. Cyclone are only sitting at 2. Now, there also is a discrepancy within the actual wins and losses of their team records. The bots are 6-1. Cyclones are 0-6. Now, you might be wondering, well, this isn't going well for the Cyclones. However, they have had a lot of matches tonight that were relatively close. They also started off their day with a player that hadn't arrived yet, so we had some 5v4 situations that were going down. Obviously, there is Tier 1 through Tier 5, and the Cyclones were down a player during games like Rainbow Six Siege, where there's a lot of composition work that needs to go into play. Whether it's games like that or another shooter, for instance, Overwatch 2 or something, there's a lot of games within the 33-game wheel here at the UEL that if you're down a player, you're at quite a disadvantage. So even though they only have 2 wins, I don't think they should be, keeping their heads low or anything like that. I think there's a lot of positive energy still on the floor, still in the arena. They have fighters potentially still on the wheel that I think they'll excel in. And then they also have, what would you say is their other category that they're going to be pretty good at?
Sports games, because this brings
there
up
we go, NHL 24.
NHL
Perfect.
24, Bosif. Being the best player in the league at the game, so we'll have an opportunity here to play. And you mentioned fighters as their other category, and that's where Checkmate Showdown will kind of shine. This is a strategy game. You see this chess portion of the game. I love the immediate play. The bot's just looking to move in and take a fight.
That's aggressive.
With the king, and I think they realize I see the controller being handed to Sofo. And,
wow, this might be the fastest match of Checkmate Showdown?
Yes.
That we've ever seen.
It could be exceptionally quickly. So now we have to see Sofo is going to go ahead and get started. He's on the orange king, and the purple queen is going to be Dictator Chicken. The queen is such a difficult character. I like the burst. Don't want to eat too much damage.
Nice pressure, though, in the corner. Something to note that you actually taught me yesterday during the broadcast is if you're the defending piece that's being attacked, you have an ultimate on the top of your health bar. So it does look like I believe that is Dictator that has the ultimate?
So other way around.
Other way around.
Attacking,
okay.
Yeah, attacking piece is the one.
Gotcha.
That has the ultimate. It's the benefit of choosing
Oh, the
to
attacking
attack.
piece has the ultimate. Gotcha.
So that's why the king and Sofo chose to take the initiative
Understand.
attack here. So he has that extra little bit of damage, and in fact, if he does find a hit, he will actually be able to go ahead and kill the queen outright from this position.
Right, if they are able to kill the queen, that's obviously the second most important piece, but in a lot of ways the most important piece on the board. So this is absolutely crucial right now that this king stays in.
And you see that immediate break. Dictator knows, but if he's able to hit this combo, he should just be able to win the fight off of these set of hits. One more rep into the super, and no way! Queen.
We have a dead queen on the field. And here's something fun to note. Those pawns that you see flying out on the screen, the more pawns you actually have active on the board, the more pawns are coming out during that ultimate. That is hilarious.
So that is the scary part about the king, and that is why if you ever get the opportunity to have the king go out, why you would want to be able to do that. Right. And you mentioned the key part here. That ultimate is as powerful as the number of pawns left on the board.
Right.
So if you wait till later in the game to attack the king, you don't have to worry about him TODing you, touch of deathing you. But if you fight him this early, there's a strong chance that if you don't immediately win the fight, if he gets a touch, you can end up going down. But still, Dictator Chicken doing a ton of damage, getting him down to his last 200 health. And so he will basically not be able to get touched for the rest of this game.
It's true. He can't get touched, but I mean, they just had probably the most effective play that you can imagine. You still have your king on the board. None of your other pieces are damaged, and your opponent's queen is gone. In the game of chess, that is crucial. But what you're watching here is basically just a classic game of chess, and then as soon as a piece, other than pawns, as soon as a piece gets attacked, the game then transitions into a 2D stage fighter like you just saw. So basically, as long as you have a general understanding of how chess is played and you are able to understand fighters to some degree, you could be pretty effective at Checkmate Showdown, and I would suggest that you guys take a look at the top left and the top right-hand corners of your screen so you can see which players are on what piece. For instance, on the Cyclones, you've got Bosef playing the queen, Pizza on the knight, you've got Ambush on the rook, Baba Yaga on the bishop, and Sofo obviously on the king. You just saw him put in that work in order to take out a member of the bots. Now, that was going to be Dictator Chicken, obviously.
Yes, and now we're going to see Ceviche sitting down on this purple knight to go ahead and go up against Bosef. Let's see who's going to be able to take this fight. Nice job catching him out of there. So this is an interesting matchup. Immediately breaking out there. I wouldn't have used the breaker there if I was Bosef. He can't follow up after that move, but is instead, both sides, now that they've broken, are in a situation where the next combo will actually hold, and we'll start to see some real damage be done.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
On both of these pieces. Ceviche now going to the other strategy you're able to do as the knight, which is completely zone out your opponent. Just throw hit after hit and stop her from ever approaching, but we see Bosef displaying the power of this piece once she gets in.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, getting hit there as he tries to oppose. And manages to get another kick.
Ooh. Now, basically, that combo break, that comes with the meters that are underneath the health bar, correct?
The lightning bolt. This
oh,
is
the lightning bolt, okay.
Yeah, so that bar underneath the meter is every time you see them use one of their special moves.
Got it.
Like that teleport right there on the knight uses one of them.
Understood.
That will end up using. So neither player has any specials, but the knight still notably can go ahead and use these little, these ghosts.
Yeah, these zoning tools. I mean, we've seen it time and time again on Checkmate Showdown. Every time a knight is in play, it is the zoning character of the game. Just one hit away, both of these players. Let's see what happens. Are you kidding me?
Get the punish. Bosef, notably living, will get the opportunity to use his piece once again and to go in. Now, just like Sofo, he's on 200 health. And they managed to take a bishop for free, utilizing that pawn. Now, that does open up their queen to an immediate another fight. But the question is, are they going to take it or not?
I'm trying to think if there's a counter to that if he does take the piece. I'm looking on the board and I don't see one. Just off of first glance, there isn't.
It was a good opportunity because they ensured that one of the bishops would be gone. So this means that if they do manage to win this, they can just take La Bamba out of the game completely. A little bit slow there on the punish, but there's still the opportunity. And a lot of bishops like to use these delays you've mentioned before to catch and get some damage. Any damage that Bosef's able to do here is going to be big. And it looks like he's able to punish the buff.
Wow, no way. Bosef right now putting in work. His main objective when this fight started was just to get as much health off as possible, and I think he effectively did that. That's not something he takes away as an L. That was a pretty good showing out by him.
Killed one piece, and then you traded 200 health for 600 more.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a really, really good showing by him.
And now the question is, do they just want to give La Bamba the chance to possibly do the same? They instead are going to opt to take back and to set up these two pawns here. And it looks like they're going to need to start rotating their knights and or somebody else into the game to start to get a little bit of more play and to create an effect. The bots king notably is still in the center of the board. I think they are going to move all their pieces in the back rank out to start to develop and choose which side they want to maybe castle towards. And they do end up sitting down, and it looks like La Bamba did end up taking this fight. So now, Baba, if you're able to find a hit or two, you're going to be able to put a good amount of energy and take him out here with no damage. But the ultimate clips him. That's going to be some of his health, but he can still maintain most of his health if he can get out of this clean. La Bamba finds a hit and is going to go ahead and spin. He has one more special, so let's see if he can do it again. The break comes out, ensuring La Bamba doesn't have any more specials. The pawn doesn't find anything, forces the jump out, and now we have to see who's going to find this hit. Neither side is going to be unscathed. but LeBron was close to being broken, ended up being broken, and now both are just looking for the hit.
Yeah.
The break comes back up in time, and Labamba wins on the air-to-air trade, but the King
No way! No
Baba
way. Baba Yaga
takes
stole that.
down a
Absolutely.
piece. And because that pawn also took out one of the bishops, that removes Labamba from being able to play the rest of Checkmate Chile.
Wow, that's interesting. I thought that was really good utility of just the resources that they had during that fight. You were talking about them using the break, using that lightning that you see below the health bar, but both of them used it at really effective times. As those health bars beginning to close, they swapped sides while they were in the corner. They were doing things like stagger combos. They were going for low strikes in order to break the guard. Both of them had a really good understanding of just how fighters in general operate. It just ended up not going Labamba's way.
Is sad. Unfortunately, like you can do everything right, and still that problem can arise. They're trying to make a decision here. If they slide over, they can protect this pawn, instead choosing to bring him up one step.
Yeah. And that's definitely what the Cyclones are doing. They're sort of starting to protect their king, knowing that their king is such low health. They're sort of collapsing sort of all of their pieces around that king to just make sure that he's protected. They want to engage in these fights, and every time they win one of these fights, take a piece off of their opponent. Just play smart, because if you're caught lacking, that king can be taken out in an instant, which basically will end the game.
Yeah, it's really smart. I like them trying to do this, but you see the bots are ready to just kind of try to brute force their way in. And now as the knight steps forward, maybe Pizza Man will get an opportunity to get in here and fight himself and fight for his team.
Now, I'm going to assume that this is just traditional chess rules. So if one of their pawn advances into their backline, they can respawn a piece, correct?
Yes.
All right. So that's potentially what their rook is doing in Cyclone's backline, taking out these pawns, which will open up the opportunity for the bots to then advance their pawns into their backline, potentially to get a piece. The problem, though, is going to be the rook that's lined up right next to the king.
Yes, and I think they're trying to set up for an attack here, but they have to be a little bit careful.
Yep.
So they're going to be able to jump in here. Now, the king doesn't have to move. There's going to have to be another rotation unless they want to fight that rook there in the corner. They're going to have to make another opportunity. The king is still safe here in the dead center of the board. As long as he doesn't kind of opt to move any direction, he should be okay. Electing to kind of choose to take the fight themselves, again, wanting that ultimate available to them if they want to go ahead and take
All right,
this fight
here we go.
So, let's see, and I heard the live call, so both sides immediately swinging. Pizza doing his best to get some damage. And now the scary part here is he's fighting a grappler. So this is a grappler versus the zoner. The big difference is here, the zoner, the knight wants to stay a good distance away. Where on the other side, this grappler wants to be in your face.
Ooh,
and,
hard to do when you're stuck in the corner like this, but he is playing a little bit of footsies, gets a lunge, and he tries going for a jump in to sort of advance and keep him in the corner. Not going to matter, though. He goes for the combo break. Oh, but he whiffs. There we go. He got the jump over. I would like to see a little bit more zoning out of this knight right now. Nonetheless, he's still getting a couple of attacks off here and there. Now, who is that? That would be Pizza.
Yes.
So this is actually Pizza playing the knight that you're seeing from the orange team, maybe showing a little bit of inexperience with the lack of zoning tools that we're seeing coming out here. Nonetheless, he's doing okay, but he gets dropped. Suplex City is what you guys just saw at WrestleMania.
And that was Billy. Just like in real life, do not let him grab you.
Yes. Yep. If you're playing this, don't let the rook grab you. If you're playing Tekken, don't let King grab you.
If you're playing real life, don't let Billy grab you. just so people know. Now, moving directly next to this king still doesn't feel pressure, but if he tries to move out, you can threaten another attack. But now your king could very quickly be trapped and be forced into a fight. Jumps in and immediately goes for the super. Deal as much damage as possible. I like the throw, and now putting the pressure on. Maybe step back and avoid the throw, but this one's going to find purchase.
Wow, I think this might be it because just the lack of health that the king has after this fight.
It's going to be big here.
Let's see what happens.
Sofo pretty much has to take this
Yeah,
fight.
he has to take the fight. I don't think he actually has another option to be complete. I don't think he has another option.
Yeah.
I think that is his only option.
Now, luckily, basically both are going to be on 1 or 2 hit opportunities because of how low they are.
Right. Oh, no way! No way! That was one of the sickest. That was one of the sickest, fastest rounds that we have seen at the UEL. The tech to sort of read that aerial jump and initiate the grab and go into Suplex City at WrestleMania 5000 was absolutely nuts.
I felt so bad.
That was SummerSlam.
Because they both started the round, like, Billy jumped, and you're like, okay, like, yeah, I'm going to jump the air, and the Rook's like...
Oh, just no mercy.
Just immediately ending that game. A good showing from the bots, a good showing from the Cyclones.
Yeah.
They continue to impress there in that game. But next coming up a game, I feel pretty confident in saying this should be a Cyclones win, and that being on the side of NHL with Bosif being available. You send your sports lineup in NHL with Bosif, Bobby Yoggins, and Mr. Pizza.
I'll say this. You have an hour and 47 minutes left. What the mindset that I would be in if I'm in a leadership role right now with the Cyclones is to prevent the 17 wins that we just talked about right before we went to halftime. Okay, just don't worry about how much time necessarily is on the clock. You don't even have any timeouts to begin with, so you shouldn't even be thinking about that. Right now, I'm just thinking, do not let them get to 17 wins. If we can get a couple of wins, maybe they get one. We get a couple of wins, maybe they get one. We get a couple of wins, they would get one. Just do everything you can to advance throughout the rest of the night without allowing them to get to 17, and then see where you're at about that 15, 20-minute mark. Maybe you can clutch another last 2 minute, two wins or so within that last 10 minutes to secure maybe a tie or something along those lines.
This is a chance for this young roster. Again, 2 rookies.
Yeah.
Obviously, Pizza is young in age.
Yep.
Bobby Yoggins, I believe, is on his second season as well. Bosif really being the only veteran on the squad right now.
Absolutely.
In the lineup, at the very least, and is going to be carrying, I think, a lot of this. So let those players develop more.
Yes.
You're at an 0-6 situation on your season. It probably means I don't know if there's a mathematical way for them to make playoffs. I think that, unfortunately, that's not on the table. So you start planning for that next season. You start planning and looking at the future and seeing how you can come back strong.
Yeah, you start planning for the next season. Another thing to think about, though, is, like, for instance, when we go into drafts and things like that, like in the off season, and these players are – a lot of times these players will actually think selfishly about themselves, and they want to perform as best as they can so that maybe they're drafted on a team, going into next season so they look good, to potentially receive that draft pick or what have you. But another thing to consider is how well you're actually working coherently, finding that synergy with your team, because nobody wants to draft a player that just plays selfishly, that's negative off the broadcast or negative outside of the actual stream itself. You want to play teammates that are looking to improve, that are showing up to practice, that are communicating really often, that may be emerging as a leader, things like that. And I think potentially that's where they focus on, throughout the rest of this season, because I think it's going to benefit them down the line and may lead to a championship in the future.
Well, you hit on something that I think so many players don't.
Yeah.
As someone that's been in the GM chair selecting players.
Yes.
I do not, unless you can guarantee you win me every single game in a genre on this wheel. And that is undoubtedly.
Yes. Unless your name is Strix.
No.
I'm kidding.
Don't put it on me. No, I'm not going to take that credit. Because I know somebody in chat's already been like, I have clips of Strix. I'm gonna be honest. Okay.
I have flawless.
But having a player that maybe doesn't have as a current skill ceiling, maybe I still see some potential, but they are a better team player. Like,
absolutely.
Game plan comes up, you're like, all right, cool, this is the game plan.
Think about Jekyll. Think about Jekyll yesterday. I mean, my God, probably the best team player that I've noticed in the last 3 weeks of UEL. I really liked what I was seeing out of him. So you bring up a good point.
Again, he came into the league playing some sports games and playing Smash.
Yeah.
And over season, he cares about getting better and he cares about working with his team and doing what his team needs.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
All right, so in the blue jerseys, you're going to go ahead and see. I love that they both picked dark colors. This makes my life very easy. The bots. But in the black jerseys, those even darker jerseys, you will go ahead and see the Cyclones.
Okay. Well, something to think about right now, just because the puck is relatively close to the goalie. This is obviously NHL 24. As the goalies continue to receive pressure, there's a lot of shots on the goal itself, a lot of players on the goal. They're forced to take a lot of actions. The stamina of those goalies is going to expire at some point, or it's at least going to be drained to some extent, which makes it easier to actually score shots on the goal. So pay attention to that as this game sort of develops to see how tired these goalies get.
Now, if you're looking at players wondering who is who, I'm going to point your eyes to Bo-Seif. Bo-Seif is yellow here. You see him kind of hanging back on his team, letting his teams take a little bit more of a forward position, with Baba Yagins being on purple and Ambushman being on red. On the other side, teal is Mordecai, dark blue is Dictator Chicken, and Ceviche in the green.
Interesting. Interesting enough. So it does look like we just got a call from the floor. The next game is actually going to be the finals. I happen to miss that, but nonetheless, a shooter coming up. So if Cyclones are able to capitalize here on NHL and then go into a shooter, there's a little bit of potential there that they could rack up 2 wins and start shaking this thing up a little bit.
Yes, and they're going to need to. Now, I was talking with the bots there in halftime.
Right.
And the funniest part is NHL came up, and I was giving them some kudos. And then we were laughing because if there's one sports game that the bots just have magic in, it is NHL. They have won multiple games with less than a second left on.
The bots?
Yes.
Wow, okay. Interesting.
NHL. They always have managed to figure it out and find an opportunity to find a win. But they're doing it now against one of, if not the best NHL player in the league in Bo-Seif.
Right.
Bo-Seif, you can't just sometimes work your magic. You got to prove that you are the better NHL team.
100% poke check.
To be able to get it, and almost getting a shot there is a great start.
Yeah,
honestly.
You know, they did block that puck right there, but I've observed one problem, and it's specifically coming from the Cyclones. Now, as they advance to the other goal, I'll sort of pick up and sort of mention it a little bit. Wow, that puck almost went in. But notice how many bodies from the bots are on the ice right now. All 3 of the blue jerseys are relatively close together, and then look at the black jerseys. One of the black jerseys is not there. One of the Cyclone players is. There we go. Now, I'm noticing happening is one of the Cyclone players is drifting up the ice in order to advance and get position to potentially get like a one-on-one for the goal. Nonetheless, I think the bots are sort of doing a better job at sort of positioning. Take a look at just the sheer amount of jerseys on the field. On the ice, I should say.
I think it ends up being, and this is going to be where I put a lot of pressure on Bo-Seif specifically. I want him to, he needs to be looking and reading the game today. I like right now, he's drifting back there towards his side of the ice, just in case there's a fast break. He doesn't want to give that opportunity open.
Yeah, and that's why. Yeah, I totally understand the ability to sort of push up the ice to prevent that sort of fast break, but at the same time, if your opponent has more bodies, on the ice, it's not going to... Wow! I was going to say, if he grabbed that puck, put it down, and slap-shotted that in, I would have lost it.
I didn't even realize you're allowed to do that in hockey.
Yeah, if you're
I don't know why, for whatever reason, thought it was like thought it was like football/soccer rules where you're not allowed to just grab the puck.
I believe it's called resetting the puck. You're allowed to grab it and reset. You can't do any type of
movement or
action or some sort. Pass to a player.
So it's kind of like
can't shoot it.
Called it out of the air because it was flying and just set it back down. And
Absolutely.
Matt, all the the sports encyclopedia here.
We will see.
Bo-Seif trying to be the encyclopedia of points his team needs, looking for a shot there, isn't able to find it, but pokes the puck out. But the bots remain in control here, and it looks like the bots may be slowing down the pace of the game a little bit.
Right. I like how close together the Cyclones are starting to play. You got all 3 pushed up on the ice. Now, this is the problem with that is he has a free one-on-one, but it gets blocked. Now, the reason why you want to keep it a 3-on-3 and you don't want to necessarily abandon your teammates is if your goalie has a lot of stamina, have faith in your goalie and basically stay in the opponent's face as much as possible. Once that stamina starts getting drained, then you can begin what a lot of people call sort of like a turtle strat, where you have one of your players sort of playing more defensively backed up to prevent that push down the ice.
It's a crazy play. The bots have had majority of the puck control this game, which again is surprising to me.
Yeah, that's true.
But they've looked like they've found their passing opportunities.
Look at the blue jerseys. Look at the blue jerseys. One of the blue jerseys all the way up here sort of playing defensively. Now, he did block that puck, right? But here, your goalie also had a lot of stamina when that was occurring. Oh, my goodness gracious. I know they're starting to drain that stamina, and they're draining it fast.
It's going to be a singular moment. That pass doesn't find the puck, and Bo-Seif with the puck, but he loses it super early on.
Yep.
And each one of the bots playing, but Bo-Seif finally saying, all right, I'm the best player in the room. Let me start taking some shots, and let me start doing some damage.
Right. And now the bots' goalie is drained on stamina, so the fact that they're going to play a little bit more. Oh, the spin shot. That would have been disgusting. It would have been disgusting. Now, you see there's only 2 blue jerseys. Only 2 blue jerseys on the ice, and the reason for that is their goalie has his stamina been drained, I should say. I like that now from the bots, okay? I'd like to see a little bit more strategy management from the Cyclones, though. They're sort of keeping it a 3 big bodies on the ice at any given time. Goes for the shot, whiffs it, maybe potentially start utilizing more assisted shots on the goal, playing with your teammates more.
And the puck ends up sliding back down and ends up on the other way. And I have to agree with you. I think it's a great call to kind of teams will sometimes index into a strategy and not realize that, hey, you should play your strategy based on the situation. It's not like a one-size-fits-all.
Right. Oh, 100%.
You have to be paying attention to
Oh,
the
this is
game
a
state,
3v1.
and this is a great opportunity, 3v1.
See,
Isn't it
selfish.
fun?
Wow, he ends up getting it anyway. I'm shocked that he actually got that goal. The only reason he got that goal is because the sheer stamina left on that goalie. That's the only reason. That was a 3v1, and as he took it towards the goal, he didn't even pass the puck. The advantage of shifting the puck from right to left is if the actual goalie has drained stamina, he's going to shift to the other side of the goal in a slower fashion, which makes it easier to score the actual puck. The fact that they're not passing is sort of blowing my mind right now because it would put that much more pressure on the goalie to shift his positioning. They're not doing it, though.
And with 15 seconds left in the second period, the game will end. The bots are going to have to get control of this puck and take a shot.
My goodness.
Find them in. This is going to be their last opportunity.
Oh my goodness.
3, 2, and I think this is going to be held, and they throw it away.
Oh, wow.
I mentioned the Magic before, and it almost occurred to I think everybody, Bosif puts the crown down on his head. That is his game. That is his moment. I want to give credit to him. But I know he held his breath there for a split second. There was a moment where he had to go.
Yeah.
Okay,
now,
good.
So what was the difference maker throughout that game? I mentioned it at the start. The bots had a player that was basically playing defensively. Now, your goalie has his stamina drained, right? So I understand the fact that you're trying to assist and sort of aid your goalie in the sense because you don't want them taking too many shots. The problem with that, though, is your players are not pushed up on the ice, and you're not getting pressure draining the stamina on your opponent's goalie because it's a 2v3 down there. Could they have sort of shifted that earlier on? Who knows? That may have led to a shift in that momentum, though.
I agree with you. It's kind of like I don't mind. I actually like playing defensive.
Yeah.
In a lot of games and a lot of situations.
Early on, I like sort of keeping it a 3v3 because have faith in your goalie.
I agree. I think the big issue is if you're willing to take an early defensive strat, what you have to have an awareness of is when to go on the attack, right?
Yeah,
it's
that's
kind
true.
of like
That's true, yeah.
In any of these shooters, in any of these games, where it's kind of like, okay, cool, I'm gonna turtle up. The issue is teams get so caught up just protecting that they don't realize, like, wait, like you said, your goalie's at full stamina. Okay, if you're not there immediately, that's fine. Just make sure you're there to cover the opposite side of the goal when you need to. And it felt like they never just realized, like, wait, we gave them so much space.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't need to play defense. They didn't have to worry about us losing anything.
That's very true. Even though that was just a one-puck game, I thought that Cyclones it's a little misleading as to how close that actually was because the stamina of the bots' goalie was almost completely depleted. So had that game gone on for another few minutes, I think you would have seen a much bigger discrepancy in terms of the
I also
score.
want to say that Cyclones passed the puck more. The amount of opportunities, even with their pressure, that you highlighted where it's like, the other guy's right there. Like, slide it to your left, slide it to your right.
Yeah.
And force the goalie
to shift across. Yeah, absolutely. If his stamina's already drained, if he's protecting the goal from the right side, or I guess it would be your left side for those of you watching on the stream right now. If you're protecting the goal from the left and you then have to shift to the right because a pass occurs, if your stamina is drained, you're not going to do that as quickly, and it's going to lead to more goals. So a few more assisted shots on the goal itself, I think would have resulted in a lot more or a bigger score. Nonetheless, the Cyclones needed that win. They got it. They still have an hour and a half left into tonight, and we're moving into the finals, which is a game that kind of can go either way. I don't think necessarily the bots are particularly one of our best teams in shooters, would you say? I wouldn't say that they necessarily are. I think the Cyclones have a little bit of leeway when it comes to potentially pulling this one out.
And I know the bots are happy about that. Dictator Chicken is out there. I know he's...
I actually saw Dictator Chicken practicing Lumina Rush prior to today starting up, and I was just like, wow, someone's actually practicing that platform speedrunner prior to the action going on today. I think it's one of those games that sort of goes under the radar in terms of maybe a lot of these players don't necessarily think about it, because it's not something you're seeing advertised on your Monster cans or your, advertisements or something you may be seeing on television or something along those lines. But nonetheless, we'll get that in this next match. Right now, we're jumping into the finals. Let's take a look at the team composition. Couldn't be any more straightforward. We're running 4 mediums.
Make
You
it
see
5.
the
Only if Victor's also medium. Yeah. 5 of them decided to run medium. And we're playing Terminal Attack, our search and destroy game mode.
Yep.
So, hey, guess what? You got Siege, you got Valorant, and now we're going to go ahead and do it again in the final.
Yeah, so this is the Search and Destroy playlist of the finals. Ooh, I like the map knowledge there, knowing about how to get to this objective as fast as possible. Nonetheless, 3 auto turrets that they are going to be slapping down as fast as possible as soon as they get to this objective. Their goal, to be able to bait the enemy players into their auto turrets. They're also going to utilize those turrets for intel in order to pick up on the positioning of their opponents as they get closer and closer to the objective, because if you see your auto turret shooting at somebody, you have a pretty good idea as to where they are.
And we have to see here, all of them playing together as well. They all have those same tools. So a lot of the utility in this game does come from the side of the medium of these different classes that you play. Turrets, jump pads, the ability to get in and around and on
Holy
the site
moly.
is huge. Looks like he found a player with his back to him, starting to deal out some damage, and Dictator Chicken just, again, doing his best to continue to get some pressure. The first kill happens, and it ends up going the way of the Cyclones. Back to a 4v4 now, though, with Sofo picked up a kill. It looks like
La Bamba
as well.
Yeah, I think La Bamba got a kill right there, too. The fact that all of these players are medium, you can assume that this is going to turn into a jumping jack simulator, because I am assuming that all of them have a jump pad, so look for some mobility to start to occur. Now, another player gets taken out. I believe that's Mordecai that just got eliminated from the bots. Nonetheless, this is going to be a 4v2 right now, correct?
Yes, and so La Bamba looking to maybe change up their approach.
Yeah.
Just rotating with the spike, and this is going to be spike the key in this game. Excuse me. Oh, that's really cheeky. They put some of the goo at the top to stop the direct bounce up.
That's
all
fascinating.
the way to the very top. Shows a lot of knowledge for how the game is played and where you and what you're able to do. Recalling his turret to maybe replace it here at this new site and take another fight, but his teammate has gone down.
Goodness
now
gracious.
Bobby Yagan's finding a kill on Dictator Chicken, and so now Bosif is going to need to do the same as the key tumbles to the earth.
You know what I'm thinking right there? So as soon as his teammate was on the top of the tower, his teammate could have taken out the foam, and that would have allowed him to actually get to the top of the tower with his teammate. Maybe a little bit of a lack of communication right there, but his teammate could have just aided him, and they could have gotten up there and potentially gone for the plant.
To lose a round because you didn't even plant when you had the key there, you just needed to get to the bomb site. And even if, honestly, even if they don't, this is why things like grenades and some of the other options, this is a destructible environment. If you can't get up there, blow it down to you. One of the two things has to be true. You either work on your teamwork to either bring it up or go down. And I have to agree with you here. They're still sticking with this, and it looks like on the other side, there are 2 lights, a heavy, and 2 mediums coming out of the side of the Cyclone. So using a little bit more of a balanced composition. With different health pools maybe for different roles.
Yeah, and as this match continues and moves forward, you're probably going to see a shift in the composition of the bots, especially if they lose another round, knowing that the other team has a pretty effective composition. La Bamba sending some shots down the left side of this dojo, if you will. He's going to go underneath, catches one of the players underneath, utilizing that point and click right now, going after him. Let's see if he's able to finish the kill. He's got him drained to about a quarter of a health, maybe a little bit less. He has eyes on him, and he does.
It's Bosif.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Tier 1 for the Cyclones. Going down, another turret placed down here. And now looking up into this forest, finding some hits, but getting shot back at, not necessarily knowing where that fire is coming from. He drops back down, trying to find a position, but the player looks like they've made themselves known. He's looking to fire back. Well, he's at pretty low health at 100. He'll end up gaining a little bit back, but he's not going to go back up to this max at 250 at all.
Well, doing a much better job now of not being just wide out in the open. We're taking a look at Ambush here, trying to make his way into the objective here.
And he plays the heavy. He is running it with the double deagles in hand. We saw Killer with this yesterday, and we've seen players deal a ton of damage as long as your lines of sight and your aim remain true.
And I like the fact that the objective has been blown through the floor. He threw a little bit of gas down there on top of the objective just to protect it while he tries to gain some intel. It gets flashbanged. He's going to back up into the corner right now and just wait for a second. He's got the health. ADS, and he sees his teammate just got picked. Now he sees somebody trying to plant, goes for the kill, only gets the assist. It looks like Sofo actually picked up a double with his auto turrets right there.
Great placement. You see that he's found an opportunity to get some more kills, but now he has to somehow protect this bomb while out exposing himself to both players at the same time. No, it's a 1v1.
Now he needs to wait. There we go. Oh wow, that is a shame. What I would have preferred he'd done right there is just waited for the audio cue of knowing that somebody is planting. Sort of like we saw in Valorant, knowing that they have to go for the plant, just back up, force them to go for the plant, or maybe even do a fake plant, correct? Nonetheless, make them play the clock. That probably would have been a lot more advantageous for him there. Nonetheless, he almost got him. Just missed that second shot with those deagles, if you will.
I think the tension, unfortunately, sometimes you get a little bit locked in and you're like, I just need to get the kill, I just need to get the kill, I just need to get the kill. And then you don't realize, like, wait, I'm on defense.
Yes, absolutely. Those auto turrets are definitely a lot more effective on defense because you just know an effective place to put them, as opposed to being on offense if you're utilizing those auto turrets. You see here, all of the bots are actually using auto turrets. It's more difficult because you're pushing into their line of defense, so you have to sort of get towards the objective, plant them, and then bait your opponent into coming into your auto turrets. It's a little bit more difficult to use them in an offensive fashion. Nonetheless, they're going to try to as they push in here.
And we have to see if they're able to. Now, that's the interesting part about this game mode, even compared to some of the other search and destroy.
Yeah.
Games. On something like Siege and something like Valorant, they're very static bomb sites. The bomb sites are generated round to round in this game, and so you don't necessarily know where you're attacking and what the approach you're going to be able to take until you get in one of the players there on the side.
That was La Bamba taking out somebody. We don't necessarily know.
On PC 12, it looks like, ended up going down. Ultimately, you kind of have to find and work together. It's where teamwork ends up mattering a ton. They all realize that this player has slipped down into the gas. They pop out and end up getting dropped here. Ceviche covering his teammates well. It looks like they're communicating with one of them. They see this turret. They want to get rid of it. But this other player is now dealing damage.
Oh, wow.
All of a sudden, a 4v3 turned into a 2v3.
Yep.
And now we're back on La Bamba. Is he able to find an opportunity to take a fight and to maybe take a win? He hears some gunfire, and now it's all on him. He's going to have to find these players, find an opportunity to take a win, and let's see if he's able to do it. He got a couple of shots off.
Oh, wow.
All the players are there.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. How much time? Okay, so he didn't have too much time, I don't think, left in that round. But nonetheless, he potentially just could have sort of floated and used rotations in order to take out all three players. It was going to be difficult nonetheless, but to sort of shift out into the courtyard that way that he did without a lot of cover there was sort of sealed his fate, if you will.
Big situation where players have to somehow try to win with aim, but when three people are shooting at you, unless they don't have aim.
Right. Well, at some point during that round, the Cyclones picked up 3 kills with 3 separate players, which is an indication that they're just communicating, working well as a team. Right. We'll see if the bots can start to pick up a little bit of momentum and synergy themselves, kind of moving into this now 4th round of the game.
Yes, and let's see. Now, I think this will be the last round before the swap occurs, where these teams will swap offense and defense. So, if at all possible, if I am the bots, I want to go in 2-2, similar to what we saw in Valorant, and to maybe show that I have a better defensive team even than an offensive team going forward. So, they're going to have to find here La Bamba looking around, trying to find a player, not wanting to jump in too heavily. And again, I want players to use the destructibility of this game.
Oh, this is money. That is money.
Sofo, unaware that a hole had been blown in the roof, ended up getting shot from down below. And now we're watching Mordecai as he moves through the point, knowing that he has a teammate up on that roof supporting him.
Yeah, and that verticality, that vertical advantage is key. Maybe we see more of that throughout the night. The fact that you can blow a hole in the roof is going to be crucial. It's now a 2v4. The bot's looking real comfortable right now in this round.
We have to see where they're going. Each and every single one of these shots.
Oh, this is tough. This is tough.
As a light, you have the mobility, but you have to hit every shot while moving at Mach speed.
Oh, they get a pick. They do get a pick. It's now a 2v3. They need to start utilizing the rotation routes of this dojo, if you will. Get out of dodge. Unfortunately, it's only 1v2. Now, 1v2 is doable, but you've got to have a lot of game sense, and it looks like he potentially might. He potentially might here. Sitting on this light.
But he jumps in the 2 people and then the turret
behind. Oh! That was tough. He had a chance. He had a chance. And it wasn't so much the fact that he was on a light and that's why he died, right? He doesn't have as big of a health pool. I thought he played that really well. It's just a matter of that turret not seeing it.
It's so funny because the use of 5 medium is almost turning the site you're trying to plant at into a kill box. You just set up turrets all around and through the building.
Yeah.
And even as defenders try to either flank you or rotate around you, oh, wait, we saw that Baba Yaga's like, okay, I got to play. I'm going to shot in the back. When did they get a turret there? Why do I have somebody shooting me in the back when I'm playing defense on point? Now we're taking a look at Sofo here on the attack. Looks pretty comfortable. I like the movement. I like to see the movement.
Yeah.
Chasing after his team.
And he's using, again, a medium. He's using that auto turret. I think it's going to benefit. I think the Cyclones are playing really well. It would benefit, I think, the bots to start bringing out a couple of lights. But nonetheless, they are getting vertical advantage, so maybe they don't go to the grapple hook. Maybe they don't go to the dash or the invis. You know, they're not doing too bad. I'm going to predict, though, that the Cyclones are going to start downloading a very predictable strat of auto turrets and jump pads, because that's essentially all they're running right now. If you can sort of shift your composition to take advantage of that, they may start to thrive here. Struggling to sort of get up, he's going to be placing turrets on this particular tower as he's jumping up so that they can get a little bit of damage on their opponents while they're trying to get to the rooftop. Yeah. That's all he's doing.
And this is the hard part. Now, they've managed to get in the spot.
Wow! Oh, that is so unfortunate for Sofo.
He should be able to rotate, though, and survive here.
Oh, no!
On the texture, that was Mordecai that managed to go ahead and find a kill.
Right.
And he's up and down on this point.
Wow.
He's able to get a flank here. Is he able to get the damage?
Ooh, doesn't matter because here comes the heavy, bro. Here comes the heavy, bro. He's got the health. He's got the life sustain in order to pull off a 360 like that. Gotta love it.
Here we go. Billy looking. The entire top of this tower is gone. Open to the air, which benefits, I think, the side of the bots somewhat because they're able to now not worry about someone above or around them. They know that they just need to get this key down, or they need to stop this key from going down and then just play the defensive point.
Yeah, and it's a 2v1, so I don't necessarily know what type of character we're looking at in terms of these Cyclones, but you're right. They can basically just stay up here. They do have eyes on the other objective. I think they're trying to open up the rooftop of the other objective in order to get... Oh, it doesn't matter. He's coming up right now. He's already one shot, and that's going to do it.
Saw the grenade start to blow the entire floor out of the building as well. So I think the question there was, had he rotated to the other side?
Yeah,
was
and
what they were really looking for.
Truthfully, that would have been his only option. He probably had the intel that they were up there. He probably just decided to challenge anyway. If it was a 2v2... realistically, you'd want to have your heavy actually lead the charge and then follow up right behind the heavy in order to get those supporting shots onto the objective. But unfortunately, it was just a 1v2, and he didn't have much to do there.
Yeah, I think there was some bait as well. They're hoping maybe they had rotated, thinking, oh, we haven't heard him in a while.
Right.
He's gone.
Oh, I love it.
That
is
so
devious
funny
behavior.
That launched the point.
Yep.
Into the air.
People do that in Apex Legends, actually, with, what's his name? Notere plus Ultra. Octane. Yeah, so you can actually put a jump pad down in Apex Legends, similar to what you just saw here, in order to throw off your opponent that is pushing a particular rotation route, high traffic area, an objective, things of that sort. So pretty big brain play here out of Chicken.
Gator Chicken, he's won championships here in the league. He knows what it takes and is one of those smart players. He's locked in here. Love using this jungle for some hiding himself just a little bit. Not full cover, but making it far more difficult to see where he is and track what he was trying to do.
Yeah, and there's all sorts of things you can do with some of the structures, the rocks and stuff that you see here on this cliffside. You can sort of surf around objects in order to mitigate incoming damage or what have you. Nonetheless, I think they have decided they are going for a B push, trying to clear out the basement, if you will. Throw some smokes, throw some poison down there, see what's happening. We got La Bamba sort of playing the corners of this basement, sort of trying to find a little bit of intel. Sees somebody over in the bamboo forest. He's starting to push him. I like the aggression. Nonetheless, he pulls back to OBJ in order to aid his teammates.
The eyesight, the pinpoint accuracy some of these players have to move between these different pieces of foliage and to see a single pixel change for a split second. And now we see Tier 1 Bosif as he transitions and moves around, utilizing this light speed.
Goodness gracious.
But against an entire team of bots, I think you're asking for a lot for him to find a win.
Yeah, Cyclones need to have a little bit more coherent pushes onto the objective and take advantage of their composition with having the heavy sort of lead the way. But these lights need to do a lot more effective of jobs, essentially getting off the flanks. They either need to be flanking or they need to gain the vertical advantage because they can do that so much more effectively than even the mediums. The mediums have jump pads, but if the lights are able to get up there first because they are faster, speed kills, and they'll have that advantage earlier on in the round and basically be able to melt them like you just saw right there. This is the vertical advantage we're talking about. Get there immediately and start putting shots on your opponent before they can even put those jump pads down on top of the objective.
It's going to be important here. We're looking at Bosif. I need to continue to see this movement. I need to continue to see him to take advantage. If you're playing the light, your health pool is so small.
Yeah.
You have to show me not only is your aim on point, but your understanding of movement. And he's already taking shots from what feels like miles away.
Yeah, he needs to start pushing. He's way too far behind his team right now. You're not getting enough damage output with these tiny shots. He needs to be in their face, causing chaos, sort of like a Tracer from Overwatch, if you will. You have to be making them second guess their 6 o'clock at all times. That's why your speed is so advantageous. There we go. Now he's starting to push in, utilizes that grapple hook, gets the vertical advantage like I wanted to see from him.
And using the sonar grenade to check to see if there's any players in this point as he proceeds through it. He doesn't want to have to physically check these different corners. He's
100%.
just checking the entirety of the building.
Yep.
Knowing where he might want to push. But his team, once again, has gone down. It's a 4v.
There we go. I like it, Bosif. Very, very good. Now, it is a 2v4, but it's very doable as long as you're rotating correctly. He needs to disengage from that. Unfortunately, gets dropped. That's a moment that is second you start taking damage, you have to understand how low your health pool is, and you've got to disengage. Oh, it's not going to matter. Bots end up taking it. Wow. Perhaps the 5 medium play was the right way to do it. It's so many auto turrets, let's be honest.
It's so much zone control. And specifically for that game mode, I think it's incredibly intelligent because, like, it's already annoying enough to do.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
But this, if I'm looking at the Cyclones, this is a situation where on Kyoto, you have to recognize when there are points with verticality.
Yes.
Because if you realize a team is running a bunch of turrets, bring your heavy, have your heavy bring a grenade launcher, have your heavy bring a rocket launcher, and eliminate the building. If you break the wall, the turret dies. You don't have to overthink it.
It's true.
Level the place when you're gunfights, especially because it seems like I want to take gunfights. Again, utilize all the mechanics of the game. This isn't some...
To that point, you know, you're talking about utilizing all of the mechanics. There wasn't a single time really throughout that entire match that I saw the Cyclones. They are using heavies. They're not running all mediums. Why are your heavies not on the rooftop? Well, your heavies maybe don't get there as fast. Okay, but why are you not dropping jump pads and getting your heavies to initiate the attack on the objective from that vertical advantage? They could have been doing that. Instead, they're sending their heavies in from ground level. They're trying to get their lights to flank. But as we just saw with Bosif in that last round, it took him too long to get to the objective. And by the time he did, the heavies had already been drained.
3 of his teammates were gone.
Yeah, exactly.
And now all of a sudden you're making this play where you're hoping that your opponents are making a mistake. And I have to agree with you. I think that's some great insight to ultimately walk away with. It's like, at the end of the day, if your biggest health pool character is there, let them utilize that health pool.
Right. Well, if you ever find yourself sniping with an SMG, you're doing something wrong. And so I would say maybe just think about that moving forward.
I want to come up with some response. I'm like, there's no response. But like, it's the same
Obviously,
thing
if you're finishing a kill or somebody has, they're basically one shot at one point, that's, fine. But when your heavy's rushing into the objective and you're 60 yards behind them, it's tough.
It's true on the other side. Like, unless you absolutely have to, right? If I'm at shotgun range with a sniper, I'm also doing something equally wrong. Where I'm like, all right, the weapon and the situation you put yourself in is already disadvantageous.
Yep.
And for everybody in the league, you're kind of in a disadvantageous situation when you're playing Lumina Rush against Dick.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I love this next game. I really, really like this next game. So, man, it's so unique amongst the categories of games that we have. 33 different games on our wheel. This is going to be what I describe as a platform speedrunner. Okay. Shout outs to the developer, by the way, who actually put this versus game mode together for us here at the UEL. What you're going to be seeing is a bit of a platformer where both players from either team are trying to finish a platformer course as fast as possible. Now, there is a penalty if they don't actually finish the course. As the time advances, I believe, do the stages gradually get more difficult as the time advances?
So teams are actually allowed to pick the course.
Okay, there we go.
So they can pick, and you're correct, in the event they get more difficult because there's stages 1, 2, and 3 each with a collection of 20 to 30 levels.
Okay.
And usually when you get to stage 3, and maybe 318. I'm going to specifically highlight this out. They're not going to play it, obviously. Dictator Chicken, you know, if he's available, you don't touch this. But 318, example is the game expects you to chain multiple mechanics together to play exceptionally well. This is something that you see a lot of the times going up against the bots. If you think you can't beat them, this is ignoring, again, Ceviche has a bunch of top like 10 times as well. And Tekken, please, let's get in the game.
That's interesting. So if you didn't catch what just happened, that was actually a forfeit from the Cyclones. They have 3 forfeits left that went to the bots. He was basically saying, who is it? Is it Ceviche on the bots that is an animal on Lumina Rush?
Dictator Chicken and Ceviche.
Okay,
this is
both
the
of them.
This
both
is,
of them.
This is really the issue, is that Ceviche has made levels in the game now. The level editor has been created and has multiple top 5 times across the board.
Wow,
some of the newest levels, I know he was sitting as the #1 on some of the new levels that were just added this week.
Okay, there we go.
Dictator Chicken is one of the best Lumina, if not the best Lumina player in the league.
Maybe
he is
the world?
in the top. There might be one person I would argue. There's one singular
the
person.
developer of the game.
It's the point where, like, I look at a level and I'm assuming it's going to basically be, oh, his name's in the top 1 through 3.
Right.
I'm like, oh, okay, well, I'll check back in a day or two when he's taking, like, 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Because he's constantly looking to increment and get better and better at that game.
Yeah.
But that's what happens in the UEL. This is why you can't focus on just one genre. To be an in-gamer, you have to be able to beat us in all 33 of our games across those 5 genres. And so as quickly as we got into a racer, the speed-running platformer, as you described it, they're back
what
to throwing
category
heads.
is Lumina Rush in?
Racing.
Really? I love that. The fact that Lumina Rush is in racing, that's interesting.
It's so different from Jected.
Right,
Forza,
100%.
From Wreckfest, right?
Yeah.
You think about all the different races we have on the wheel, and then you're like, yeah, Lumina, how well, like, you
That's
understand?
so cool. I
learning
love
the
that.
lines on a track is very different than learning the lines in a speed running situation.
That's true. Yeah, because there's a pattern at which you have to complete a particular level, whereas I think you have a little bit more freedom when you're probably on a track. Nonetheless, that's sort of like a second game for the bots that they sort of win by default. So we talked about StarCraft 2 earlier, how effective Billy is at StarCraft 2, and then you have another one of those games on the wheel that when that title is selected, you effectively have to forfeit. And it's because of Ceviche, it's because of Dictator Chicken being so good at Lumina Rush. If you're able to basically have that for a multitude of categories, different titles, and sort of become this super well-rounded team, that's when you start calling into question who is going to be winning these championships. And bots are in position to potentially take on the Reapers to win this whole thing.
I have to give it, so during my interview in the beginning with Dictator, he made a little poke at the joke. There used to be a joke, that, and there's still a joke to live. The bots don't practice. That was something. But I would argue that with that statement, there was another thing that was left unsaid. The bots were the gatekeepers of being a top team. Even in this world where everyone believed they did not practice.
I like that.
The bots were the line you just had to cross if you ever wanted to look at getting to the final. It did not matter whether you were the Reapers or formerly, if you look up in our rafters here in the arena, the new moon. No, season 1, the winners were the bots.
Yeah.
And since then, they have always been that top 3, top 4 team that you get in the playoffs and you're like, wow, we made playoffs. Who do we?
Oh, we're going against the bots.
And now picking up Dictator Chicken, who is coming from the Reapers. He's walked away now.
Oh, that's interesting.
Potential with 3 championships himself. He is now in a position where he's on that team and brings even more experience, even more skill, and is from one fighter to another with Die by the Blade following the game of Tekken. So we'll see what all is going down. So this looks like it's going to be La Bamba versus Pizza
Victor.
Man.
Okay. Now, can you give me a little bit more knowledge on Victor? Does Victor have pistols?
Yes.
Yes, I thought that's who that was.
Victor is a secret agent with a I don't want to call it a lightsaber because it's not, but like a laser sword, a gun, and can teleport.
Okay, so solid zoning tools.
Yeah, but he also can just
close the distance.
Have straight up. Just
oh,
get in
I
your
love
face
it. Well-rounded.
Yes.
Okay, so super well-rounded.
Eddie Gordo might be one of the most known Tekken characters.
Oh, 100%.
Ever. Flips, kicks, capoeira.
Yeah.
He's going to be out here dancing on you if you let.
Okay, button check. I'll say this from Pizza. Pizza, one of your younger players, didn't mess up the button check, so that's good. Nonetheless, you're getting ready to see a little bit of Eddie gameplay. It is live. Here we go, jumping into it. One of the things I like about Eddie as a character are the low strikes, and you just saw a trip up as a result of that low strike, constantly maintaining that pressure.
I need to see you start pressing some buttons. There we go. Bamba takes his turn back finally.
Yeah.
And finally looking for the launch. Maybe he's read and got an idea of what Pizza wants to do and is going to respond. But he's lost so much.
Oh, wow.
He's down to one hit, and he has to find it here.
Oh, but he got that heat, boy.
He didn't block in time. This is going to come down. I think the next touch is going to determine who moves on through the gauntlet of these teams.
Yeah.
This is a sick heat. It's a sick rage art.
I'm not going to lie.
Oh,
I think Pizza's going to take it. Okay, Pizza. Okay, Pizza.
No. Oh, I'm so in pain. I didn't know the rounds. We saw this yesterday from the Bandits. The rounds are set to 3.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And because of that, it is a Cyclone setup and a Cyclones forfeit.
So yesterday we had a similar situation. The Cyclones were forced to forfeit that match, even though Pizza just performed very well with Eddie. Why did that occur? Same thing that happened yesterday with Bandits. They did not set up the game correctly, and as a result of needing to set it up correctly, they accidentally put it on 3 rounds.
Yes, so we play best of 1 round.
1 round, guys.
It's a gauntlet similar to Street Fighter where each player has 1 round. They play. When you lose, you get up. Whichever team has the last
so frustrating.
Wins. This is more frustrating to me because both Street Fighter as well as Tekken, in my opinion, were very winnable games for the Cyclones.
100%. Oh, 100%. And, that was, I say the reason I'm so disappointed right there specifically is because I thought Pizza was playing very well, and I was just really looking forward to him having that shining moment. Even though he did do well, it took out La Bamba. I wanted to see how far down that roster he could go. Could he take out 2? Could he take out 3? What have you? Man, that would have been fascinating.
So hard, but you got to pick your head up and you get right back into it. Now you're going to be moving on over to the side of Die by the Blade.
Another fighter.
Hope everything is
now
set
this
up
is
correctly.
5v5, correct?
Yes.
Okay, 5v5. So these baseball lineups are reset regardless. So all 5 players are going to go in here. Do you think this sort of lends itself to the Cyclones or the bots? I'm going to go out on a limb here and say Cyclones just because I think they feel confident in their fighters, and they're going to be super frustrated after that forfeit.
I'm hoping so. This is a little bit more one of those games where your fighting game experience helps in some ways.
But it doesn't
translate 1-to-1, right?
Yeah, that's a good word for it in terms of translating.
Yeah,
100%.
It's regardless. When I first started talking to you, and you were like, "Oh yeah, I've played Mortal Kombat,"
right?
And then I had seen some of your work and seen you learning the other fighting game.
Yeah,
you can take something and translate it to Mortal Kombat, which you understand, and then start to make relations and ideas in your head.
Yeah, 100%.
In Die by the Blade, when I have to say, look at For Honor as like your closest comparison.
That's the only comparison. And honestly, now that you're bringing it up, I really hope, like within the near future, I hope we actually see more like melee, or is it called a melee fighter? Sort of that genre, that sort of like melee versus fighter that we see that orients around directionals. So directionals and parries with the same directionals. Similar to like he said about For Honor, you can either attack with an overhead, a side strike, an up swipe, or things along those lines. And the only way to basically avoid getting hit is to potentially either dodge it with movement. It is a 3-dimensional game as opposed to a 2D stage fighter, so you can sidestep your opponent if they're coming down with an overhead.
I will let you know.
Right?
It is very difficult to do.
It is very difficult. It seems it.
It is legitimately very difficult.
Yeah.
And to add on to it, the only way you really can safely, again, if you're good, I'm not going to take it away. If you're good, is to match your opponent. So if your opponent is attacking you from that upwards position, you want to match up, you can clash. And then you can even use an attack that matches. And as long as they match, they'll clash, and you have the opportunity to follow up.
Right.
And so that's where some of, I think, the fighting game players, we get an advantage because we have better reads on our opponents.
Yeah, reads, reaction
times. I
times.
Quickly look at you and be like, you're backing away, but you're stepping forward. Okay, you're trying to bait me here. You want to look for this attack. Oh, you used this multiple times. You're looking for that. But most notably, this is a one-hit win or lose. You have 2 lives, so you do have 2 chances. Roller Champions be our next game, so they'll put on their roller skates just after this. Hopefully, they're quick here.
Oh, Pizza going right back in. Pizza
Yes.
up to bat, just like we saw him in Tekken. He's hungry. He wants that moment. Playing Butterfly versus Ronin. Okay, we'll see the weapons that they bring out here in a second. Nonetheless, yeah, you know, another thing to note is you can actually parry your opponent while you're in the middle of a combo string. So if you're on a 3-input combo string and your opponent decides to attack you, as long as you push the same directional that they are attacking you in, you can still parry even in the middle of a combo string.
Yeah. So Mordecai's going to be on your left, and Pizza's going to be on the right. Mordecai jumping in, trying to take a fight on his own, and using the Chokuto. So the Chokuto has this very interesting move that looks like he just shimmy forwards. I like to call it I-I-Ata. When I catch you, and you'll see him like do the thing, the old man shaking the newspaper in his hand, running at you. It's a very quick attack, and if you're not prepared for it, you'll get just clipped by what feels like somebody just you gosh darn kids, get off my lawn.
Now, unfortunately, Pizza got taken out right there, so he didn't necessarily get to have his moment per se. Nonetheless, we're going to move into the second matchup. This is going to be Mordecai versus
Bosif on that bottom side, the tier 1.
There we
now,
go.
importantly, they're playing opposite styles. So, a shorter weapon for Mordecai with a character that is traditionally the slowest attacking. And then on the other side, the fastest moving and attacking character in the game, Tony Monk, with the longest range weapon in the game.
Ooh.
Using all of his stamina, he has to parry perfectly. Mordecai, I like him feinting a ton.
A lot of feints. But I also like the fact that Bosif actually initiated with a strike right at the beginning of the round. Ooh, because that's what Mordecai has been doing, sort of running low on stamina a little bit. It would be interesting, even if they both are low on stamina, if Bosif actually initiates and becomes the aggressor, even with that staff, not necessarily having the same amount of speed, per se. Oh, but he's still going to get it.
Mordecai with that sneaky transition into the stab. So this is the funny part. Why I like the Ronin, Mordecai uses the Ronin as well. He actually, this is a fairly defensive setup. The Chokuto is a defensive weapon. It allows you to react to a lot of things, usually. But the large stamina pool of the Ronin allows you as a player to play that flexibly. You see Mordecai very quickly transitioning from, I'm going to back up, I'm going to be defensive. Oh, never mind, I'm in your face. We're going to play again. And that opportunity allows him to play extremely well. But Baba Yagan's looking to stop the momentum of Mordecai here.
Right.
Throws out a couple of swings.
Oh, wow.
The
Wow.
the immediate roll.
That was disgusting. That was disgusting because he read the combo string and basically sat there and waited for the third strike to come in and then initiated off of that frame recovery in order to get what was obviously a kill there.
Yes.
That was great. Oh, and oh my goodness gracious, he almost did it again. Unfortunately, though, a whiff and then a kill. Baba Yaga probably frustrated with that. He almost had him within range, but unfortunately the footsies play right there was exceptional.
Now we see the rookie sitting down, Sofo Sama. I want to see what option he ends up going for. Kras Naja with, I think that's the katana.
Yeah, I think Sofo's about to have a moment.
He was looking at it for a second like, I don't want to leave.
I think Sofo's about to have a moment right now. I think he takes out Mordecai, right? And then I think he takes out Billy. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Oh,
starting to condition his opponent, goes in for an overhead. Wouldn't be surprised if we see another overhead. Again, condition your opponent, and then goes for something different. There's the overhead. Now he's going to back up and go for something different. Oh, but he doesn't have time to because Mordecai comes in.
It's such a sneaky move. You saw it right there where you see the little shuffle of the feet, and for a second you think that you're a little bit safe.
Man, there we go.
There we go. Block into taking out Mordecai's
okay, so fun.
First life.
Now, he has to be careful because he's initiated with a left strike 2 times in a row now. Again, conditioning his opponent with that overhead, right? Oh, but the poke at perfect footsies range is going to take it.
It's that stab, man. That
Mordecai.
Stab is so difficult.
Mordecai playing like a samurai legend right now. Playing like a Tom Cruise right now.
He has 1 life left. If he wants to be the last Ronin, the last samurai standing.
Oh my gosh.
He has to live this one.
Wow, we are villains. Ambush gonna try to clean house right here. Mordecai feeling super confident. Can't feel too confident though because Ambush has something to prove.
Sweeps in this game are so incredibly rare. I think we might have had one all season.
Right. Well, it's just because of how easily you can die. It's die by the blade. When the blade hits you, you are out. Nonetheless, it is doable, though. Is doable.
All right, so we're going to see a quick button check here, making sure everything's good and ready to go.
Mordecai giving us a wave.
Mordecai's been having a lot of fun today. I appreciate him being a little bit animated and just you know, always trying to put on a little bit of a show.
Yeah, and you know what's important? If they end up taking this, I was going to put him at 16. That basically makes tonight super interesting because that puts Cyclones in panic mode. Nonetheless, let's see if Ambush can sort of stagger that progress right now.
We have to see Ambush playing a very slower game, and Mordecai now in the face. He's been doing that for a long time, and Ambush finds the strike to take him out.
Wow.
Ambush doing a great job not to lose a life here. Mordecai finally caught a player with his feint.
And he had been eliminated earlier, too, so he's now getting up. We're resetting the match. Yep.
And he's done it before where he was running in and he would swing feint and try to bait the parry out of his opponent. Ambush was so quick in the response, he had enough time to parry again and cover that opening.
Okay. All right. I like that. I like that.
We have Nakamura. We have Dictator Chicken here.
Completely different play style coming out of Dictator Chicken as opposed to initiating with aggression, sort of backs up and decides to get a feel for his opponent, playing in that perfect footsies range with an insanely fast lunge across the stage. Potentially would have left him vulnerable. Unfortunately, that staff just wasn't quick enough in order to get that initiating strike, and he does it again and takes a life off of Ambush. Back is against the wall. He only has one life left. Let's see if he can pull it off. Oh, Dictator Chicken coming in.
Ooh, some good deflections.
Solid.
Make sure to recover some stamina and continue to play here. Players at home, I need you to watch out whenever you see the Wakizashi in the low stance. He can get his back move. I saw him looking for it, and I couldn't call it out. Whenever they hit the low stance, you have to be prepared because the input for it is, funnily enough, a little shimmy. It's a little back into forward where your character just goes, and then I'm in your face swinging at you low. If you're not prepared for that, as we saw, Dictator Chicken was able to find those 2 quick kills and close out.
And he found his window of opportunity. You saw the combo string coming out and then just sort of waited, pivoted for a second, and then initiated and just jumped in and ended up securing the kill. I also, like you were saying, how they sort of back up a little bit, and then he goes for that slash, that dash, if you will. If you're sort of playing the footsies game for that entire round, sort of shifting back and forth, going forward, backing up, it's going to be hard to read when that dash is going to occur, and he played that perfectly. Nonetheless, bots have 16 wins. They're trying to secure one more to basically shut down the Cyclones completely. The Cyclones right now are a little bit of panic mode. They have 56 minutes left of in-game time. They need a win right here to start picking up, some momentum, start feeling a little bit better about themselves. Nonetheless, I think they're starting to, I think they are starting to, I guess, lose a little bit of their, what would you say, their ability to sort of keep a winner's mentality. You know what I'm saying? Like just trying to stay positive throughout the night. I think all of them are having a lot of fun. We saw that with Sofo during that game. So we're seeing smiles on their face during the cameras of a lot of these matches. But right now, they're basically in panic mode.
I want to go back to something you said earlier, and speaking directly to the Cyclones in this moment. This is not the moment to think that you're done. This
don't squander your potential.
Even if this season is over,
right?
You have games to prepare for your next season. Every single person is watching, paying attention, and looking for players for next season. They
100%.
Notice that people trying hard, putting in energy, putting in time. Use every opportunity to, coming from Die by the Blade, use every opportunity to sharpen your steel, your sword, your skill. Don't worry about this individual.
Right. Continue to build your prowess as a professional gamer. Say the Cleveland Browns for a long time. I'm a Tampa Bay Buccaneers fan in terms of the NFL. We had one of the best losing records of all time prior to the Detroit Lions coming along and breaking the losing record from us. So it's been hard to be a Tampa Bay Buccaneers fan. We went 18 years between our 2 championships that we have, right? So just because you're losing a lot doesn't mean that you can't continue to develop yourself as a player. Even in the NFL, if you have a losing record, you still have to perform because you may be picked up by another team, like you're talking about, in terms of just having the way that we draft players and what have you. You may be picked up by another team. There may be other GMs and what have you that are sort of scouting you potentially for the next season. So as long as you're continuing to develop, man, that's what really matters.
It really does. It really does. And if you want to perform here in the UEL, I do have a piece of advice for you. Go on right now as we get into Roller Champions. Open up another tab on your browser. Pull it out.
Absolutely.
So you can still see the game. Then I want you to type in SurfThing.com and go ahead and look at our official PC sponsor, SurfThing PCs. These are the PCs that allow us to play all of these games from thousands upon thousands of StarCraft units all the way down to matches of Valorant and as you're about to see Roller Champions. So go ahead and grab yourself one today. This is in-gamer approved hardware that will allow you to compete and be ready for Season 9, Season 10, and all those that come going forward. And now we're watching Mordecai as we start Roller Champions.
Wow.
What's this game about? What's going on literally in this moment?
Yeah, so in Roller Champions, guys, you can see basically a circular rink. Like it's basically, what would you call this? The derby.
Roller derby.
Yeah, it's basically roller derby and basketball had a baby. And that's what this is. As soon as you grab the ball, there's a bit of a volleyball, if you will, that is sort of dropped onto the court. If you can grab that ball, your goal is going to be to race around the ring at least a single time. As you cross through the gates around this ring, you'll notice progress right underneath the clock at the top of your screen. As soon as one of those digits essentially has been filled, a point will be eligible. Once a point is eligible, you can attempt to throw the basketball through the hoop. If your ball goes through the hoop, you get a point. However, the more times you race around this ring, the more points become eligible, and you may be thinking, okay, that's great. Maybe we'll go for 2. Maybe we'll go for 3. However, you're running a risk. If your opponent steals the ball from you, that eligible point is reset, and then you have to race around the ring an entire circle, 360 degrees again. So that's basically how this is going to operate. Now, there are physics within this game. Like I said, it's a little bit of rollerblading, so you'll see that there's times where these players are slow, and then there's times where players are super fast, like you see Mordecai here. What he's doing is a mechanic where he's performing an uppercut right at the end of this straightaway, if you will, and then he's sort of surfing the glass in order to pick up momentum and come down the glass at a really high speed. That's going to allow him to traverse the ring as quickly as possible. There's also a mechanic where you can slingshot off your opponent by pressing your left bumper if you're using a Xbox controller, for say. By pressing your left bumper when you are behind one of your teammates, you can grab them from behind. Wow, and a point is going to come through here for the Cyclones, going up 1-0. Like I just mentioned, they basically got around the ring. They got a point eligible, and they managed to score. Solid shot, by the way. A bit of a Kobe right there.
And I want to highlight, they actually went past the goal and utilized the fact you can shoot from either side to get that defender out of the way to make a score here.
Yeah.
As you're giving to the teams, I'm also noticing that this is one of our more brawl-heavy games, utilizing the tackle mechanic.
Yeah.
Exceptionally heavy.
Yeah.
As we see right
wow, Mordecai getting dropped.
And
Mordecai getting bullied, stuffed in the locker pretty much right there. There is strategy involved, like Strix just said, with regards to the way that you actually can tackle your opponents and sort of shoulder check them, if you will. Sometimes players will have one of their teammates that is racing around the ring trying to create that eligible point. The other two teammates then will become like defensive towards their ball carrier, trying to protect them at all costs with the purpose of just strictly hitting their opponents and tackling and checking their opponents as often as possible. So lots of different strategies here on Roller Champions.
So similar to something like NHL, I always think of the idea of different roles. So you have like the enforcer. That's that dude that's creating space for his team versus the ball carrier who, as we see here, Bosi was doing his best to stay in control of this ball. But all three of these players are here. If you're the better player with movement, sometimes I'm fine with you getting rid of the ball. Like we see there, getting a little bit of space and letting yourself start to move.
Yeah.
And Bosi, unfortunately, isn't able to get a whole lot started, so this 1 point might be all the story tells, unless the bots maybe are able to figure it out. That extra dive there, if you double tap the button with a tackle button or dodge button with the ball in your hand, you will actually dive with the ball, leaving you completely open and susceptible to anybody that passes by.
Yeah, and one of the problems I'm seeing sort of unfold on your screen right now is all of these players are sort of playing mid-track, if you will. None of them are performing what I like to call a serpentine pattern, which has you surfing the walls of this roller rink. If you're surfing the walls of the rolling rink, you're actually maintaining a lot more speed because of the downward momentum that you actually pick up the higher you go on the glass that's sort of on the side of this ring. As you can see here, Labamba's pretty much staying in the center of the ring. He did pass the ball forward, which is good, but unfortunately the point gets shut down because the Cyclones picked up the ball. That does call into question in terms of the actual strategy that we're seeing unfold here. You can sort of throw the ball down the ring in order to get it through the next gate as long as you have a teammate that is all the way down on the other end of the ring. Unfortunately, though, in most of these cases, they aren't. It shoots the goal, and the Bamba actually ends up scoring it. It ended up working out right there.
I was so scared with the orange player. I thought they had found the defensive angle to go ahead and take it, but he finds this line. He banks it off of the wall so that the rebound, the defender's playing for the middle of the hoop, whereas LaBamba's looking for that edge to go ahead and bounce it. That's really good awareness.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the bots, really, their game plan right now is to stick together and just sort of bully their way around the ball, almost like a turtle strat, if you will, all three of them. LaBamba sort of separating from the pack here a little bit. What he may be trying to do is to get this ball around the corner. Oh, wow, but the Cyclones sort of shut it down. Now, here they go, sort of trying to bank shot it around the corner. They do have it. Now they have 2 points. They need to get it through this last gate, but it gets shut down again. Very chaotic, sporadic movement coming out of both of these teams. A little unorganized, but maybe perhaps they find a shift of momentum and start to synergize a little bit, perhaps.
And here we see Pizza looking for his opportunity. His team's got the ball now, so let's see if they're able to start this offensive attack. Fortunately, it looks like the bots have taken it back. Now, at the end of our timer, we're going to have an overtime timer if this game stays tied.
100%.
At the end of overtime, if that does occur, the team that scored first, so that would be the Cyclones, will take a win, but that only matters if they don't score right
now. Oh, what a denial! What a denial. Who was that? I need to know.
Whoever it was had the perfect lineup coming on.
That was nuts. Was that Billy? I believe that was Billy the GOAT, who's going to be on the front page of tomorrow's newspaper with that steal. No way they just scored that goal. That comes down to Billy having the play of this game right now. Grabbing that ball out of the sky right before it scored.
And then Mordecai, not wanting the same thing that happened, just held on to the ball and let the person. He's like, nope, not going to get me. I'm not getting clipped.
That was insane.
I'm not getting clipped. A great showing from the bots there to find another win.
Wow. That steal was outrageous. That's a felony charge in at least 12 states. That was Grand Theft Auto right there. That was awesome. Great play by Billy in order to prevent that goal, and then they ended up capitalizing. They go up 2-1.
Chief has space.
Oh,
he
wow.
has a chance to tie this game up with 20 seconds.
Oh, but it gets denied again. Wow. So much potential, and now time is running out. There's only 10 seconds left on the clock. Oh, my God. One of his teammates needs to get down the court, but it gets stolen yet again. So unfortunate. Bots take it, and they reach that magic number of 17. Cyclones feeling a little deflated after that. Have to be.
So right there at the very end, Bosi caught the ball, and he wanted to get this thing. If right before you catch the ball, you uppercut, you sometimes give yourself some speed.
Yeah.
Looks like that was ever so slightly off, and
well,
ended up losing the ball there at the end.
Yeah.
Again,
the
17.
play. Yeah, the play I was going to say right there would have been for him to go for that uppercut, gain momentum, but while he's going for the uppercut, the time it takes to sort of surf the glass to get as high as you can at that peak and then start surfing down it, one of his teammates needed to advance up the ring in order for him to pass it.
That's what I wanted to see, because in that moment, as he was going up, I think he realized, wait, my two teammates are already down.
Yeah.
Like, if I just get this ball, I look and I throw it, and we have basically a free turn into a possible goal. But the highlight of that game does have to, as you said, go to Billy the GOAT.
And I believe that I'm hoping I'm not getting that wrong. I think that it was Billy. If we get a confirmation at some point, we'll let you guys know. But if so, that definitely was the play of the game.
And now we have a different chain of events. We have F1 with a rookie available. F1 is an interesting game because I feel more than anything, it is technically, from a simulation standpoint, the most realistic game on the world.
Yeah, 100%. And something to note right there is the Cyclones, obviously, and this basically explains our baseball lineup of how these rosters works really effectively. If you look at the bottom of your screen, right below Strix, if you look below the Cyclones, the black and white player profile pictures there that are grayed out is Bosif, Pizza, and Ambush. They might be the ones that just played Roller Champions. I think those were the three that played Roller Champions. So they have selected Sophobe as one of the last remaining players to jump in for this game because Formula 1 is going to be a one-on-one. So that sort of explains how this baseball lineup mechanics with basically operates within the UEL. Sofo's going to jump in here. And what's interesting about Formula One being a one-on-one game is there are NPCs that are on the track with you. They're very well known for brake checking, specifically brake checking prior to turns. And you've got to be willing to, or you have to be able to race clean in order to win in Formula One, because like Strix just said, it is one of the most realistic racers out there, but especially on the UEL 33 game wheel. And it looks like we're getting another racing game right after this, which is going to be Wreckfest. That's fascinating.
I'm going to take a wild guess that it's going to be probably Sofo on the top is going to be my immediate guess. No, it's Dictator Chicken
Okay,
actually
Dictator
on the top.
Chicken on the top.
Sofo playing this first-person view, sitting in 4th place. So maybe I misjudged. He has a very strong understanding of the racers coming around some of these turns, though, exceptionally quickly. Starting to fall down a couple of spots. So now he just needs to find his stability and continue to hold his spot, because being in 5th and 6th is still respectable, and you're able to do a ton of damage there. Slowing down a little bit to avoid this corner cutting, and now he's back in this danger zone.
Yeah.
The pack of NPCs that will quickly break check him and end up doing a ton of damage if he is not ready and not prepared.
Oh, wow. So he made a really common mistake right there that so many players make, and that is going to do it already. The bot's taking this one. That mistake right there is he was picking up speed in order to catch up because he was so far behind. That happens to a lot of players. They feel as if they have to race faster because obviously your opponent is advancing and is advancing. You need to catch up to him. The problem with that is sometimes you gauge the distance of turns and corners ineffectively, and then that results in you basically ramming into the back of another NPC or another player. So sometimes trying to speed up can play against you.
So I'm going to make a call here.
Yeah.
I don't think that we're going to get Wreckfest done. Unless they were immediately setting Wreckfest up. This is Gauntlet to PC, so it's a 2-minute setup timer. And unless all 5 of those PCs were loading up and getting ready to go, getting in time is not a reliable option. This is one of those weaknesses of the 5-man lineup. And normally people would be like, oh, haha, yeah, but that weakness is everybody. The bots have historically played 5-man lineups.
Yeah.
They've played 3-man lineups, and literally there were points where Billy was like, you died in this game. Imagine dying in Siege and your coach looking over at you and be like, go set up this next game. Like, but I'm still waiting to go.
Yep.
And so it's the situation now where I think they know how to handle this pressure, but I wonder if the Cyclones are in their own heads too much at this point.
Yeah.
To maybe realize, like, hey, we're not going to get this done. Why even try? And I'm like, nope, you got to keep fighting until the very last moment.
Yeah, 100%. And that really comes down to them needing to develop themselves as players for next season, because it's highly unlikely that they make the playoffs at this point. But needing to not only develop themselves as players, but like start to find some type of synergy to start learning how to play well as a team player. Things like that can come through aspects like communication, positioning. There's also an aspect of being able to trust your teammates as well. You had mentioned Rainbow Six Siege. There's other sports games, for instance, where the positioning on the field, on the ice, on the court is absolutely paramount to getting a victory. Shooters, it's a little bit easier to explain, right? You can imagine just sort of trusting that your teammate has your 6 o'clock covered, which allows you to have 180 degrees of full coverage in front to be able to react to certain movement and then get off a shot. Being able to work well with a teammate is essential in a team-oriented league like the UEL.
Yeah, you have to, and trust is fundamental. This is one of those things that I don't think players get. Is like, we all lose our best games. I don't care who you are in the world, because most of us, the league, better than I can say than anything, the league is not the place where there's an infinite number of professional players in these games. We are professionals, but we are coming from a completely different market and learning to be the best gamers in the world. And what that means is, like, people are going to drop games. We've seen NY Chris G and Evo Champion drop games.
Oh my gosh, yeah, and that was difficult to watch, right? Chris G is an Evo champion. We saw him losing fighting games, and I'm going to be honest, I saw it sort of affecting his mental. But what was fascinating about him in general, where I knew it was affecting him mentally, you could sort of see a drop in his demeanor, his attitude. He sort of wasn't acting like himself per se. And then I believe he went into Street Fighter and sort of was able to recover all of that and completely aced his opponents for a 5 elim victory and sort of was able to sort of recuperate, if you will. That's difficult to do, and it takes tier 1 players. That's what makes you a tier 1 player, I should say.
And that's what you'll see out of him. You'll see out of players like Billy. You'll see out of players like the Cat, Hollywood. Like, I can go down the tier 1 players in this league, even Bosif.
Yeah.
I will say Bosif has looked a little bit more frustrated today than I've seen him for the rest of the season.
Yeah.
But he's done a good job of maintaining kind of the mental and the focus and to say, hey, we can still do this. And I think he's just trying to, speaking personally, the hard part is not always keeping yourself up.
Yeah.
But especially being in a leadership position like a tier 1, keeping your team.
Yeah, 100%.
Right? You are in a position where if everyone else is looking down, if everyone else's head is down, and you're like, guys, we can keep going, we can keep going. We talked about we don't want these players to become selfish.
Yeah.
But when it feels like people aren't trying, it's easy to fall into that mentality.
Yeah.
And Wreckfest is not a game where that can work because players are going to have to work together.
Oh, 100%.
This is if Roller Champions was a game of roller derby, this is a demolition derby racing game where it is just as valid to wreck out the enemy team as it is to win a game.
Yep, 100%. 100%. Now, they are racing to finish, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so they are racing to finish. But at the same time, they all have health bars. So by ramming into your opponent, you can drop their health and eliminate them from the race before they even get the chance to finish. Now, how does the win operate within a race like this as opposed to a derby? Is all it takes is 1, or is it an average team time?
It is. So you get points based on where you finish. So as we
understood.
see players start crossing the finish line, you'll see points start adding up. So red team, which is the bots, are collecting more and more points because they cut across that finish line.
Understood.
First. Now on the blue side, you start to see them pick up points. So your position does end up mattering here. Sofo trying his best to continue to just kind of be a roadblock, not taking a whole lot of damage, while at the same time making sure everyone is taking a little bit of damage while hitting him.
Yeah, interestingly enough, right there, La Bamba and Dictator Chicken were both trying to hit Sofo off of the track, making it that much more difficult for him to get on and then finish with a quality time. Someone just ate a corner right there. Oh, my God. That was quite a hard.
I'm gonna be honest. I was listening here and you were going. I was like, oh, wait, oh no. But Bosif up in first place as he's chased by 3 bots.
Yeah.
We see here. Was that Baba in first place? Excuse me, with Bosif in 4th. So they're just all trying to move their way around the court. And seeing the way Mordecai is looking, I think Mordecai may have died at this point. Yeah, we can see his name grayed out there in the bottom, in the top left with the DNF. So if all 5 of a team DNF, then that will take them out of the game. Whereas on the other side, you're trying to finish these 7 laps with your team having the most points.
Yeah. Now, is this Baba? Baba Yaga that's in first place right now? This is Ceviche, obviously, in
chasing
second.
Baba, yes.
Yeah, so he's right behind him.
On his heels, trying to catch up to him as best as possible. Let's see, can he take the drift? He does drift out a little bit and is going to look for another opportunity.
Yeah, and I think Baba Yaga's only goal right now is just to maintain that position. He doesn't necessarily want to risk trying to brake check or anything like that because he's obviously going to lose health doing that. But also just by trying to manipulate the position of anybody behind him, he may lose that first place position to begin with. This is going to be up to his team needing to catch up. And they sort of have here. Who is this?
Baba. This is Baba in first.
Okay, obviously. Okay, this is Baba Yaga. I don't know who that is necessarily on the in-gamer PC 7 that's in 4th place, but it does look like his teammates are starting to catch up.
Okay, Sofo coming out, the rookie showing off a little bit.
Yep.
And Pizza Man, we know he doesn't have a license here, just doing his best to swing his way around. Nice turn there, I like the reduction of speed, clean, holds his first base position, and continuing to maintain this gap. So as long as his team, if you're up a racer,
right,
as long as you finish the race, you're generally going to win just by virtue of.
Oh, now there is another member of the Cyclones that has moved up into 3rd place in front of Billy. We're watching Billy right now. Oh, never mind.
Billy wrecked. Billy very quickly wrecked out one of his opponents.
Yeah.
And is now looking like, yeah, go ahead, pass me. Go ahead, pass me. You're my teammates. I'm not going to kill you. Y'all will be all right. I'm looking for a few different players to maybe get.
Dictator Chicken with pretty much 1 health. He is 1 wrong turn away from getting eliminated, so he needs to be very careful. There's 2 laps left.
Especially on these last few turns where we know there's a couple of cars here in the middle of the track. I also love this option. Billy very clearly wants to wreck people out, which is why he picked this bigger vehicle And as Ambush Man meets Billy's bigger and losing a lot of health, probably about 40% of his health.
Right.
Billy continues to march along.
Oh,
here.
wow, there's Pizza.
Pizza may be trying to stop Billy, and Billy like, you don't want to do this. You don't want to do this.
That's not the smoke he wants. He just has a bigger vehicle. Although
Did
Pizza,
he get the wreck there? He didn't.
No, but I do like Pizza's strategy of sort of trying to take Billy off of his game. Nonetheless, Boba's still in first place.
He's doing a great job. I think he's managed to pull away with Ceviche being the only person directly in his playing field. Ooh, a nice job drifting by La Bamba, avoiding that collision.
And he only has 25 health left, so he still needs to be careful. There's still one more lap to go here. So
this is that dangerous part, right? You have to maintain speed so that you can avoid problems coming your way. If he's going too slow, you're an easy target sitting in the water, but at the same time, too much speed means you're not able to avoid some of these dangers. So he drifts around the corner. Nice job slowing it down so you don't end up hitting the wall. But that gap is now a full 71 points. The winner has been declared. We have to see as these bots players cross the finish line if they're able to make. Now, importantly, you don't get as many points if you do not finish the race. So I'm looking at some of the other players here on the side, and he manages to get by. He'll finish the race as well, and is going to go ahead and get some more points for his team. So let's see what it looks like here. Oh, excuse me, the bots? The bots might be the red team here. It's really hard to say. It all depends where people are. Yeah, it looks like the bots are the red team, so they do have that point lead.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
and
yes.
Now
Yeah.
Billy is just driving his way. He's in fourth. I guess they were holding enough of those pole positions and enough players
It
died.
seems like the bots are going to take this. Even if Baba Yaga finished in first, I don't know if the rest of his team did enough.
The Ambush, unfortunately, doesn't look like his car is functional, losing an entire tire there in the front.
Yeah, that's very true.
Isn't
Yeah,
gonna
I think
be
they
able to
played it safe. I mean, I knew that they're not in. Bots are going to take that one, 100%. Props to Baba Yaga, though, for getting first place. He played that well, but then I think the bots just sort of ran it safe. You saw La Bamba right there. The way that he was taking the corners, he was basically just slowing down and then just taking them in an incredibly safe manner. There was a much more effective way to take those corners, right? Getting on the wide edge of the turn and then basically turning as sharp as you can in order to maintain momentum. So the problem that he was doing was he was slowing down just to play it safe, right? Somebody could have rammed right into the back of him and taken him out because he only had 25 health left. But nonetheless, he was just racing safe.
And this is something that I want to, again, I'm bringing things to Cyclones' attention because I think it helps. Pivoting. This is similar to what we talked about in NHL. You realize you're not winning on points. You realize Dictator Chicken had one hit.
Yes.
Bomba had one hit.
Yeah.
Ceviche wasn't at full. Billy was a tankier car, so he might have been up there. But you had 4 players after you took out Mordecai, where once you realize you're not winning on points, they left some of their racers out. So, again, Pizza was there. We saw
and Pizza was trying
to do it.
Yeah, Pizza was trying a little bit.
The bigger thing is, this is where even if you're in first place as Baba, we're not going to win on points. We have to make that shift. We have to make that adjustment. And we have to look for another win. And now another win is on the table in the form of Overwatch 2, the hero shooter from Blizzard. We'll see who plays what role.
Overwatch is interesting because I believe I've watched the bots play Overwatch before. And if I remember correctly, I think Billy tends to play Diva. I think he dives backline with Diva very often. So you're going to see the rest of his team try to complement that in a sense with potentially Ana coming out as a healer in order to get that long-range heals off and so forth. What do you think?
You hit it on the head. It's a duo, though, that makes it even scarier. Because one of their other tanks, because we do play open queue here, is Mordecai, who plays the Zarya. So you get a Diva diving your backline with a Zarya bubble on it. And if you shoot the Diva, now you have a charged up Zarya running at you.
And the Matrix on top of that. So if you're diving in, you have a shield, and they turn to shoot at you, you pull out the Matrix, you're absorbing all of those shots, and by then you're getting shot in the back. It is incredibly chaotic for their opponents to try to counter. We'll see if the Cyclones can. I have casted over the bots playing Overwatch 2 times. Both times they have completely dominated. So this would be a shocker to me if the Cyclones are able to pull this off.
So I want to go ahead and give a call then to Pizza Man. Pizza Man historically has played DPS for his team.
I
he's
like
played on,
that. So he's
but
top
he's
fragger.
Specifically in a league where we play goats, where we play 3 tanks and 2 healers, his go-to pick is Reaper.
Really?
This is before any of this even started.
Okay.
So being on that Reaper, he's found some incredibly clutch ults, some incredibly clutch plays. He's always looking for an opportunity. If you're looking for a DPS to shred tanks down, Reaper is that character. So I'm hoping that we
100%.
get the chance to maybe see Pizza Man teleport in and start popping off with those shotguns at close range. And
Yeah, we'll
helping
see.
the Cyclones find them.
We will see. And if that does begin happening, I have to imagine that there are going to be moments that the bots either try to counter them in some way, shape, or form. We talked about Billy being on Diva per se. If there's moments where Pizza is potentially taking out healers or something, I could see Billy start to shift and start to play a little bit more defensively, dropping that Matrix on the Ana or whatever healers that they are choosing. I'm going to guess that they're going to run an Ana and Lucio combination in terms of their 2 healers. We'll see.
Ana and Lucio, if they want to go full dive, I would actually love to see Juno played.
Okay.
Given that additional speed boost, the newest.
Okay, true. Yeah.
Just let them just full on say, hey, we're going to run at you and you got to kill us.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying it. So far, that's worked pretty well today. So
okay.
I think it's a strong strategy. But I'm interested to see what they end up developing and bring out. They're a good Overwatch team, all things considered. And I think the adoption of and we found another timeout from the bots.
Yeah, they had 2 timeouts. If you guys don't know, at halftime, no matter how many timeouts you have left, your timeouts are dropped to 2. Bots have used 1 of them, so they will have 1 more. Cyclone are completely out of timeouts.
It's been that way since the third hour, the first hour of our game.
That's true. I will say this though. I actually thought by this point the Cyclones would have a couple of more forfeits as a result of not having any timeouts. If you didn't join us at the top of the hour, the Cyclones drained through all of their timeouts very, very quickly. I'm talking before halftime even occurred. Within the first hour or so of tonight's matchup, they had already used all of their timeouts. Now there was a problem where one of their players hadn't arrived yet, so they were down 4-5 in some of the 5v5 matchups. So they may have been sort of delaying time to allow him to arrive. Nonetheless, Sofo ended up getting here, and by that time, though, they ran out of timeouts, which makes it so much more difficult to set up these games.
And while we have a timeout going on, I actually want to turn to you and talk about that strategy. So specifically looking at their timeouts, they burned 3 timeouts on a Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah.
Now, hindsight is 20/20. It's very easy for us to sit here. I don't know if it is worth it. And I would love I have the UEL brain. I've been here for a little bit. I've looked at the game. But from you coming in as a newer person to UEL, what is your first thought when, like, the first one was a called timeout? It wasn't due to them. It was due to some setup. Right. It was due to time. It was something on. But after that, would you burn 2 timeouts?
On the same game? Especially not 3. I 100% wouldn't burn 2. The reason why, if I was just coaching this team right now, okay, maybe I feel confident in a shooter. But you're going against the bots who specialize in strategy games. And although Rainbow Six Siege is a shooter, it is the most strategy-oriented shooter that we probably have in our entire UEL lineup of 33 different games. So they're gonna be a pretty formidable opponent, if you will. I'm 100% not burning 3 timeouts on a game that they may just well take. Not only did they take it, but they burned 3 timeouts when a player on their team wasn't even here. So save those timeouts for when you actually have your 5 stack. So there's 2 reasons to not call timeouts right there. I just think it was poor decision-making on their part, to be honest.
I want to ask because, like, that is the genuine feel, to be honest.
Oh, yeah.
Of this was not a game where this was not a situation where it was like, oh, like, I just needed, like, another second to get set up.
100%.
And I think they believed they were going to win Rainbow Six. But I think, in my opinion, 1 timeout, then we look at 4. If there's something that's going to burn a second timeout,
100%.
Unless this is literally the final game of the night and you have to get in,
right?
We aren't doing that. And this was all in the first hour of the game. That, like, 4 timeouts end up burning in the first hour of the game. That is something where now the pressure is to play perfect. And now, like, even in this Overwatch game, and again, they've done better. I want to give credit. Like, since their timeouts ran out, they've made sure to be getting into games. They only really had a problem with Dead by Daylight And you called the Ana out, so I want to give you credit for that Ana pick. And it does look like they actually have gone to Junker Queen, Mauga.
Lucio. Yep, we were right. It was Ana and Lucio.
You made that call perfectly.
Yeah.
A good call. This is kind of the standard GOAT composition healers that we have historically seen. Dictator Chicken here on the Ana. I would love to see how he's going to go ahead and play this.
Now, what is their other tank?
This is going to be important. We need to see as
Joker
these names
Queen.
look around.
Oh, it is Diva. Okay, it is Diva. I'm assuming
and
that's
guess who's
Billy.
Playing Diva.
Yep. What they're
Yep.
going to do is basically play this corner right here, throw the Matrix out. They're going to try to get a cheeky pick here and there, but once they get to this corner, the Diva's going to dive their back line. As the Cyclones turn around to attack the Diva, that's when everything is going to collapse on top of the actual payload itself. They still got a little bit of distance before the Diva dives. And if the Diva's going to dive, probably going to go to the top right. The Lucio playing very, very cheeky, going for a boot, if you will. Oh, wow. Labamba, I'm sorry. Labamba ends up getting caught. So they're going to back up a little bit.
And now that they've lost some of this front line,
yeah, that's
the
unfortunate.
Composition starts to fall apart a little bit. You see them having to just backpedal constantly as they're trying to be kept up here.
Oh, yeah, they need to back up to the gas station here. Once Labamba is able to get back, they can go much more onto an offensive push. They need to keep the Diva up. They're in a position, though, where Diva's playing on top. She is getting healed. That's going to be Billy and the Diva. Okay, Labamba's back. Now look for the Diva. Look for Billy to sort of dive the back line. There he goes. There he goes. There's a pick coming out by Billy right off the rip, getting Bosif down. That's another by Labamba taking out Sofo. Oh, wow.
A good job there by Ambushman, realizing on the May that he had to pick a target to kill before his ultimate ended, and managing to take out one of the healers. Unfortunately, it looks like this tank composition has the damage to go ahead and just melt through the front line and stop the push once again.
Yeah, and, you know, that sort of unfolded exactly how we thought. I think the first team fight would have gone exactly the same way had Labamba not been eliminated. I think they were sort of waiting to make that initial push with Billy, and I think he was actually going to rotate over the cliff side in order to dive their back line with a sort of cheeky flank, if you will. Nonetheless, they are not going to push up to this corner. They're going to continue to play the gas station, probably for the health advantage, because there's actually 2 health packs that they can pick up in this location, which allows them to sort of, I guess, set their positioning in terms of a defense a little bit more effectively. Okay, here comes the push. Let's see what happens. Pizza gets the first kill on the healer. That's going to be clutch because they don't have the heals per second in order to maintain pressure right here. Nonetheless, they are pushing in. You're looking at Mordecai on your screen. Doesn't get a kill, but Billy gets 1 pick. Baba Yaga with a double, a triple. Can he get a quad? Pizza cleaning up one of the last kills. I think that's going to be a team fight in terms of the Cyclones taking it.
And that's a great play there. It started off with an amazing ult, taking out one of those healers, as you called out. And then from there, there was even use of ultimates by the bots. Really, I saw pop an ult. We even saw another ult come out of these players, Mordecai, to try to play. But the ults from the Cyclones found purchase, and now it looks like this Diva switch and this opportunity is allowing them to push forward. They've transitioned into a much more GOAT standard comp.
Right.
But now Labamba has his ultimate, and I think he's looking to start a fight.
I'm genuinely shocked that they're playing this aggressive at the gates. Oh, wow, but they end up getting a stagger pick with the Mordecai. Ceviche comes in and gets a kill on their healer. I'm talking healer on healer crime. That's a double kill by Ceviche on a Lucio. This is unheard of. Labamba with a pick. That's going to be 3 down. That's basically a team fight. What I would have liked to have seen right there on the Diva is after you got her out of her mech, actually an optimal strategy right there would have been a stagger pick. So actually don't shoot the Diva for an additional 4 or 5 seconds until you can secure the kill to stagger the next push by even 4 or 5 seconds. But that's super, super high level, like strict gameplay.
And I
Nonetheless,
do see the Juno speed up there. They're trying to find an opportunity to step up here. But this defense matrix is getting so much value here. Ambushman is trying his best here on the side. And there's that Labamba ult, and Mordecai jumping in as well. And the entire team surges forward, but Pizza still finds one as Diva.
Oh my goodness gracious. Solid team fight though, nonetheless.
Now we have to see Ambush is there. Now Baba swapped over to Zarya. Some of these picks we expected out of the bots actually coming out of the side. of the Cyclones.
Something to note here, Billy has his ultimate. This ultimate push, he doesn't want to send the ultimate too far into the tunnel that you're looking at on your screen because it's going to be easily dodged by his opponent. He's either going to go for a vertical release where he goes straight up into the air and drops it on them, or potentially just throwing it right next to the payload. Regardless, gets a pick on their healer, and that's probably going to shift the momentum in their favor. I think they're going to, they're going to win this team fight and hold them at the gate.
That's a team kill with 1:18 seconds. They maybe have 2 more pushes left in this game, and so it's going to come down to them figuring out what pit switches do we need to make, what characters do we need to play to get them off of this payload.
Yeah, 100%. Billy playing out of his mind right now. This perfect positioning on his ultimate ability right there with the D.Va. He played that really, really well, because had he thrown that too far, it actually wouldn't have gotten anybody. But the fact that he took out a healer was fantastic. Ambush, doing everything he can, but it looks like he's going to go down. He does. Billy with the kill, Mordecai with the kill, Lababa with a kill. Everybody's getting kills out here today.
So quietly, I have to believe that there's a lot of benefit coming out of the likes of Dictator Chicken. That was an anti-heal that I have to believe came from that Ana that you saw earlier in the game.
Good point.
You saw all of the tanks. It didn't matter how tanky you are. If you don't get health back, I just keep shooting you. So you go down, and now you're fighting through this choke. I would love to see someone go over cliffside.
Yeah, somebody needs to actually flank over top. The same way Billy has been sort of deep diving with that D.Va, they need to do the same thing potentially over that top of that alley, that top left alley, if you will. This choke point, this is the Thermopylae strategy that I talked about in one of our previous games. Basically, the 300 Spartans versus the Persians. It doesn't matter how strong you are. If you're pushing through a very small choke point, you're going to get stuck. It doesn't matter what you're doing. You're basically stuck just taking damage, and the heals per second aren't going to be enough. Right now, they're just waiting for a stagger pick. This is overtime already. The second they get this kill, this match is going to be over. Hook and sinker, or should I say stinker, for the Cyclones. Goodness. That was difficult.
That was a rough game. I needed somebody else to push from another angle.
Yeah, well, you had mentioned Pizza potentially playing Reaper. It would have been really, really interesting to see Reaper get a teleport off, go into that top right, drop down with an ultimate. Probably could have gotten an ace had the D.Va been out of position. Now, if the D.Va's on top of him and she drops the Matrix, that's a whole different animal.
At the very least, then your team can walk through those doors and take a fight because the Matrix is on you. And all that. I think that there's some worry here because of the fact that teams have been playing GOATs and most teams haven't found success with DPS just yet. They have instead opted to avoid playing DPS characters in general, and I don't think that's always the right option. I just think you just have to be flexible. You have to know when you're going to go ahead and play. Into a GOATs meta, this is a interesting pick.
No, this is disrespectful. That's what this is.
I said interesting, but it was like, nah, this isn't even interesting.
This is absolutely unheard of. This is bronze tier strat coming out of Labamba right now in the Widow.
Tanks aren't susceptible to sniper shots.
I'm just kidding, but the fact that we do have Labamba potentially playing this Widowmaker is devious to say the least. We'll see if it ends up paying off. Now, the good thing about him playing Widowmaker is this line of sight. So what he's going to look to do is basically get some cheeky damage on this strip that you see right here from Baba Yaga, this roadage that you see right here. He's going to basically get some vertical line shots here. Once his teammates get to the corner, the Widowmaker is going to be playing the cliffside, shooting downwards at the gas station. Baba Yaga trying to hold payload, but they're instantaneously getting backed up. Mordecai, Billy, the GOAT coming through. That's a pick. They need to now reset in order to hold the gas station.
And now Pizza didn't die there. He's up here in this tunnel. And this is something that I want to talk about, the aggressive positioning they were holding.
Right.
If Pizza's looking for a flank or a teleport play, give them a little bit more space. Let them walk into the trap as opposed to trying to both hold the furthest line humanly possible while also having him dive basically into their spawn.
Oh, wow. And Billy just pumping out a lot of DPS right there as they push up on the gas station. One of the things to note, they are playing a Winston, which has verticality, sort of mobility, and able to jump on top of the gas station, jumps in the backline. Don't be surprised when you see a Winston pick. The Widowmaker right now getting absolutely clouded on the cliffside. Shame on you, Labamba, for picking that character. Nonetheless, they're still in it. Ana backing up in the street, trying to maintain her health pool. Probably going to get dropped in a matter of seconds. That's going to be it. Baba Yaga picking up a double kill. Effective hold for the Cyclones. Now, I think that really came down to a Widowmaker pick, but I digress. They still have the opportunity. They got plenty of time on the clock. Let's see what they can do here. They've made it past the first corner. All they need is one more push to get it to the gate. Wow, Winston, like I said, a really, really solid pick, just gradually draining a little bit of health. He can't find the pick. This is Mordecai, struggling to find that player one shot. Gets the pick, La Bamba and Billy, both brothers on the field. La Bamba did notably swap to the Reaper is what I'm seeing. That's interesting. Winston in the back line, just being as tormenting as possible. Oh, and this is great. This is fantastic.
Billy picked up a double.
Wow. Billy with a double kill. This is going to be Ed Winston just sort of playing with his food, if you will. They're going to get it up to the gate. That's a great push. They are just yards away from finishing this whole game.
One of the Cyclones is not giving in, though. What they are instead doing is saying, we're going to hold you for every inch. That was a lot of the ultimates used on the side of the bots to go ahead and accomplish it. But I guess when you're right here at the finish line, when you can see your goal in range, you're willing to play here.
Oh, this is what we needed to see out of the Cyclones. He's going to wait. I'm surprised he's actually getting these shots. Oh, he has his ultimate. Oh, boy, he has his ultimate. Everyone, hold on. It's about to go.
La Bamba heard you talking
down.
La Bamba heard you talking about him playing Widowmaker and decided, fine, I'll do it with the Reaper.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll go ahead and do it, and they go ahead and get these kills. That's going to be
wow.
That's
going to be the game.
This is going to be the march that is going to go ahead and turn into a W for this.
100%. 100%. That was a great game by the bots. That's what we needed to see out of the Cyclones, potentially a swap to DPS in order to get off some type of flank. The fact that we saw them sort of funneling into that main gate was difficult. We got La Bamba here in the play of the game. Oh, we wanted to see it. We wanted to see it. Oh, there it is. There's La Bamba coming through.
Good job going and getting some damage out and going from there.
Solid play.
By the way, you can tell that that's Billy's the coach. Everyone else there was like, yeah, set up final stand. Everyone else is like, no, whoa. Let me watch us play the game first.
Yeah.
Like, whoa. He's like, my game's already closed.
I know, set up final stand.
My game is already closed. What do you mean?
He has his eye. I think, there's certain players like sort of have that Tom Brady mentality where they have their eye on the championship. They don't care about the play of the game, things like that. They're all about just staying consistent, staying precise, and just basically maintaining the fundamentals, right? If you forget the fundamentals, you're going to have no timeouts at halftime and forced to forfeit a few games.
I think the bots as a team are very chill. They're very relaxed.
They are. That's a good point.
But when they play, and especially Billy is this way, Billy will laugh, will have fun, will whatever. But in game time, Billy is playing to win.
Oh,
and that's where he
cold as
focuses ice. Focuses up. Just like, we can have fun and even joke. And even during halftime, you'll see, I can just have a conversation. In game, he is ready to kill you the moment you make a mistake, and is going to punish you. And it's like, hey, we're fine. There's no nothing personal here, but we're competitors sitting across the line.
Yeah,
that exactly what you meant. That winner's mentality, Mamba mentality. Some people will talk about it. Everybody famously knows that Kobe Bryant was vicious in game.
Yeah,
but also just as easily that was just his drive to win.
Yeah, did you say mobster mentality? Oh, I'm just kidding.
Mobster? Hey, it might just be.
Come on now.
You never know. But going into the Final Stand Ragnarok, this is a PvE game, so now the Cyclones will be able to get an opportunity to show their teamwork, how well they work together.
Yeah, they are going to be able to. You are going to be able to see how well they work together, but I think this is another one of those games that I've watched the bots play before, and I think they have a really deep understanding of how this works. This is actually the bots are actually where I learned the strategy of sending one of your teammates at your opponents to steal their kills. Now, this game is a little bit different than what you've been seeing throughout the UEL tonight. This isn't a PvP game. This is a PvE game where they're going to be clearing ads similar to how Zombies works within Call of Duty. You're going to see waves of enemies coming at them, and they're going to be racking up points depending on how effective they are at taking out those enemies. Now, there is something called a kill bonus, right, or a kill combo. If you kill certain enemies within a time range of your next enemy, it's going to count as building up a combo. So you get 20 kills, 30 kills, 40 kills, 50 kills. You're going to get an increased score bonus as a result of maintaining that kill combo. But make no mistake about it, they're taking out ads. They're taking out NPCs. So a strat that I learned from the bots last week was taking one of your players that are on your team and sending them over to your opponents that are trying to clear out ads. And that player that goes into your opponent's camp, if you will, isn't necessarily trying to get as many kills as possible. You're trying to steal as many kills as possible. Not necessarily, you know, your main goal isn't necessarily getting kills. It's to interrupt the combo string that triggers the bonus points for the enemy.
Yeah, I think it's a really good insight. It's like I'm laughing a little bit. I've gotten a little bit. People have gone back at me, but like you've had really low scores all season. You always seem to be like right down towards the bottom of the scoreboard. I'm like, is my job to get points or my job?
Because I'm a thief. I'm in the trenches.
No, but I think that's the fun part about the bots. The bots are always finding ways to. I'm trying to find because again, if I say exploit, if I find break,
no, it is. You can be honest about it. It's sort of exploiting the game in general. It's finding these cheeky strategies like reviving your teammates in order to trigger point bonuses. It's little things like that within the mechanics. It requires a general understanding of the full functionality of the game in order to excel within that game inside that genre here at UEL. If you're able to understand every aspect of the game, it's no different than having 100% of the map knowledge on Rainbow Six Siege or on Halo Infinite, where you understand every weapon spawn, you understand every angle into an objective. Taking advantage of those small things makes the difference.
Might be our next game. I agree with you.
Yeah.
I take it from fighting games as always. When people are like, you're spamming the same thing. And it's like,
why
not? If your opponent is spamming the same move, you are spamming the same mistake.
Oh, 100%. How do you think we beat Noob Saibot in Mortal Kombat 2 back in arcade systems? You just had to basically down kick the entire boss fight in order to win.
And people don't get that. Like,
right?
You have to be able to find your opportunity to take these wins without, and we have the maze. This becomes one of the most interesting maps.
Right.
It is far more objective-based than other game modes in this because the other ones are very open. They have this open air space where you're going to have enemies coming from all different directions or even flooding in from the forest. Whereas this one, you're moving through a maze with many different types of objectives. Sometimes it's just to kill. Sometimes it's to kill very specific things. All the while, you have to avoid these traps that you're going to see actually as they come through this.
Oh, so they sort of trigger on the map, if you will.
Yeah, so if they step on one of these pads, they will take a ton of damage. Some do more to shield. Some do more to your health bar. And we've seen some teams, utilize this for the
revive bonus.
The revive bonus, as you called it before. We already see a player going down there and getting picked up. And so now I want to see how players are going to play. Once it's made aware that this is a strat, I want to see if players are willing to maybe take some of these different opportunities. Mordecai here just kind of clearing out enemies and creating some space before they move to their first objective. Which, let's see, did Mordecai find the right room? He did. This door can appear in a few different places, so you got to know exactly which path to take to go ahead and get over here. So they're going to all beat on the door, break it down, and let's see what is the first call. Shooting gallery. So a lot of ranged enemies are going to spawn in this room, along with a few bigger enemies that deal a ton of damage. So your job is going to be to defeat the berserkers. They're going to see some bigger than normal enemies to Mordecai's now behind him with those purple health bars that he's going to have to take out. Once they all die, 4 of them have to die. So 2 here, 2 more will spawn. Then the room will end and you'll be able to move on. The third one has died. So it looks like everybody's kind of aware of what needs to be done. So we might actually get to the boss fight. We don't always get there when playing this map if teams are a little bit slower on some of these objectives.
Now, one thing to note, while these players are taking out ads, on the left side of your screen, you'll actually see the kill combo, and there's a timed progress bar beneath the actual kill count itself. If that progress bar basically depletes all the way, they then lose out on the rest of their kill combo. So that's why they're trying to maintain that combo as much as possible, because of the score bonus that it's going to give them. And you can see it right there on the left side of your screen. It says killing spree, 33 kills, 45 kills. There's a progress bar beneath that. You don't want that to be depleted because then your combo ends.
As you see right there on Mordecai's screen. Thank you, Mordecai, for making our jobs easy.
Yes, absolutely.
Displaying it. And now we've switched over to Baba Yagins, and he's fighting here right around this trapped area, so taking a ton of damage, doing his best. And I think that this might be a little bit intentional. He's 1 hit away, but he doesn't want to get too close to anybody. His teammate, Ambushman, is there to quickly go ahead and pick him back up, going ahead and securing another set of points, and then grabbing the console. All the consoles have been done, so now they're able to move on to the next room. This is going to be another objective room. I'm going to cross my fingers and hope that it is not the spider room. Let's see which one we ended up with. It is not the Spider Room Crystal Bomb, so I believe they need to, any Destiny 2 players, this is similar to a mechanic there where you had to stand in the Crystal Spire and avoid it going off. So you just got to make sure that you're all defending and standing in here.
I like that.
And
I like that.
Make sure, diffuse mines. Yes.
Yeah, and there's different, obviously, the players that you're watching, for those of you at home, the players are playing different types of characters. You have ranged characters like this one, for instance, that basically is using this bow and arrow that applies dots on the opponents, these, fiery arrows, if you will. There's also close quarters axes and sword swings that you're seeing occur, and there's also AoE effects where you can take out entire mobs, if you will, with a giant area of effect damage ability. So lots of different play styles.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see. I like this game mode because this map specifically, a lot of people have famously heard me, you got to open this door, you don't shoot it. Thank you, someone knows. Is Ayala, this fire archer we see Labamba using, is generally the go-to pick, but in this map specifically, I think she has diminished value because you're not just killing. You're doing these other objectives, and so you are instead... they might actually be able to get through this boss if they actually do this really well. This is like the fastest time we've seen.
Yeah, this is really impressive.
Players have gotten really good. They've already taken on a quarter of health. So here shortly after they get around to like the 50 to 60% mark, we're going to see another wave of enemies spawn right about where Labamba is standing, which is why he's standing here. Now, it's really helpful that they do have a Yuki, the ninja character, the Baba Yaga, displaying. Whenever he pops that giant ninja symbol there, the Japanese symbol, the boss is going to take a ton of damage. Now, the extra ads are going to be spawning here shortly. They want to go ahead and clear all these guys out, get a little bit of damage before they turn their attention back onto the boss. You see them all spawning there. The boss is at 25% health. They should be able to, on one more ultimate from Baba Yagans, if everybody's DPS is down, finish out this room. I'm really happy about this. Again, people showing that they're doing well. And now we're also watching, this is Bosif.
Yeah, Bosif.
On the Gwendolyn, picking up some damage. And getting some
now, these lighted sort of buffs that are on the floor, those come out of chests. They drop off into enemies. Could you explain that a little bit more? Because I believe they give you damage buff, movement buff, health boost, things of that sort,
single
correct?
Thing you can think of. So, movement speed, damage, some are traps, some lower enemy damage, some are slows. But also there's health in there. There's ways to recover your mana or your energy to be able to use more spells.
Okay.
And now we're on to the next section of the map. These are going to be a lot more corridors, but they're going to find some elites in this room and kill them. This probably, it won't take us to the end of our game at the 8-minute mark, but it will take a lot of time to kind of get
100%.
This room.
Yeah, and we do probably have about like 2 minutes left in this match. At the end of those 2 minutes, you're going to notice all of the players put their controllers down because they can no longer gain any points. But there are some cheeky mechanics that you can do, such as applying AoE effects on the ground as ads are rushing towards you. So although you... And there's the 2-minute call from the floor. But the reason I mention that is Billy, the last time I actually watched him play, put a fiery AoE effect on the ground as the players were forced to take their hands off the controller. And in the time that expired after they took their hands off the controller, he picked up about an additional 50 or 60 kills from ads walking into his fire. But technically, he did not break any rules, and he was able to pick up additional points.
And this is what I mean by the bots playing to the letter of the law. They're going to look at the rules and find out exactly what they're able to do. This is another character we see do that Bosif is playing, Gwendolyn. She's able to spawn these spirits to help defend her or fight with her.
Okay.
And for that to happen, she has to kill enemies. But if right before the game ends, she spawns some of the spirits to defend herself with, they will kill enemies, make some more enemies, or make some more spirits. And all of a sudden, you have this convenient buy one, get one free situation. As you can kind of see here, where anything that's going to be running into him is going to fight out here. Now, they're going to finish this room, which means they're probably going to be able to transition to the next room before dying. This room is going to be really interesting. Baba ended up going down, and it looks like they managed to go ahead and get it. But I think Mordecai got the chance to touch there, so he should have gotten some point bonus as well.
That's true, but there only should be about 30 seconds left on the clock for this match, so I wouldn't be surprised if they try to go for some revives, and that looks like exactly what they're doing, just trying to get a few cheeky points before they're okay, we just got the 30-second mark, so they're going to continue to revive each other unless they can get to this next room. I don't know if they're going to be able to with such a little time on the clock. I think they're just trying to get as many points as possible.
This is the correct Like, if you realize it's going to end in the next room, transitioning to the next room, as long as your opponents can't get like a huge kill streak, you should be all right to be able to get another pickup. You might be able to get one more if you're really
one
perfect.
more. Doesn't look like it. All right, hands up.
They're going to be told to walk back into those traps and actually die. They're not going to die from here because of the way that the map is built.
Correct.
They're not in a room, so they're going to have to walk back into the fire. There
Yep, there it is right there. Because they need to force end. Basically, they need to sort of SD, if you will. They need to force the end of the match, and so that we can get to the scoreboard. And how this is going to work is basically they're going to tally up all the points from all 4 players on both sides to see who has more points, and then that will determine the winner.
Somebody go ahead and screenshot this for me. That seems to be a spot where he was not taking damage from the fire. Send it to the devs. I want them to fix it. Thank you. Appreciate you. Appreciate Bosi if they're being real quick to go ahead and move on over. So he ends up dying. And Labamba's here waiting. He probably dropped the fire down, to be honest with you, seeing where they're standing.
Yes.
And Ambushman is there with his spirit, who is getting a few kills and keeping them alive here for a split second. So Ambush would be the last player to fall. And then we will need to get our point totals in. Don't worry about it. The Game Master on the floor and our production team will go ahead and get all of those points handled. And right over to us. With 1 minute and 46 left on Apex, unless the bots want to play this will more than likely be the last game of the night.
Yeah, I would like to see it, though. I would like to see it. It's just a great game that I think showcases reaction time, precision, your ability to just sort of manipulate your environment sometimes within arena shooters. It's just a great arena shooter that I think Cyclones definitely need to practice.
I just thought about it. Big shout out to Dictator Chicken. I asked him at the top of the day to go ahead and predict the score. And while he didn't give a score for the Cyclones, he did say that they were going to drop a 20 bomb today, and it looks like they have managed to accomplish that. So good job calling out your teammates and recognizing maybe the strength y'all had to be able to play this game.
Yeah.
And again, the Cyclones, this is currently the top team in your division.
Right.
As much as people might want to feel some type of way, look at it as any team playing the Reapers on the other side of the fence. These teams are top of the table for a reason. They've come out, they've performed consistently.
Yep.
I will highlight the one game that the bots did lose. Billy was not available for.
That's interesting. Yeah, we haven't taken a look at our Tier 1 matchups versus our Tier 2 matchups today yet. That is interesting. But sounds like the Cyclones actually took that one. There we go.
And
I love it.
And finding in this moment, finding a win towards the end of the game will end up being a pretty big moment. I think you can end the game off on something of a high note.
On a positive note.
Win or loss streak, and it can kind of go from there. We'll see here in a few seconds if this is. Sometimes it looks like they're getting the points totaled, and so we'll make sure the talks are synced. There have been a few timeouts, so sometimes they can get a little desynced.
Yeah.
Since the game is not being called, my assumption is there is enough time for them to get into Apex and get this settled up. So
yeah, we'll get word here in a little bit as to whether or not we are moving in Apex. I believe we are.
Who's your player of the game?
The player of the game today? Yeah. To be honest with you, I think one of the, I don't know. To be honest, Mordecai has actually stood out a lot in a lot of the shooters, whether it be Valorant or Overwatch. Both of those games, there was multiple moments where he picked up, either double or triple kills. So he stood out a lot to me. Billy has effectively played his role really well today, not just as a leader, but then also being in that Tier 1 spot, performing when he needs to perform. Nonetheless, Mordecai has done great. I know he's sitting in that Tier 5 spot, but we may see a shift in his tier positioning as we move into next week, just because I thought he played exceptional today.
He did really well. So we are not done here just yet. I need you to go ahead and take a seat because we're going to have some post-game interviews where we'll get a chance to talk with these players, these teams, see where their heads at as we go into the future. So we'll see you in just a moment.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down from the bandits. And there Cannon, that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare Pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volare. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
And here we are with the Texas Cyclones on the left. We have Sofo Sama on the right, Baba Yagan. So I'm just going to come out, Bob. I'm going to start with you. I know you stepped up this week. You know, you moved into a leader position. What do you think happened this week? What was different, obviously, for the game state?
I mean, it's just unfortunate. We just had a couple losses, you know, 20 losses. It's just, you know, with everything changing, management changing, just managing practice has been a little difficult. Making sure people's, you know, work schedules match up to everything. But you know, we're getting the hang of things. You know, we have some games to obviously work on. It's just a chem issue at this point, and just making sure that everything goes according to plan.
Good answer. Like, at the end of the day, you know, games happen, and it seems like you are still young in the role, so I know you can grow into it. Now looking at the game a little bit, Sofo, I know you were fighting with traffic to get here. You managed to get here. How are you feeling now? Again, 2 games under your belt. How are you feeling about not the state of the game, but how maybe you did today?
Still feel pretty new. You know, getting used to stuff, getting used to setting up, getting used to playing, and then switching over. Overall, I'm feeling positive still. You know, it may not look too positive, but you know, it's all good. I still enjoy myself, and then when it comes down to it, like, I'm here for the love of the game, baby.
Okay, hey, that's what we love to hear. That's what we love to hear. The love of the game. Y'all looked very good. I felt like y'all's communication was still on point for the most part during today. I think all of y'all were coordinating really well together. We saw a lot of moments and a lot of high points for this team. So looking forward at the season, what do you hope to accomplish with your last couple of games or a few games?
At this point, obviously go for a dub. You know, it's it'd be nice to finish with at least 1 or 2, maybe 3. You know, if we do it right. Like I said, we're going to be hitting practice pretty hard. I know not only myself, but Bosi, Pizza, Ambush, Silver, and Sofo, we all want a W on the team. And that's exactly what we're going to achieve one way or another.
Okay. I love to hear it. I love to hear it. Because, again, I know y'all are grinders. All of y'all are grinders. All of y'all are ready to get in here. I'm going to turn the tables here and kind of look. Where do you see, and both of y'all can feel free to answer yourselves, whether in your specific categories or just in general, where do you see yourselves as players in the league right now in terms of, do you feel things, there are things you want to improve, but where do you stand maybe in your strengths?
Right.
I still feel brand new. I'm fresh out the womb. That's it, honestly, to be honest. I just pop in like, all right, play what? Play again? Oh, okay. No, I feel, in all honesty, I still want to see like our ultimate lineup, you know, because we've had so many different Cyclone players. So I still want to see like what our best team chemistry would be. But all in all, like, I don't know. I really don't know how to answer that question. Whatever I just said is my answer.
Okay, I appreciate it. I appreciate the honesty as well.
Yeah, I mean, as far as like my strengths, you know, I'm a shooter. I play sports. 2K just unfortunately didn't roll in my favor the way that I wanted it to. Something that we're gonna be working on is sport games. As for more shooters, I think pretty much we all have great chemistry. I really feel that way. We're still just fixing some slight issues, like Siege. There's just certain, you know, environmental issues that we should have looked out for and we didn't. That happens. As for, we unfortunately didn't get to play Apex, which is something we did practice fairly often, since it was one of our weaker games in the season. But as a player myself, I'd like to really work on fighters. That's really what I've been putting a lot of time into. And, you know, a little bit showed today with my Bishop. That's something I've been putting some work into. And I know I've learned a lot from Sofo here. Sofo is a great teacher, one hell of a player. As for a lot of players on the team, everybody has strengths, everybody has weaknesses. We're all banding together to figure some things out.
That's great to hear, and I do appreciate y'all. And I can't wait to see y'all's next show. And I know y'all have had had a rough season, but at the same time, I know y'all have been fighting every step of the way, and I know y'all will find that win here at the end. Thank you again, and I hope you have a great night.
No problem. Thank you.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down from the bandits.
Oh, and there.
Cannon, that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
Welcome back, everyone. We are sitting here with Dictator Chicken with his chicken on display, and then obviously La Bamba on the right side of your screen. My first question for you guys is, over the last 2 days, we've seen teams struggle with leadership. I was going to ask you guys, it seems like Billy has really good leadership for the bots, and you guys compliment him really well. Do you have any advice for the other teams within the UEL on how they can sort of have a leader emerge amongst their players?
I mean, we've just been playing a lot of shooters, so trying to get the comms down.
Okay.
So,
all right.
Everybody's kind of common.
Yeah. That and for like half our games, our actual GM hasn't been able to be here.
Okay.
So Billy kind of has to take on player, coach,
right?
That whole role. So it's a lot of stress on him, but we try to
okay.
at least take a little bit of pressure off of him.
No doubt, no doubt. Now, I heard a rumor when I came in today that you guys don't even practice off stream. Number one, is that true?
Not anymore.
Not anymore. So how do you find a way to be so effective and sort of synergize as a team?
You got it.
We just play we've been playing lots of shooters, so we're just working on our comms together.
Okay.
Just trying to be more of a cohesive unit.
Understood. And my last question, is Strix asked me today who I thought the best player that stood out the most today. I happened to mention Mordecai when we were, commentating before we went to the break. But I wanted to ask you guys who you think was the player of today's game, either from your team or potentially someone you really respect from the Cyclones. Who would you say?
I mean, Chicken's my GOAT. So.
Okay.
Bombo's my GOAT. That's great.
Wow. There's a lot of love in the air. That may be a reflection of how well you guys get along with each other. Well, listen, guys, thank you so much for sitting down with us. It was a pleasure to broadcast and commentate over your game today. Best of luck moving into Week 10.
Thank you.
OG on the flank. Herb's down. Ooh, him's down too.
So that is, you can get to level 30 and have both of your guns maxed out already, so
yeah,
I think it depends on what kind of loadout you're gonna be.
Who is this Baraka?
This is Herb. Herb plays Baraka.
Herb plays Baraka. Wow.
Yeah, he definitely knows his combos.
The frames are crazy. He's got. Let him get up. Oh my God.
Plant.
So now we're watching Mr. OG on the flank. Herb's down. Ooh, him's down too.
So that is, you can get to level 30 and have both of your guns maxed out already, so
yeah,
I think it depends on what kind of loadout you're gonna be.
Who is this Baraka?
This is Herb. Herb plays Baraka.
Herb plays Baraka. Wow.
Yeah, he definitely knows.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare Pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, You can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Valeri. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down from the bandits.
Oh, and there.
Cannon, that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
Well, everyone, that is going to do it for tonight's game between the Bots and the Cyclones. The Bots did drop a 20 bomb as they predicted. Nonetheless, we saw a few shining moments from the Cyclones, but we also have some great matchups coming up later this weekend. Tell me about tomorrow's game.
Tomorrow, we have the Ghost and the Wolves going head-to-head. These two teams are both competing to get that second or third spot in the Northern Conference playoffs, so they're going to have to come out and have a good showing tomorrow at 2 p.m. So make sure you tune in here to the UEL where gamers go.